It matters to me because he wants to kill me. And then we can admit that it would be a 3v1 dogpile.
I'm a big boy. That's okay. Go.
Fuck you. Okay, I am not doing
actually,
that, right?
fuck you, mother. I thought the point of this
more.
conversation. I thought our plan was to talk about.
You fucking retard.
I don't think that you can betray your values in service of defending those values. If I believe that liberalism works as a concept and as an idea, it has to work when it's the most difficult. If you're willing to abandon some principles in times of great crisis, then those are principles that you never held in the first place. So if I think that liberalism is as sturdy an ideology as I'd want it to be, or as I believe it to be, then ideally those principles should serve as the mast on your ship that carries you through that storm. If you've got to toss it aside and go, okay, well, hold on, time to be authoritarian right now because shit's not working, then your whole political project just fucking failed anyway.
You suggested that because Destiny shit talk.
I did,
what
but
the fuck are you on about?
Will you get rid of him?
Well, I don't.
This is it, mate. This is an intervention. Okay, we've had enough.
It is. That's right.
That's fine. That's good. Mr. Girl's just tired of me ambushing him with people like Lav and Dan constantly, and now he's gonna come back on me for it. That's good. I'm ready for it. Let's go.
You ready to get backstabbed?
Chud is the new Lav.
Wait, I got a sec. I'm not that retarded. Wait, no, sorry, I didn't mean that. No, I can't. Stop making me say jokes and shit. Okay.
Yeah, don't use the R word. Okay, Vosh has already declared that. Not a good thing earlier today, so, and you're about to scold me, so. Also,
okay, so
I'm on good terms with Lav, so I don't condone you making fun of her, so I would also like to disavow that, yeah.
You have fucking mentioned Ico, American Vosh. Anyone else that you got beef with that you want to bring up?
Merrick, Vosh, the Surfs was tweeting me, that guy, I can't really bully him because it's literally ableism. Who else was tweeting me? That's not Xanderhall, but some other Zareth dude, some fucking loser there's some guy online I see all the time that I think is you, but it's not. It's like Chud, not Chad or something. Who am I thinking of?
I know who that is, yeah.
Yeah, that fucking loser is tweeting about me. Socked on Left was tweeting, you know, they're all hungry for me. They all want a piece of the king. But anyway.
Okay.
But I'm good. What's up?
Well, you've kind of ruined it by coming in, to be honest. We're having a good little chat. Anyway. No, it's all good. Let's just...
we're talking about the phenomenon of Giga Chad. We're talking about how it used to be that people would make jokes pretending to be racist because they're making fun of racist people.
Yes.
And it's fun to get people to call you racist for doing that. And you clearly enjoy this on Twitter. This happens a lot. You'll say something that sounds racist, but you're not really being racist. You're making fun of racist people. People call you racist, and it's funny to make fun of the people who flip out, right?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Okay, but now you also have actually racist people using the same jokes and the same type of humor to promulgate their Nazi ideology.
Yeah.
And we've gotten to a point where it's now soy to say that this type of semi-ironic expression is like cover for racism, or to do really anything other than say Giga Chad or like one up the person is you're a loser if you do anything else, right?
True, yes.
I believe that certain people are taking advantage of this phenomenon. And it's kind of opened a window for uncontested Nazi rhetoric, as long as it's positioned as a joke, to kind of just like go free.
Yeah.
Chad, am I missing anything from your thesis here?
No, I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable, view on it. And I think the issue becomes, number one, how do you discern, or how do you help your audience discern the difference between the two? And two, what, if any, wider impacts are there of this phenomenon? And what, if any, responsibility do content creators have? Because I hate responsibility, obviously, that's like boring and shit. But I just think it's an interesting discussion, and looking at recent events, is there any concerns or any issues that need to be addressed? That's
we got a couple from my chat. Max and Chud purity testing is kind of funny. Are you able to show an example? These are the responses we're getting.
By the way, sorry, Ico was wanting to come in and clarify some of the positions.
It's always so boring because when she comes in, she backs off every single thing she said, and then she just.
And I just, you know, I know people are sort of yearning for some content, and I'm happy to facilitate that. But I mean,
if she wants to, anybody can come in. I accept all challengers all time, except for Ryan Dawson. Anybody though, anybody else.
Okay, I mean, Mr. Girl, I don't. What do you think of that? I'm open either way. I just, you know.
I believe Aiko has said some pretty horrible things about me.
Yes. Bring her in, based queen,
Okay,
content queen.
Wait. I feel like I just, you know, I was interested in having like a somewhat serious discussion, or you know, with
Well,
a
I
few
just wanted to
memes.
say, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay. I think there's a few things I need to say. I'm not a impartial like speaker here, right? I have strong feelings about Steven. I got feelings about you, Chud. I got feelings about Nick Fuentes. I got feelings about Aiko. So like, there's a lot of personal shit happening here. But you know, do what you think is.
I'm okay with her coming in. I'll be serious.
right.
But if Max isn't, then we have to.
No, I'll be serious too. But I am already absolutely furious at her. But
Oh Jesus!
I will try to manage that.
Well,
as best I can.
the thing is, Max, is like, you know, I know I've got a reputation as a drama farmer, and the reason I'm asking this is because I want to, you know, take
know.
this somewhat seriously. And the thing is,
know.
you know, Destiny spoke some shit on Aiko, and I'm one of those people that's like, well, if he's spoken some shit, like, respond. I don't know. So I'm not gonna decide. You're gonna decide, Max. Okay.
Shit talking is an invite. Yeah, sure, bring her in. But you know what I want to do? A lot of these orbiters, are us included, have a tendency to just kind of hang around after their part in the conversation is over. So let's get her in, let's have our discussion, and then let's get her out, because I don't want to have the rest of this conversation with her, because the whole point of this conversation is we're trying to create a new path where we're going to say some jokes and some platforming might actually be a bad idea, but we're not going to go full SJW and say you can't make racist jokes, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like she's going to fuck that up.
Okay, but I just want to confirm this is you've decided this. Okay, can I just confirm that?
I have decided that because shit was talked about Aiko, she should have
Okay.
the right to come in and defend herself for a length of time to be
Okay.
determined by you.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, President Sunday is also asking to come on, but I'm not. Listen, there's nothing to say about President Sunday.
No,
And
no,
Destiny,
that's just
silence.
That's just an
Do
ambush.
not say anything. Nothing. Okay, you're not allowed to say a single word. Okay. Aiko has been added, and Aiko can join the call only.
Sunday
okay?
ever
I
wants to
don't
come to,
wanna-
he can come to. But yeah, okay, I'm okay with it. But I won't
No,
say anything
no,
about
no.
it. You're saying if I start talking shit
it's
about him,
the-
you have to bring him in, right? That's like the secret
Exactly.
code.
That's the secret code, yeah.
Well, no, I'm gonna listen. We're not gonna do that, okay? So you but actually, no, I'm not gonna say that because you can talk shit about him.
I'm not
okay?
gonna
This is
talk shit about him.
impossible.
I'm a respectable guy. Damn, chill.
Okay.
Although I
Right.
will say, no, I'm just kidding. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Hey.
Okay, I'm good. We're chill here. Okay.
Okay, we're chill. Anyway, listen.
Call me Chilla Vanilla. Okay, because that's what I am.
Okay, let me just. Okay. Do you have any thoughts so far on anything that's been mentioned or discussed before we get Aiko in?
So many thoughts. I've spent like the better part of the last like 5 years arguing back and forth about this stuff. Yeah, for sure. There's lots of things to think about.
Okay. Can you give us like just one thought?
There has been a battle older than all of us on how to draw the lines at satire and irony. Every famous comedian that I know of that's engaged in edgy or racial humor has come to regret some skits and move back on positions they previously held. Chris Rock, the infamous Black People versus Ninjas skit. You've got Dave Chappelle talking about things that he said that he's regretted because of the types of laughs he's gotten. YouTubers, every YouTuber, Twitch streamer that's grown up is like, man, I was probably too edgy here. Louis C.K. has had a lot of reflections like the word faggot. There's like a lot of stuff that's gone on where people have engaged in edgy humor and then upon further reflection are like, oh, I think I'm gonna walk this back a little bit. I don't know if I'm engaging with it in the best way. So I think it's good to be aware that the conversation we're having is beyond us and it's been happening before us. It'll happen after us. And there is a level of, I'm big on responsibility. I think there is a level of responsibility you have to assume when you engage in these types of humors. And you have to be aware of like what your goal is at the end of the day with what you're doing, because it's very possible to very easily wind up as the like unintentional nuclear weapon of an incredibly hateful or evil community without being aware that that's happening, you know? That's my kind of general thoughts on it. Yeah.
Because this happened with the kind of skeptic anti-SJW community, right? It was seemingly kind of memes and jokes at first with some of the things they were saying, and then some of them, like, unironically became like far-right weirdos.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's like, hey, guys, we're joking, right? And it's like, no, these guys aren't joking. There was that Edgy Sphinx person, I think, that specifically presented themselves as a skeptic, and Kraut was friends with them, and then they turned it out to be a massive Nazi or some shit like that. So, you know... Sorry, Mr. Go on.
I kind of object to two things. One, Stephen, I think comparing somebody like Fuentes or Trump, like these are the people that come to my mind when we're talking about right-wing jokes that are also the person saying what they actually believe, kind of. Comparing that to Louis C.K., like, he's a comedian, right?
Oh, yeah, hold on. Wait, to be clear, just so I'm not comparing them to Louis C.K. I'd be comparing somebody like me to that person, right? Like, I'm hoping that I'm the comedian that's saying a thing that's kind of offensive, but I don't actually believe.
But you're not a comedian.
You can cope like that if you want, but comedy is part of what we do, whether you like it or not.
No, I'm not coping, motherfucker. I'm saying that your existence online is not, you're not a comedian. People don't say who's Destiny, they don't say he's a comedian.
Sure, you're wrong. You're just wrong.
Right?
People that do like YouTube and Twitch stuff for entertainment, right? That involve elements of comedy.
Yes.
Those aspects of comedy can involve satire and irony. Satire and irony is not reserved for people that write comedian on their text forms.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that is. I'm saying you're literally. When people ask, if somebody asks me who you are, who's your buddy Steven? I don't say he's a comedian.
Maybe I'll phrase this in a way, because I don't think there's no way you can possibly disagree with me here. So let me find different words.
Just call me stupid.
No, it's not stupid. We're playing like semantics games. When you do comedy, how about that? So not comedians, but people that do comedy. Is that okay?
Okay, it's okay, but it's different when Louis C.K. does comedy, because he's doing it for the purpose of making people laugh. And when Trump does comedy, or when you do comedy, you're doing it for the purpose of illustrating a political message. Now, comedians can do that. I'm not saying they're totally separate from each other, but your goal as like an entity is political commentary.
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to go to this, but I just totally disagree. Like, comedians have been a vehicle for social critique for as long as they've existed. Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Dave Chappelle, like, none of these things are just jokes. All of them are hitting at stuff that might have a deep underlying meaning, and the comedy can still be used in the exact same ways that a serious, like, you can take an offensive Trump joke and breed hate the same way that you could take an offensive Chris Rock joke or Dave Chappelle joke or George Carlin joke and breed hate. Like, all of these things can serve the same function in society of making people think or act or behave a certain way. They all have the same problems, whether you're an official capital C comedian or a Twitch streamer or YouTuber that does comedy, I think.
I guess, but I would say Dave Chappelle recently has started to not do comedy. He's making jokes, but he's more giving like a speech about his political beliefs. I would say he's becoming a political commentator. But the other people you mentioned, while their jokes are political, when you're a fan of them, you're not like, I really agree with them. I think he has a lot of really good takes. That's not the
I guess
support they're amassing.
I was gonna say, do you think, Destiny, that like, you know, your fan base and audience engages with you in the same way that they engage with, say, Louis C.K., for example?
Yeah, they could, absolutely, right? People joke about things, and then sometimes people will take those jokes and they'll run really far with them. They'll say, like, the way that Cat Williams jokes about relationships is fucking true, it's true. People will say, like, oh, like Dave Chappelle now Dave Chappelle is making serious political commentary. He wasn't like that before. No, he absolutely was. There were parts across multiple skits. There's the one where he talks about, like, how old is 15 really? And he's making jokes about Elizabeth Smart, but then he turns it around and he talks about black people and how they might be treated differently when they commit a crime at 15. And he talks about the kid that, like, killed his friend, doing a wrestling move and how he got arrested for being, black, basically. Comedians have always intertwined like political commentary and everything with their comedy. That's a tale as old as time. But regardless of that, again, whether you're a capital C comedian or not, people that engage in comedy, all of the same problems and benefits of engaging with problematic humor follow whether you're a comedian or not, right? Like, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was a TV show that engaged with a lot of problematic humor. Those people aren't comedians, but it was like entertainment and comedy. And then you could argue that YouTubers and Twitch streamers and everything do the same. You can engage with problematic humor in responsible ways and irresponsible ways, or even in responsible ways that are still ways that cause harm. It just depends on what we're talking about.
Sorry, Aiko's here. So, Aiko, hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to clarify because what I thought would happen happened. I don't. It's not about you as a person, Destiny. It's the sorry. It's the thing itself. I don't know why. I mean, I guess you kind of are lumping me in with the rest of the people that say they're on the left, but I don't know what everyone gets up to on Twitter. But my whole point is I want to point out the individual instances that happen without putting moral weight on it. So, and not within the framing of punishment. And I think that people see criticism as, I don't know, as like, oh, let's put them on trial. Should they be around or not? I have no problem with people's platforming. I don't want to tell people how to run their platforms. I want to support them in doing whatever is authentic to them. And I don't know. I was emotional because of personal stuff in relation to that. And it was upsetting that Nick Fuentes was able to get away a little bit with the, I don't really hate people, because I didn't realize myself, but a lot of people don't actually know Nick Fuentes. They don't know his history. Like, it's a lot longer ago than it feels like, or at least I don't know. Did anything make sense? I don't know.
It was like the most non-committal like series of statements I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't know.
Okay.
What was even the point of?
I mean, honestly, okay, this is my problem.
Listen,
my problem,
let me help you,
on.
okay?
Okay.
I can help you really drill down into detail here, because it seemed like your concerns or criticisms when we spoke earlier was that in the course of this stream, there were some moments where you felt that Destiny didn't sufficiently push back on what Nick Fuentes was saying, right?
Yes. That's what I felt like.
So maybe we can focus on those moments.
I mean, it is what it is. I'm just observing it. And honestly, I just want things to not. I'm sorry. I guess the only reason why I'm here is because I get really fucking annoyed being essentialized by people that take clips and go and make it personal, when I really specifically don't want to talk about people's hearts and minds or their motivations. And everything gets grouped into people who hate Destiny or love Destiny or whatever. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. What
about me, Aiko?
I have no problem with people who are like chill with you either.
But you've done multiple streams complaining about me, right? And saying bad things.
Oh yeah, because of okay. Would you like me to just say what? One of the things was when you told Stardust that the Tinder date story, when you had the first interview with her, I felt like you did a bit of verbal sleight of hand that gave people the impression that you gave nuance when you didn't. There was no nuance involved in the words that you said.
Okay. Do you see my problem with you having basically the same reaction to me telling a Tinder date story in which I may or may not have done something rapey?
Well, by your description, it was.
As you have.
And you said that as well.
You're going to do it right now. You're going to spend half of this.
I'm sorry.
But you get what I'm saying? Like,
I'll mute myself.
Do I deserve the same emotional response as what you were saying is a literal Nazi is not getting the right pushback from a gigantic political commentator?
No, I'm on your side with this, I think.
I know, but do you see why it feels like you've cried wolf a little bit, and now it's
not
like
personal. I stand by everything that I said about you.
That's fine. You can stand by it. I'm just saying, do you see how it undermines your ability later to say, like, hey, I think this is inappropriate? If you've been saying that about every single thing in the same way with the same amount of emotion,
no,
you don't think you've undermined your ability to call out bad behavior now?
Be familiar. I don't expect both of you to be familiar with the way that I operate, but I try to be clear on my own stream. This situation right here, it's not my skill set. This is not how I'm not good at engaging in this way. But
Okay.
I try to withhold my I don't know. I try to engage proportionally, and though I am a very emotional person, I try to separate that from what I'm pointing out.
Has she made any strong statements yet? I have no
Does that
fucking
make
idea.
sense
Like, what the fuck she's
all?
even said yet?
It does,
Oh, God.
but I think that in the eyes of the audience, it gets lumped together, and your emotionality, while you are having an individual emotional experience, that I'm having an emotional reaction to your emotions too. But I can see my chat is just like lumping you in with every other liberal who's gonna complain about anything.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to come on and just say that, because I know that's what happens, and I know that's what was going to happen with Destiny, and I've I just
Just to be clear, people were
I
telling me
hate
that
this.
like you had a mod that was literally calling me nonstop like a Nazi in your chat. Like, did that happen?
when
Okay. If I pull out a log, will you admit it?
I-
Or I don't know. I'm
I
just
mean,
curious.
like-
I'm just curious because people mention I don't dig for logs or anything. Maybe they didn't, but
I mean, I have a no shit talking policy, especially when it comes to big streamers like you, Vosh, Hassan, except for Mike from PA and Bad Bunny. Those are the only people. But because I don't want it to become an argument about like teams or what GG you follow. So I don't have debating in my chat either. This is, I'm interested in it, but that's not my thing. So.
okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to make it clear. I know people don't have to believe me, but this is honest. I'm 37 years old. This isn't personal. Like, things are personal to me, but it's not about you as a human, Destiny. I don't know you, obviously, and I'm not making judgments of your character. I was upset about some of the things that slipped by, but I'm not saying that you shouldn't have done that. It's just my reaction to seeing it happen. That's it. And you don't have to really, you don't have to do
Okay,
anything
hold
with
on.
that.
Okay, you talk so much and say so little, but just
Okay.
that when you say that,
Mm-hmm.
it's just my reaction. That's not true. It's not a reaction. It is a public reaction that you want everybody to see, and it's a reaction showcasing one of the most negative responses somebody can have to something, just crying. So you're clearly trying to communicate some point that something I'm doing is very wrong and shouldn't be happening. That is the point of publicly displaying tears over a thing. Do you not understand that?
No. Okay. I cry quite often. I'm a bit of in a medication mess right now. So I'm emotional, but I try to repeatedly take it away from you as a person. And it's hard for people to not get hyper focused on the individual and how they feel about them as a whole.
I don't know what that means, but can you
Like, the only thing I care about is like how things impact potentially in the future, and we don't know how anything is going to play out. And I'm not saying that what you did was specifically like going to lead to harm. It's just I see potentials, and it's I don't know how to really express this in a way where it's like, fuck. I just I can be upset about the thing, but also not put it on you. Just like I'm not putting shit on MrGirl. I don't care. Like, I have my opinions and feelings on things, but I just it's not particular to the person. I don't really know how to express what I'm trying to say. I guess
guide us, Chud?
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you feel you kind of got out what you wanted to say, then
Yeah.
we can probably end it there in terms of you coming
Yeah.
on. Okay.
Yeah, so basically, I mean what I say, and I know people make it about get distracted by me, and also kind of essentialize things to people who are pro or anti Destiny or Mr. Girl or whoever is the topic at the moment. And it's going to keep going, but I thought I'd just throw that out there. So thanks for listening.
No worries, Aiko. Thanks very much for coming on.
See ya.
So yeah.
Can you summarize that real quick for me, Chud?
Well, I think the problem I've got with... first of all, no, I can't. The second thing is... Why are you laughing?
Because I hate
She's
the
criticizing
fucking
what you do, not you as a person. I don't really believe her, but I think that's what she's saying.
I mean, yeah, I just think that... Yeah, anyway, let's... Look, at the end of the day,
Okay.
I thought there were some critiques Aiko made that maybe she was going to bring into the call. It didn't happen. That's fine. Let's just move on, okay? Go back to what we were talking about.
Okay.
Okay, Steven, I feel like
okay?
you're preemptive. I feel like you're preempting by calling yourself a comedian. That Steven Crowder calls himself a comedian.
Okay, wait, let's get away. Let's get
Good
away
point,
from the
let's
word.
go.
We can get. Let's get away
I don't
from
wanna
the.
get away from
the
it.
word.
Because the comedian word.
Because
The comedian
you
word
put-
is
you put
rotting
on
your
this
mind, and we're
armor.
about to waste a whole bunch of time talking about the word comedian. What I'm saying?
we can talk about the word comedian for 5 hours if you want to, but it is a piece of armor that you have donned, and I'm saying I want to acknowledge that you're putting on that armor because I don't think you or me or Chud deserves that armor. I don't think Steven Crowder deserves the comedian armor either. I think a comedian gets a certain leeway to say more outrageous things for the sake of a joke than a political commentator.
Okay, I totally disagree. So I don't even know where we go from there.
Well, another thing I wanted to throw in there too is, wasn't there a court case where Tucker Carlson, I mean, he didn't say he was a comedian, but I think it was something along the lines of nothing he said is supposed to be taken
I
seriously.
believe wasn't that Alex Jones? Didn't he try that for his defamation case?
Alex Jones might have tried it, but I'm pretty sure this was something that happened with Tucker Carlson too.
Okay.
I think that is a defense often used by infotainment people, where
Yes.
like us, where we're telling you stuff that's happening, and we're telling you what we think about it, and we're making jokes along the way. And I think you don't get your news or political takes from a comedian, but you do get them from Destiny.
Okay, what would you have
Mr.
considered
Girl,
Jon Stewart
and Chudlogic.
for the Daily Show?
Infotainment, same
What is
Same ballpark, yeah.
Jon Stewart ain't the same as Louis C.K.
Maybe not. What about Stephen Colbert from the Colbert Report? I think that
Colbert
I think.
Report.
Or what about Bill Maher?
Stephen Colbert's. Again, these are all I mean, Bill Maher and Stephen Colbert are getting a little closer to comedian, but
You wouldn't consider-
their jokes per minute are way higher than you or me or Chud. Like you'll do an 8-hour stream, and like what percentage of your 8-hour stream is devoted to jokes? Like very little.
Okay.
The other
Like,
problem
this
we got is there's
conversation
some
not
people
funny.
that...
We're not making jokes right now. We're just fucking arguing. You don't
I'm ready
see...
to fire off. I'm holding back, okay? But listen,
Chud.
here's the problem we've got as well. Some people will be comedians and they'll do stage shows and shit, and then they'll go, right, I've now got a gig doing like a news show, and I'll chuck a few gags in there, and that makes it difficult to ascertain as well, because like they are a comedian, but they're then doing a news show. And I guess the issue here, and I think that the Steven Crowder thing is probably the best example, because Steven Crowder calls himself a comedian. What defense, if any, does that give him, and why would that not then
The
apply
same
to
defense
you
it
as
would give
well?
any of us, I would say. 100%.
Well, that's why I don't think we should do it.
Okay. We
I
can
don't
argue that
want-
point if you want. I mean, I disagree. I think that one problem in your head is you think that when I say that it's comedy, that gives you carte blanche to say or do anything. You can still be responsible
No.
within the realm of
No,
comedy.
I understand. Like we all do comedy from time to time. I'm just saying we're not comedians that are.
Okay,
like
what
a
is the difference between
comedian-
like the responsibility of a comedian versus just a normal like person? I'm just curious. What do you think is the difference? Because I don't see any difference in the responsibility whatsoever.
You're not a normal person. You are a political fucking giant. You're not a normal person. And like Trump isn't a normal person. Right? Like people with huge followings and huge amounts of political influence are not normal people. I would say me and Chud aren't even normal people. So I
don't disagree.
the
I'm
real
trying to
question
find
is-
what's the difference in what you think the responsibility should be between like me and a
so
comedian.
the
Yeah.
real question, the difference is that people are looking to you to figure out what they think about politics. and people are not generally looking to Louis C.K. to figure out what they think about politics.
Whether you're trying to
People
figure it or
look up
not, do you not think that people are influenced by the types of jokes or things that these people say?
They are, but that's not. Those are similarities. You're asking me about differences. The difference is a fan of you or a fan of me or a fan of Chud is looking up to us politically.
Okay,
And
I don't think
have a
that
huge fan base.
Sure. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think that difference matters. But
Okay.
So I guess the concept then is that because there's some level of this looking up that's happening, the concern is rooted in this idea of like going for a friendly meal with Nick Fuentes, even if you're, having a disagreement with him at some point, is a problem, right? That's kind of where we are with this, I guess.
Well, get into it. What do you want to say?
Okay. I have some things to say about it.
The thing that, right, this is, so
okay.
sorry, listen, I just want to say, because me and Mr. Girl have obviously, we've planned this ambush very, in a lot of detail. I haven't really. We just spoke about it, behind the scenes. I'm sure he doesn't mind me revealing a few non-specific details that, flesh it out a bit. But, there's been times where, like, I've soyed out a bit when I've seen something you're doing. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This sounds crazy. But then when I watch the content, I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem as bad as I thought. Like some of the ways it's described on Twitter and stuff, obviously you buy into it a little bit. And then lo and behold, you look at it and you're like, no, Destiny's gone on and fucking slammed Nick Fuentes in this, Sneeko conversation, And then it's the same thing where I'll be like, fuck me, you went for dinner with Nick Fuentes, what the hell? And then I watch it and I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem quite as bad as I thought. So I keep having this problem where I have a reaction to it, and there's been times where I've messaged Mr. Girl and been like, "Oh, what's going on here? What's all this about? Have you seen this? This is crazy." And then I watch it, and I'm a bit more like, "Okay, well that's fine." And then Mr. Girl gets freaked out because I've watched it and I'm not freaking out like I was before. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, but I do understand having like an emotional response or an emotional reaction to the idea of it happening. The problem I have is like, what's the actual harm or what's the actual outcome off the back of, even if you think it's bad, even if you think there's bad things happening, what is actually going to happen at the other end? Like, are we going to have the Fourth Reich? Are we going to have a Holocaust? Like, probably not. So what is the issue,
I disagree with that. I think Holocaust and genocide are the normal state of humanity, and that it requires people who are actually going to prevent them in power to avoid. So the idea that we're never going to commit genocide or some form of like
come on, mate. That's fucking
atrocity.
bullshit. I'm not saying we're never going to commit an atrocity, okay? Holding back the joke still.
Saying?
What I'm saying is, I don't see how we're going to have, like, it's like people act like Nick Fuentes and Destiny having chicken and waffles is going to lead to the Fourth Reich and a Holocaust. And I just don't see that.
That's
myself.
a straw man. That's a straw man. That's not.
Well, you just straw man me, so I straw man you. Fuck you. There we go.
I'm not straw manning. I'm saying that's like saying if you litter, you're killing all the whales. Like it's not in a, you're kind of expanding the outcome of a pretty small occurrence.
So you could say, okay, if you litter, that's bad for the town that you're in, and it makes it look like shit. So throw your rubbish away, right? So how would you strap that on to the idea of Destiny having dinner with Nick Fuentes, for example?
I believe that by having dinner with Nick Fuentes, Stephen, you're sanitizing. You're sanitizing him.
Okay. That's probably true to some extent, yeah.
And I see it in your subreddit. I gotta stop reading your subreddit, but I see it in your subreddit. There's a lot of jokes like, oh, because I saw Steven and Nick have waffles, now I'm a Nazi, or like now I want there to be a Holocaust, blah blah. And like it seems like the general response of your community is we're not brainwashable, we're not influenceable, we're too smart for Fuentes to screw with our heads. And then there's another like line that's like, well, Fuentes is just an awkward kid. He's like me. I'm his age. We would play Minecraft together. It's like this guy tried to overthrow the fucking government. He's not a normal kid like you. He's like a radicalized, like political, like possible terrorist, or like committing treason. like, yeah, he might play Minecraft. Like, yeah, like it is weird to see somebody who does things like that and then see like their human normal side and be like, oh, they're like a normal person. But that doesn't. That is sanitization at work. I feel like, I don't know. I've turned down every possible appearance with Fuentes, and I think I've said through I've never spoken to him directly, but through our intermediaries, I've said the only way I will talk to Fuentes is in a one-on-one conversation that's like an interview. And the same thing with Lauren Southern. Like, originally I was supposed to play video games with Lauren Southern. We were going to play Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out about her like boat thing, and I was like, well, I don't really want to talk to her about anything except the boat thing. And so I'm not saying I won't talk to her, and I'm not saying I don't think you should talk to Fuentes, but in the Giga Chad thing is the reason I think you shouldn't have dinner with Fuentes, because you and him make the same jokes. Like, when you're joking around with him, you're making fun of progressives. And when conservatives joke around, they also make fun of progressives. The joke, he pretends to be a Nazi, and when you joke around, you pretend to be a Nazi, but he's actually a Nazi. And so it just feels like because of this dynamic, it makes it, and because Nick Fuentes has said explicitly that he uses humor and irony as a way to get his Holocaust denial or racism, to give cover to it. He's literally said that explicitly. That makes it even more like dangerous.
Okay.
You know where you're getting used by Nick Fuentes?
Well, I mean, we're trying to use each other as much as possible.
That's a weird dynamic, though, right?
Yeah, it is. That's welcome to online politics. Do you want me to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's like two main different strategies when it comes to dealing with people that are severely politically misaligned with you. I'll say that, severely politically misaligned. So one avenue that we kind of experimented with online was ban, censor, disengage, don't platform. And we did that relentlessly for 3 to 4 years. When I look at the communities that were in charge of that, all of them are dead and gone. BreadTube is gone. That subreddit, if I go and check, probably has like, there's no more engagement there. All of the big BreadTubers, when people were talking about like them rising up and taking over, there's 114 active users on BreadTube right now. Every thread is 1 comment, 2, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 32, 0, 1. This subreddit is dead. All of the BreadTubers, the big BreadTubers, are dead. A couple of the big ones that are kind of hanging on, like Vosh, are kind of like have either plateaued or are falling off. And then some of the big video essayists, like ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube, have largely kind of like moved out of doing the hardcore political stuff. So it feels like that project of deplatform, disengage, don't address those people. One, not only are they all dead and gone, 2, I don't think any of those people converted anybody. Maybe they got really radical people from the right and made them really radical people on the left. But I find that most of those communities have only served to re-radicalize people, not de-radicalize people. Most people that I would see in like the hardcore BreadTube communities are about as harmful or bad for society as most people that are in the far right communities. They have a huge disengagement with the current political system. They have a huge disavowal with the current establishment, and it ends up causing them to horseshoe together on some positions that I would have never imagined. For instance, disavowing our support of Ukraine in favor of Russia, because on the right, they think that Russian values are something that we should push for, and because on the left, they think that American imperialism is always wrong and there are Nazis in Ukraine. So for effectiveness of the project, it seems like it failed on 2 fronts. 1, the channels died because they were boring and sucked, and 2, they didn't really penetrate any other communities. You didn't see these people, besides really me and Vosh, making headway into arguing with other people or gaining respect or gaining some kind of hold or having some kind of penetration into the other communities on the right. So let's say all of that's true. Let's assume that's true. It is. I've lived it. So let's put.
But can
I'm not going to get to finish. No, hold on. I'm going to keep talking until
Okay,
you stop. Wait.
Let's let this.
What? No, I don't want to.
Let Destiny finish. Well, let's let
You can ask a quick question. Hold on.
please.
You can ask a quick question if you want, but you just laid out your whole shit. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to let you cut me off when I'm trying to lay out my whole shit. So, but you can ask a quick question if you want. Go.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that they are not horseshoeing on ethnic cleansing?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that one now. When I see all of the stuff talking about like these huge tweets blowing up about how important it is that black people can maintain bloodline purity, when I see talk about like getting rid of colonizers from Western countries, that type of stuff is getting very close to it. A lot of that rhetoric is indistinguishable from, actually, it's more extreme than what Nick Fuentes would say now. So I can't answer that question.
The trouble is, I do think that there are.
Oh yeah, no, wait, hold on, no. I want to finish my thing.
Okay,
I'm not going to let him lay out his whole world order without me giving my counter.
Yeah, go on.
Okay?
Sure.
So when I look at my engagement with these other communities, I'm trying to contextualize it in the realm of what is happening today politically in the United States and largely in the entire Western world. Okay, so right now, I feel like our biggest problem is everybody is becoming more and more divided over how we see the world, that more people are moving into these very homogenous, ideologically pure groups, and that's kind of the trend that we've been working towards. So if that is the case, my goal that aligns with what I would want to see happen politically and with my unique talents is I'm able to go to other communities. I'm able to maintain my ideological purity. I'm not a fucking Nazi. I haven't turned into a conservative. I'm not turning into a white supremacist. And I'm able to penetrate these communities using things like humor, affability, willingness to have conversation or debate, and willingness to debate on hard grounds like fact and logic. I'm able to make headways in these communities like nobody else from my side of the political aisle has ever done before. If you want to criticize that there are times when I'm a bit too kind or I don't push back enough, there's tons of criticisms there. Or there's tons of like valid points. You go like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't do this way, or maybe we shouldn't do that way. But like, I think that I'm in a unique position that nobody else on the left is able to be in. And I'm not going to go back to like, oh, deplatform, get rid of blah, 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 blah. Because I see that as an entirely failed model for all of Western politics. And I don't want to go down that road again because I feel like it's already failed.
Well, I don't want you to go down that road either. I don't think Fuentes should be deplatformed.
Okay.
But you don't have to grow him either.
That, I mean, it's going to be inevitable that anybody that I react with or engage with in some manner is going to experience some growth if they're smaller than me. That just is what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. But I think that I think because of that, the way that you interact with them is pretty crucial. So I'm not saying, like, if you had a debate with Fuentes, like if you debate Fuentes on the Holocaust, anti-Semitism, racism, ethno-state, Christian nationalism, whatever, any of those topics, I would have no negative reaction to that at all. I mean, like, I've talked to Richard Spencer. Right?
Sure, I understand.
Like,
but I think the goal is what I'm trying to do is take it one step further. I can do the debate, but I don't want to come off as an overly hostile person all the time in these communities. Like, I want to be seen as somebody that can joke with them, that can, more importantly, understand what they're saying. And then 3, engage in a more friendly manner, because you always have a higher chance of kind of like reconfiguring somebody's mind rather than just being overtly combative.
But Nick Fuentes wants to come off to your community as somebody who is not always hostile, who can engage in a friendly manner, who's open-minded and understands the concerns of your viewers.
I understand.
Right.
And if he's able to do that in a successful way, then I hope my whole viewership turns into Nazis and they go march on the Third Reich. This is what I've spent the better part of the last 10 years working towards. If I can't hold on to my fan base and I lose them all to a convincing Nazi, then fuck me. Then I deserve it. And you know what? Maybe it's a better ideology. Fuck it. If it's that hard to hold people towards liberalism or progressive ideas, then it was always doomed to fail anyway. Like, there are aspects of my engagement with Fuentes that upset people, but I can talk about things with him in a context with him that I could have only dreamed of 2 or 3 years ago. I can preach until I'm blue in the face about the importance of like social welfare and how important it is to take care of the underdog, blah, 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 blah. But in a totally organic setting, I can get a far right Christian nationalist to ask me, hey, why do you think the things you do about like progressive values? And I can get him to ask me that question in a genuine manner, and I'm able to talk about it. Him asking that and giving me the opportunity to talk about that in front of his audience, that's a type of access to their empathy that was unattainable before. I could have never done something like that before, just screaming about how important social welfare is in the middle of a debate.
But at the same time, you're giving him more access to a much larger
Community, sure, I am.
pool of people.
Yep. But I mean that's the trade-off. There's always going to be it's like being vulnerable with an audience. The more vulnerable I am, the more access you get to me, and the more you can hate me too. But I mean that's always going to be the trade-off. Is that as you enter these communities more and more, yeah, theoretically they could turn your audience. But I mean, if you think you're fighting for the right stuff or believe the right stuff, like hopefully you can hold on to that. But go, yeah.
But I don't think you're. I don't think the framing of you would lose your audience to him is right. I think that they'll stay with you because you're friends with him. They can be Nazis and be fans of you. You now have Nazi fans.
Probably.
The idea that a white nationalist doesn't like you because they can't tolerate hearing anything slightly different from their ideology. They don't have to leave your community to become Nazis now.
But I want that. I want there to be because if you are following me for long enough...
Do you want your own community to turn into Nazis?
No.
Obviously not,
The
right?
goal, the idea is generally what I would feel is that if a figurehead is sitting at the top of the community, slowly over time, that community is going to look more and more like that figurehead. That's probably always going to be the case with any community. I don't need a community full of progressives to listen to me preach to them every day about systemic racism and, you know, why we should support Biden or why Republicans are quasi-fascist now under Trump. I don't want to preach to them about that. I don't care about that. They already believe that. They can go to Vosh and get those opinions. But if I can get people that are ideologically incredibly different than me and my fan base, which I'm seeing show up all over my subreddit, all over my YouTube comments, in negative ways on my Twitter, and in my emails, like these are people that slowly over time can hopefully get a bigger buy-in into the things that I talk about. That's the goal. And I don't see any other way to get those people to watch me other than to show them that like I can be in your communities with a level of understanding and humor that makes me like an empathetic character.
I think I know the answer to this already, but I'll ask it nonetheless for everyone else. So obviously, you know, you're doing this with Nick Fuentes. What would be the reason that you wouldn't do this with like communists or other people with like extremist ideologies? Knowing you've done it before, but like why Fuentes now rather than a communist?
There's two big problems with it. One is that far left people are far more frightening to deal with because they can harm me so much more. There is nothing that a far right person can do unless somebody tries to come and kill me. Like other than that, I'm untouchable. Okay, these guys are radioactive on every platform they are on. They can't they have none of the institutional levers of power to do anything to me. I am 100% fine. I'd rather have a forum full of 1 million Nazis hating me than 1,000 dedicated progressives because these guys can destroy your fucking life. So one, the risk is way higher dealing with far left people. Two, because of the types of communities that far left people have, I don't think that far left people have a problem of not being heard. Far left people, I think, have the problem of being listened to too much. Their opinions and their ideas and their emotions are over-validated by other people in society. So for me to fight with that over-validation is almost impossible because my message is going to be hard and rough for a lot of these people to hear. Whereas people on the right, I think they have the opposite problem where they lack validation. They lack people to listen to them. So when I show up to a right-leaning person and I'm like, hey, listen, I know why this shit makes you uncomfortable. I know why it's fucking cringe when people type, you know, the Mayo side and shit. I understand that. That desire to be heard and understood, I think is one of the biggest problems of right-leaning people right now on the internet, is you feel like there are no voices that represent you that aren't totally censored off all platforms and everything else. Whereas on the left, it's the exact opposite. So it's a way harder issue to fight into, I think.
Sure, okay. Obviously, you have been definitely maligned and treated unfairly by sort of figures on the left. Do you feel that any of your emotional response to that has influenced your decision making on any of this stuff?
When it comes to dealing with individuals, probably. But when it comes to my political philosophy and how I conduct myself on the internet, absolutely not. People don't believe. It's funny because we've gone through both things. Like I used to treat left-leaning people with fucking kids. I just treated Aiko with fucking kids gloves. I could have fucking shredded her for all the stupid shit she said, for all the logs that people are sending me now of mods, but I didn't because it's not fucking worth it. And even Merrick, I'm being soft on Twitter given the unbelievable amount of historically stupid shit she said about me. But yeah, I can understand why I come off like meaner towards left-wing people. But again, I think it's because they have so much more power and validation on their side that they feel like they can lay into me so much harder and they can actually do damage to me, whereas people on the right just don't have that power. So they're easier to deal with in a manner, and they're hungry for people that understand them, I think.
Okay. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think that I guess one thing I do want to ask as well is, do you understand? I appreciate there's like a extremist response where people call you a Nazi and shit, sure. But do you maybe understand why some people feel uncomfortable or wary about you going to dinner with like someone like Nick Fuentes?
I understand everything. I understand every point of view simultaneously and all at once. Okay. Yes. Right? The feeling is that from their point of view, somebody like Nick Fuentes has slowly kind of fettered out of reality. He's not somebody that anybody talks about anymore. He's kind of an irrelevant figure. And now all of a sudden, not only am I engaging him in hostile debate, I'm presenting him to my community, which is growing at unprecedented rates, and I'm putting him in front of an entirely new audience to reach out to that he might have never had access to before. So people have this fear in their mind that if I engage with him in a friendly manner, that I'm going to turn him into the next Hassan or Vosh because I'm going to siphon off a huge portion of my community to go become Nazis and follow him. And there's no reason for me to do that other than the selfish pursuits of profits or viewership on my channel. I think that's like the main problem that people have with me.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing is like I say, sorry, I just want to say this quickly. Like I say, when I watch the conversations, and I admit I've not watched every second of every piece of content, you know, I think, yeah, okay, you've done a good job here, fair enough. But I think that, you know, I understand why people kind of get frustrated. But I think my concerns probably align somewhat with MrGirl's, but it's more so like your community that can be really fucking annoying sometimes. But it comes back to how responsible are you for that? Because one thing I know is that your community sometimes they'll have this response where it's like, come on guys, what's the problem with debating Nick Fuentes? We've got to debate bad ideas. And then the goalpost just gets shifted slowly to like, well, come on guys, what's the problem with having dinner with Nick Fuentes? You know, and it's just like...
Yeah, sure, and I say it, and it's a balancing game that I have to play. And I understand, like, there's a responsibility. And sometimes I might not go far enough, sometimes I might go too far. Like, it's a struggle. Like, there's a lot that I'm trying to balance, a lot of plates spinning in the air, of course, I understand that. But like the other side, I think has wholly failed in what they've attempted to do, like spectacularly failed. And when I see how crybaby and disgusting and unempathetic and mind-fucked it is, like watching people on the left try to engage people they disagree with, like people always say like, oh, well, Destiny, can't you be empathetic towards those other people? Hold on.
There's obviously some noise, so we're just waiting.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. People will look at me and they'll be like, "Oh, Destiny, can't you be empathetic towards them?" Yeah, I guess, but like, can you guys be empathetic towards any of the right wingers that feel like they have no voice on the internet? Any of the people that like were like, "Oh, I think it's okay to be white," and got banned off of like platforms or saying, and they're like, "No, those people are racist and evil. That's different. You should feel bad for us because we're righteous and good and we're people of color and trans. But the other people are fucking evil. They're ontologically evil. They're Nazis. They're racist. They're horrible." It's like, no, well, fuck you. If as far as the left shows empathy to the right, it's non-existent. So for them to beg me for empathy when all of their platforms are failing and they fail to penetrate any of these communities at all is rich to me. I don't enjoy that.
I don't think... Okay. When you say the right, I feel like you're giving cover for Fuentes.
I disagree.
It's not just...
But go ahead.
The idea that fascism, ethnic cleansing, and overthrowing your government, your Republican government, are extensions of the right is... I don't agree with that. I think that's insane.
I 5 years ago, I would have agreed with you, but I think that Nick has shifted a little bit more to the left in getting rid of the ultra extremist, at least the anti-Semitic rhetoric, and I think that the main Republican Party has shifted significantly to the right. So when we talk about like problematic things that Fuentes says, that's true, but today 70% of the Republican Party thinks that the election was stolen. So like, I think that the Republican Party is...
Thinking the election is stolen is different from storming the Capitol.
No, you're... Oh, sorry. That is not true. There is a 10-foot bridge from A to B. The Capitol was stormed because they thought the election was stolen.
It's not 10 foot... No, that's insane. It's not 10 feet from believing in a conspiracy to going and risking your life to try to act on believing that conspiracy.
I think they're right connected to each other. It's right there.
Well, then why were there only a couple thousand people there?
I don't know why there were how many people.
If 70% of Republicans think that the election was stolen, why weren't there 10 million people storming the Capitol?
Because I don't know how many of them had the money to fly out for the inauguration or whatever.
That's not why.
The problem is as well.
There's a difference between vaguely believing in a conspiracy theory and actually believing that you have a fucking direct connection to God telling you to go storm the Capitol and then going and doing it.
I don't have an answer for why more people didn't fly in, but like what I know today,
because they're not fucking insane.
I
Nick
disagree.
Fuentes is insane.
I disagree.
Do you think Nick Fuentes is insane?
I don't even like the word insane. He's very far right. I would agree with that, for sure.
Okay.
But I think the average Republican
people,
Party, this is what I think. If Trump came out as a fascist leader, I think that over 51% of the Republican Party would support him in the overthrow of the government. I think they would. And that's where we're at right now. Over half of them believe that the election was rigged. How many supported him, like sending the military to build the wall? How many supported him, like unilaterally
supporting
tariffing?
him is different from going.
I don't know how many people would go for it. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so like, I just feel like you're doing the thing that people do all the time. You have incels, and then you have mass shooters.
Okay.
And then, like, they might have some beliefs in common, but there's a big fucking difference between I'm an incel and blah, 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 and I'm actually going to go shoot people.
Sure.
There's a difference
and I agree with you.
Walmart is evil.
That's fine, but it's like, it even comes down to a difference.
And showing up at their headquarters.
That's fine. There's a difference between how we even quantify what we would consider harmful. Because I would say that a lot of the bad rhetoric on the left led to, was it, how many, I would say that bad rhetoric on the left led to over $1 to $2 billion of property damage over the BLM riots. But none of that is considered extremist violence. None of that is considered extremist rhetoric. Nobody even knows how many people died during the BLM riots, right? All of that was okay because it was for our cause.
Okay,
Yeah.
I consider rioting and burning down businesses and municipal buildings and blowing up cop cars and setting dumpsters on fire. I consider that extremist violence. Now, a lot of that is also opportunist violence. People see other people doing something and they just join in because they're angry or whatever. They want to steal TVs, whatever. There's not every single person doing that violence is an extremist themselves, right? We agree on
Okay, sure.
that?
That's probably true of the January 6th stuff as well, yeah.
Well, that's true of January 6th, except Nick Fuentes is not one of the people who's just joining in because he wants to see what the inside of the Capitol looks like. He's not one of the people who's just like, oh, I feel like throwing a brick through a window. So
he's a thought leader. He's a thought leader, right?
He's a thought leader. He's an instigator, and he has said he is proud of that role that he played. And again, it's the fucking Capitol building, and they were going in to try to kill Mike Pence, and they're not raiding a fucking Foot Locker.
I don't know what you're trying to convince me of here. I agree. This was all horrible. I think it was uniquely one of the worst moments in American history. But the problem was, it wasn't Nicholas Fuentes and his America First people that were there. It was Nick Fuentes and a bunch of like relatively ordinary conservative people that were there, with like 5% being part of the Oath Keepers or whatever. But those were a lot of normal, fat, fucking Republican fucking dudes that were just there to raid the building and do shit.
That's true, but he is a political operator. He's not just a normal person.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, so he's not a civilian.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. He's an important political figure in his movement, of course, yeah.
Okay, so when I say Nick Fuentes is insane, I'm saying he's not a normal person in the sense that, oh, Trump told me to do this and it's right there, so I'll walk down and the protest is turning into a thing and now we're going to the bed. That's not the role he's playing. That's not how he thinks. So I just feel like, again, you're providing so much cover for him right now.
I hate
saying
this. Stop saying I'm providing cover. Like, I can accurately describe his views better than you can.
Then stop doing it.
I'm not providing cover. He's a far-right figure. I think his ideology is damaging for the United States. I think that his movement is largely composed of anti-Semitic and racist people. Like, if he had his way, yeah, I don't know what cover am I providing for him. Like, I can accurately describe every view he has.
All those things are also true of Steve. All those he's a Nazi. He tried to overthrow the government.
Okay.
If somebody asked me who's Nick Fuentes,
sure,
I would say he is a Nazi who tried to overthrow the government. He owns a streaming platform. He's been banned from all these places, and he's a friend of a friend, I guess I would say. I wouldn't say those things about Steven Crowder. Everything you just said to describe Fuentes is true of Steven Crowder.
No. I don't know if Crowder's fans are as racist or anti-Semitic in the same type of way that Fuentes' fans are. It's a different flavor of it. For Steven Crowder's fans...
Yeah, Crowder's fans are not Nazis. They're just far right.
Sure, Nazi is a whatever word. I don't even know what the fuck people mean when they say that
Steven Crowder's fans are like some of the mainstream conservatives.
You don't know what a Nazi is? Somebody who wants to round people up into camps and kill them or or get them out
That's
of the
not at all what a Nazi is. There's tons of people that have done that. Mao did that in China. People did that in Japan. We rounded people up in camps in the United States in internment camps in World War II. Like that's not a Nazi. We did that to Native Americans. So no,
I think that
so
is
just
what a
by
Nazi
you
is.
saying just by you saying that, you've already proved you don't know what a Nazi is. Okay, so let's dump that term because it doesn't describe anything.
That's a fascist who believes in race in ethnic cleansing. A Nazi specifically wants to cleanse out the Jews and other people of color.
Sure.
Okay.
So Fuentes doesn't at least openly advocate for that anymore. So when you say that, you automatically lose anybody that's part of his movement. That might be like a covert thing that they're pushing for, or maybe if he had his perfect fucking world, it would, but that's not what a thing they talk about anymore.
Wait, let me explain the mechanism by which I lose somebody who's part of his movement. I guess you're arguing that his fans are not also Nazis.
I don't like to use the word Nazi because I don't know what the fuck anybody means when they say that anymore, right?
Oh, well, I just told you what I mean. He wants to cleanse the country of Jews and black people.
I don't know if he wants to cleanse the country of Jews.
He wants a white
I think that right now their ideal policy positions would be to stop the immigration of black people or brown people, to maintain the racial majority of white people, and to try to do something to get Jews out of disproportionate positions of power. That'd probably be the positions they would push for now.
That's more realistic. But if Fuentes could do whatever he wanted, if he were the dictator, do you think that's what he would do? You think he would stop there?
I don't know. He's given answers before. It's hard to guess. I would imagine he'd probably be more extreme. Probably. Like, it would involve, like, mass killing.
I think... Yeah, okay. So, then let's just call him a fucking Nazi, since you believe that if he came to power, he would commit genocide.
If you want to play that game, then you play that game. Then you do that. That's not how I communicate with people. It is a game.
It's not a game. Okay.
It's a game. It's a language game. I want to choose.
Do you stand by your statement of 10 seconds ago he would commit genocide if he came to power?
If Fuentes was in power, there's a chance. I don't know 100%. But when I'm describing...
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't care. I'm not trying to divine what's inside of his head. I'm trying to deal with the rhetoric that he delivers to his fans and the positions that he states that I can have a tangible disagreement with, and the things that his fans say. That's what I'm interested in. That's what
when you say I'm gonna lose his audience, and you're making it sound like his audience would be like, how could Mr. Girl call him a Nazi? He's not a Nazi. He would never do anything like that. We wouldn't want something like that. That's a horrible thing to say. I don't think that's the reaction from his average fan.
Because there are probably a chunk of them that don't think that way. There are probably a chunk of them that think, you know what? There are differences between black people, Asian people, and white people, and I do think Jews are a little fucked. I wish we could just stop all the immigration. At the very least, have white people sit at the top of the hierarchy in the United States. Like, let's maintain that racial majority. Let's keep black people, brown people from immigrating here en masse, and let's do something about the disproportionate power that Jewish people have over, like, media and Hollywood. That would probably be... and if they think that, then when you go into those communities, you want to fight that thought. You have to fight against that. But if you're going to go like, you're a Nazi... They're going to be like, oh, fuck you, I'm not a Nazi. And now you've lost it. It's gone. I felt this way before. When people called me homophobic in 2012 because I called people fags, the reason why I didn't listen to any of them is because they called me homophobic. I'm not homophobic. I know I'm not homophobic. And I instantly shut those people out. It took me like years to learn why you shouldn't use those types of insults. And it's because all the people that could have convinced me otherwise instantly wrote me off as homophobic. I'm like, oh, well, fuck you. I'm not going to listen to anything you say. Because I know I'm not homophobic.
Do you think I'm using Nazi as an insult?
Yes, you are using Nazi as an insult. You're choosing that word because it's the one that has the most moral weight and gravity that you can find. That's why you use it because it feels good to use. It feels good to call somebody a Nazi. It's like a left version of the N-word. You're Nazi. Fucking Nazi. Like, it's exactly what
Have I ever called anybody a Nazi before that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. But when you're saying he's a Nazi and all his fans are Nazis, he's a fucking probably a race realist, Christian fucking theocratic dude, Christian monarchy, whatever, like Christian nationalist. There's a lot of words you can
call
him.
lumping Mr. Girl in with the fucking leftoids. Like,
I'm not trying to lump him in. I'm
That's
just
what
saying
it feels like.
I'm not trying to lump him in. Well, I'm saying that the tactic of picking the word that is like the most like...
It's not a tactic. I literally think he's a Nazi. You want me to use a fucking euphemism to not offend him?
It's not
or
a
you
euphemism.
Or
just
fans?
hit the points accurately.
Am I misgendering him? Is that not his preferred pronoun? I think he's literally a Nazi.
Okay.
Didn't we have this discourse as well?
You just said you think he would commit genocide if he were a dictator against Jewish people. What other word do you want to use to describe somebody who believes that? Far right is sanitizing. This is my problem with you not calling him a Nazi, is that you are sanitizing him by making it sound like, well, some people are against abortion, and then some people are against contraception, and then some people are like think that there should be, evolution shouldn't be taught in school, and then some people want to kill all the Jews. Like, it's just the next step in the natural line. Like, no, it's not the same fucking thing at all.
Okay. I would rather engage with the policy positions or with the thoughts that he's stating than to label him as something and start from there.
Then you should evade you should say, I don't want to label him. You shouldn't say he's not a Nazi, because he is.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, if I said that, okay. If I said that, then I was mistaken. What I should have said was, I don't want to call him a Nazi. If you want to call him a Nazi, and I did say that, go for it. That's on you.
You
can
called
do
him
that
a
again.
Nazi on Twitter. You said he's basically a Nazi like 2 hours ago.
Sure. Then maybe I do sometimes. It's back and forth. Then what is even your problem with me?
Well, then why? Okay, my goal. Okay.
Hold on.
If you're
The way
okay
that I
calling him
act
a
on
Nazi-
Twitter in terms of like calling like he's basically a Nazi, I'll say that. He's probably basically a Nazi, sure. But when I'm in their community and I'm engaging with them, my goal isn't to soy the fuck out and scream Nazi, Nazi, Nazi,
I'm
Nazi, Nazi
not
over and over
saying
again.
you
That's not
should
what I'm going
soy out. Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is, I would like, if I could control you, I would like to see you call him a Nazi, but that doesn't mean you have to soy out. You don't have to scream at him. You have to stop talking.
What
to him
advantage do I have labeling him a Nazi rather than just engaging with his actual words? What is the advantage that I gain there?
It's not about the advantage to you. It's about not giving cover to Nazism. It's about stopping or challenging this ideology and not providing loopholes where he sees a big loophole in you. He sees this big gap where you're like, I don't want to appear soy. Right? That's the worst thing. The worst thing for you.
This is the thing, the criticism. The age of the Giga Chad, yes.
Yes. The worst thing for you emotionally in your brand is for you to appear soy. And calling somebody a Nazi is too soy for you, unless you're using it to mock another leftist. He sees that as a big fucking gap that he can just fly right through. And there's no resistance from you.
The word Nazi doesn't mean anything anymore, so I can't use that in serious conversation. If we were 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, maybe, but at this point, me calling him a Nazi would be like me debating a red pillar and using the term toxic masculinity, or me talking about being a feminist. Even if they might be accurate, and I'll grant you, given Nick's ideal policy positions, maybe once he won't come out, probably would be a Nazi, sure. Or close enough to it that I'd feel comfortable calling him a Nazi. But that word has been so soyified, has been so drugged through the dirt that it has lost all meaning, and it instantly signals me as being an outsider loser that has no capability of understanding what they think. So there are certain words that I don't touch anymore because people have destroyed the meaning of those words. Nazi, fascist, toxic masculinity, feminism, pro-trans, ally, whatever. I just don't touch these words anymore because they're fucked.
Okay. I think that this is a problem because SJWs have overused that word, right? And conservatives have overused the word SJW. These are all terms that we don't want to touch because they're lame and they discredit you. But we're in this environment of like algorithmically charged, psychologically manipulative content, this content feeding machine that does advance bad ideas over good ideas. I agree with you in an ideal, like ancient Greece, we're all sitting around a table talking about ideas, then yeah, maybe good ideas win. But that's not where we are. We know that fake news spreads faster than real news because it's more psychologically gratifying and emotionally evocative. And then the way it's delivered with the social media algorithms multiplies that by 1 billion. We have these social media companies complaining about Andrew Tate banning him when they made him.
I disagree with both of those concepts. Just so real quick, I used to believe this. I think that good ideas can win, but I think people felt like they don't have to fight for them anymore, and they should be provided self-evidently. So when we look at things as like fake news spreading better than good news or real news or whatever, that misinformation spreads faster than information, I think the reason why is because I think the people that spread misinformation do a fuck ton of work to dress it up in highly lucrative ways. They work so much on their messaging. They work so much on undermining establishment messaging. They work so hard on presenting their ideas in the best light possible. And people that are in charge of disseminating true information basically paste it out, size font 10, Times New Roman, boring as fuck, here it is, and if you don't believe it, we're going to ban you from everything, call you a Nazi, and tell you that you're not allowed to talk to anybody. That's what it feels like to me. So I don't feel like that the algorithms and everything else incentivize fake news or whatever. It feels that way, but it's because those people are playing on the algorithms more than people on the other side are, and I think that needs to change.
Okay. Okay. Well, I accept your disagreement there. I still believe what I said, but I mean, even right now, your channel's going through unprecedented growth, right? Mm-hmm. And Fuentes is in all your thumbnails and recent videos. And Google is pushing that. Mm-hmm. These are people who, I assume most of them are getting these videos recommended to them.
Sure.
So Google says, we're going to ban this guy. His rhetoric is so harmful. But if he's on this other guy's channel, we'll blast it out to the entire fucking universe. And like, look all the money we're making. So I'm just trying to paint this kind of broader picture of the tools that we have to argue against genocide as an idea or a plan have been wasted by people like Aiko using them on me and anybody else anybody else they find remotely offensive. So now we're not allowed to use those tools of rhetoric to push back, because even the act of pushing back makes you look like a loser. And then the humor thing allows you guys to joke back and forth. Like you're on there saying he's saying you can't have kids with Melina because how are you going to know who the parent is or something? And then you're like, yeah, she belongs to the street, right? And it's like he's making fun of your wife, and then you're making fun of your wife because that's what we do. Like as funny progressive-ish people, we make fun of our own group. But Nick Fuentes doesn't do that. He also makes fun of your group.
Sure,
so
it depends on the engagement.
Using all these tools.
But it depends on the engagement with the humor, right? Like, when I say Melina belongs to the streets, I'm not really making fun of Melina. I'm making fun of him for saying it. I'm knowingly in an open relationship. My whole community knows where I stand on that. And Melina obviously knows where I stand on that. So when I throw things like that... So I understand you can find aspects of my humor, right? When he says, like, 9/11...
He would...
That's... I know that he might not, right? But obviously the humor is complex.
Yeah. Yeah. It is complex, but conservatives don't mock themselves to mock the other side. They just mock the other side.
I don't know if that's true, but I'd have to dig through every single joke being made.
It feels true. Like when you think of Steven Crowder's jokes, right? Steven Crowder's like never like, well, today on the right wing Nazi.
Sure, on those types of programs, but left leaning people
show.
are never going to make fun of themselves either. It's going to be all calling conservatives hillbillies and. But
we do. We're
sure, you and I do.
Moderate
sure.
lefts. Yeah, and Chud does too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue here is, and this is, I think, calling back a bit to an earlier point, but, Nick has clearly stated that he, hides his true beliefs and through irony, and that's a strategy that he's got. So even if you believe he's kind of, moved to the left, as you say, somewhat on, say the Jewish question, how can you tell that? Because he still makes jokes about it, and you might think, well, he's just joking and playing on that history, but he could be genuine. Like, how would you ascertain what's true and what isn't?
For Nick's jokes?
Right, and so you're...
I don't have
he's
to
constantly joking about Jews, isn't
For
he?
Nick's jokes, all of them are half true, of course. I know what his ideology is, no shit. But when I joke about 9/11 being right-wing violence because it's coming from Israel, he's laughing, but obviously he thinks part of that is true, of course. No shit.
So where has he moved left on the Jewish question exactly?
It's a whole conversation that's not even worth getting into, that I don't care about. The goal isn't to change just Fuentes' mind, though. The goal is to get some buy-in to these communities so that I at least have their ear.
Okay, I agree that this is good for you and good for your content and good for your growth. Absolutely. My problem is that you are algorithmically and just both algorithmically and just through your own size supercharging Nazi ideology and then admitting that you don't feel that you have the tools to challenge it without discrediting yourself and basically saying there's no way to even talk about this, how this is what's happening, without making yourself look like a soy leftist.
So I think I do have the tools to challenge it. I think I'm uniquely positioned to do that, number one. And number two, without making myself look like a soy leftist, there's just certain words that you can't use anymore. The right is just as much a victim of this as the left, in terms of like there are certain things you can say or can't say because of like how they're taken or whatever by other people. Like that's just a reality of the evolving landscape of language. Like that's not my fault. I can't do anything about that. The fact that racist or Nazi or fascist or these words have been used so much that they kind of lose all meaning, it is what it is. Like, for instance, I would argue to some extent, I think Nick has moved, whether he'd admit it or not. I think he used to be like a white supremacist, and I think now their ideas are more in line with kind of like white separatism, because it's a little bit of an easier idea to sell, that we're not better than black people, we're all just kind of different from each other, and that should be respected. Like, that's an example. Still extremist rhetoric, but it's moderated a bit, because the other position is a little bit harder to sell.
You think the rhetoric has changed, or you think his beliefs have changed?
I think that when rhetoric changes, I think belief will slowly follow, invariably. You can't go mask on all the fucking time and expect your entire audience to follow you. Eventually, some of them are going to change their minds. That's what we're arguing about on the opposite end. If I make enough Nazi jokes, will my community slowly change over time? If he makes enough like cuck jokes or whatever jokes, is his community slowly going to change over time?
Nick was in his Telegram talking about how Gideon was proving his beliefs about race.
Sure, racial
IQ.
IQ. That was one of the things they argued about. Yeah, sure. They're race realists. Yeah.
Okay, so Nick has said that he's going to hide Holocaust denial, anti-Semitism, and jokes. And that you can't say his real beliefs. He can't express his Nazism freely. And you're saying that you think that because he can't express it freely, therefore he has to change his rhetoric, and therefore his beliefs and the beliefs of his followers will change.
Over time, yes.
Isn't that just the... Okay. So isn't that justification for just like outlawing or banning racist rhetoric?
Then the problem is that rhetoric still exists in other places. And the problem is the goal shouldn't be to ban it. The goal should be to change it over time. That should be like the goal. Or like find a way to curb the rhetoric without getting rid of the people. That's the issue. Like if there was a way theoretically to ban all of that type of speech but keep those people around, maybe that would be different. But what's happening is everybody is segregating off into different communities now, and we've lost the ability to communicate with each other. Because it seems like there's just as many
he's explicitly saying that he is going to hide his true beliefs from people like you. And then when he stops talking about his true beliefs, you're saying like, oh, his beliefs are changing. But he's explicitly stated, I'm going to hide my true beliefs about Jews and my true intentions.
Sure, he's 24 years old. Do you think that if he, quote unquote, hides his true beliefs, do you think he could maintain that over half a decade? Over years and years and years, he could remain just as radical while masking his beliefs constantly on public platforms?
I have no fucking idea.
Okay, I don't think anybody can do that. So if he is forced to mask his beliefs, or if he is doing that over time, it's possible, nay, even probable, that his beliefs, his true beliefs, are more radical than what he lets on, for sure.
You don't think anybody can pretend that they do not want to commit genocide?
Not want to commit genocide? Sure.
But you just said you think he does want to commit genocide.
Sure.
You just said if he was a dictator.
What I said was that like
you said if he was dictator, he'd probably commit genocide.
I said it's possible. I don't know 100%. I told you I can't divine his thoughts, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's a 0% chance.
But he's not saying he would commit genocide. I just feel like you're fucking doing like an impressive
what do I do?
gymnastics.
So I need to just scream at him every time I see him. Don't have him in real life anymore. When he comes into Discord, scream and shout at him. Sorry the fuck out. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
It's me. It's me.
Okay. What are your prescriptions?
Max,
tell me your prescriptions.
Okay. Do not let him or your audience for a second forget who Nick Fuentes is. And the fact that he said explicitly, I'm going to pretend I'm more moderate than I really am, makes it so that you actually need to work harder to remind them of who he is, what he's done, and what he's said. And you're not doing that. You're doing the opposite of that.
Okay, how can I do that in a way that doesn't...
You're saying he's just a 24-year-old kid.
Tell me how I can do that without looking soy as
out?
fuck. Yes.
Well, this is the problem that we're getting at, is that, we're so fearful of looking soy. Yeah, we're going to have to dip into a bit of soy sometimes. I don't know how else to suggest it. But
okay, then that can be people like your guys' jobs. The people that are making the post on my server is like, just to remind you guys, Nick is a Nazi. Then
I don't want to be soy, though. I don't want to do it.
I don't want to be soy because if I'm soy, I lose all credibility. I can't be soy. That's the whole point of what I'm doing. Is that if I come off as a soy progressive, then
that is why he is targeting you.
Sure, and it's why I'm able to talk to him.
I understand that, but Nick's in Nick Clone's path to actually becoming the dictator leader of the United States.
I don't
of
think so. Like, if anything, he's the best person for me to associate. He has no YouTube. He doesn't have an official Twitter.
We just saw Trump. Trump doesn't have a Twitter, Trump's also banned from all these sites.
Trump is also a billionaire.
May well be,
and was the president of the United States.
This is where I really diverge from you, Matt, because I just think we talked about this, okay? And I feel like you're giving no, it's not Jesus fucking Christ, right? It's like we and you know, we spoke about this, and I'm saying to you, yeah, I don't know what the outcome is, and then you said it in a way that seemed really extreme, and then I said, oh, I don't know if it's quite that, and now you're
you're strong, man. Let me finish.
And now you're saying Nick Fuentes is going to be the fucking president. He's going to wipe people out. This is fucking ridiculous.
That's not what I said. Stop. That's not what I said.
Go on.
I said the path for Fuentes, or a Fuentes clone, to becoming an actual dictator leader of this country is through people who enable them, who do not stop them, who amplify them, and who are afraid to look soy and tell them no. That's what I said. I'm not saying that Fuentes is going to become a dictator. Don't fucking strawman me.
Okay, but
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the last person, the person who's come the closest to becoming a dictator of this country is Trump, and he did it by half ironically memeing his way into the White House with semi-racist, semi-ironic jokes, always plausible deniability, always saying, "Oh, I didn't mean, I was just joking."
Couldn't you argue that in the beginning with Trump, people tried your strategy? Wasn't Trump almost universally chided, universally ignored, universally panned by media?
I didn't say you should ignore him, and I didn't say you should chide him. I said you should, if you want a fucking playbook, look at my talk with Richard Spencer. I was friendly with him. I liked him. We got along. We had a good conversation. We were cordial. We had a ton of ideas exchanged between us. But I did say every few minutes, I think your ideas are abhorrent. I just want to be clear that I'm just hearing you out here. I think you're like a white supremacist, or I think the idea of an ethno-state is terrible. I don't agree with anything you're saying, but I am interested in hearing about your ideology and what makes you tick. It's like interviewing.
When you get relentlessly shut on for that content, though, people said that was shit, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's fine. I don't think Steven's afraid of getting shit on. I'm saying that I don't think
because you platformed him, they criticized you still. They still criticized you for platforming him. It still wasn't enough.
I'm not giving you a prescription for not getting criticized.
I feel like when I'm talking to Nick, I feel like I bring these things up pretty often. Maybe I'd have to go back and check, and it's not as often as I think. But I feel like I'm constantly referencing, you are kind of a white supremacist. Or, you do believe some pretty weird fucking things about Jewish people. I feel like I say this quite often.
Do you remember when Trump said Kim Jong-un was his friend?
Yes.
That was bad.
Yes. Wait, who's Trump and who's Kim Jong-un in this relationship?
Steven is Trump.
Okay.
And when you become friends with somebody, you sanitize them. So I'm not saying you don't bring up the topics, but you're asking me my prescription. Don't tell me that you don't see the difference between me having a very structured, careful interview conversation with Richard Spencer about his beliefs and contrasting them to mine, and going out for fucking chicken and waffles with him, with Shaylin. You don't see I know you see the difference. So if you're asking me my prescription, that is my prescription, is that radioactive fucking shit needs to be handled with radioactive equipment. And I'm not saying that, and calling him like freaking out and calling him a Nazi as the insult or berating him that's also not the way to handle it. I agree with you. I don't think leftists know how to do this either, but I think there is a way to, when you interview Jeffrey Dahmer, you don't go out for chicken and waffles with him afterward.
The problem is the broadcast of the dinner. That's the issue at hand, right?
I would say even having the dinner or broadcasting the fact of the dinner. But I mean, yeah, it's people are saying Steven can be friends with whoever he wants, but it has a different meaning when you're friends with somebody. Because it's when the channel is friends with him.
I I don't know. I mean, my goal, essentially, as of late, is to show that I can get along with anybody. I can talk to anybody. I think most people get along with most people, talk to most people, and that the longer I have their ear, the more I can kind of slowly, over time, like, bring them over to my ideas. That's my hope. That's my goal. Part of that might involve friendly conversations. A lot of that involves really aggressive conversations, of which I've had a ton of with Nick. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see in
You think
6
you're
months
more,
where we're at, or do I think I'm more what?
We can already see in your subreddit where we're at.
Where are we at? It's people going crazy, swinging back and forth over everything. I don't know how you can get a thumb on anything that's going on in the subreddit. I don't know what people's thoughts are.
Because both sides are completely missing what's happening to them.
Sure, but this is always a
memes
history.
aside, has your perception of Nick changed after watching his last 2 IRL hangouts with Destiny? Top comment: I realize he's very much similar to me since I'm a Zoomer. He's super normal with insane ideas. I'd play Minecraft with the person I was talking about. Yeah, he's less intimidating now. His ideas are still dog shit. He seems like an awkward kind of dork.
Orders
the same food as Destiny.
Isn't that arguably a good thing, rather than seeing these people as like greater than human, like supernatural figures or whatever? Like, here's a theme I've gotten through some emails, is sometimes I get emails from people that email me and they're like, hey, I've got a friend / brother / father who's like a super normal dude and everything seemed fine. And then we had a conversation one day and I found out that this guy thinks that like the Mossad is in control of US media. What the happened? I never could have thought that my friend / brother / dad / whoever could have possibly started to believe this stuff. Because it seems like all the people that are, like people like Fuentes or whatever, these guys are people that are screaming from their podium at AFPAC and they're doing that shit, and normal people don't believe this stuff. Don't you think it's good to show that, like, well, actually, if you look at Nick, he looks like a normal dork. He's a normal dude. Like, yeah, he actually is kind of a normal dude.
That's a double-edged sword. It's
of course.
Good if it is in the it's good if it's in the context of you cannot forget what he really believes or what he really wants to do. He wants to kill people. He wants to kill millions of people. And you can't forget that. So it's interesting to watch Jeffrey Dahmer eat a sandwich. It's interesting to watch Kim Jong-un, fix his hair or whatever. Yeah, these are interesting human moments that make us realize that anybody can be radicalized, that these are real people. But it also has the effect of sanitizing him and making people think, oh, he's not so bad.
I want to sanitize him as a person. I don't want to sanitize his ideology, because I think people need to see him as a human. But if I'm missing the point, or if I'm fucking up and I haven't been pushing back hard enough, I mean, I don't know. I look for things like that.
You're fucking up right now.
How am I fucking up?
Because you should understand that you're doing something dangerous.
Of course it's dangerous. Everything I do.
Okay, but when you understand, but this is dangerous. You should understand that, and when you get pushback from the people who least want to be seen as soy leftists, me and Chud. And if we're saying like, hey, we're kind of concerned about this, you should not meet it with a fucking avalanche of defensiveness and counter arguments. Shouldn't you be saying like, well, yeah, what do you guys think I should do? I know you asked me that.
That's what I should have been. No, I've never thought about this before. Holy shit, tell me. Yeah, of course I've got an avalanche of counter arguments and shit. I should think about this fucking shit all the time. I talk about this to fucking Melina. Yeah, I think about this stuff a lot, of course. Like, I'm putting Nick in front of 14,000 viewers. Of course I'm thinking about, like, am I doing a good thing? Is this a bad thing? What should I joke about? What should I joke about? I thought about this shit a ton, of course. You're not the first person to make me think about this.
I'm not saying I am. I'm saying that you don't seem that open to our feedback.
I'm open. I'm listening. But everything you've told me, I've read in my subreddit.
You're talking. You're arguing. You're counter-arguing.
Tell me what I should do.
Okay,
please.
Wait a second. Wait.
You don't fucking care. Look.
It's not that I don't care. It's that I'm not hearing anything novel here. Like, this is stuff I've read on my subreddit. I thought about myself a million times over. Of course. Like, don't you think it's problematic that Nick might be personalized? Bro, I've heard these arguments since 2017. We first debated. Of course, I've heard this stuff and thought about it before. For you to bring this up to me like it's okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think another thing to bear in mind.
I think that if you're
fucking speak. I've had enough of this shit. Okay, listen. I've been cucked a number of times. Okay, and I'm fucking sick of this shit. This was my idea in the first place. I'm getting cucked left, right, and center. Listen, I'm not a fucking cuck. All right. No, you shut up now. Okay, I've had enough. You're gonna make me say something anti-Semitic soon. I fucking swear to God.
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
nice.
Listen. I know. Listen, I'm trying to hold back from the jokes because it's supposed to be a subscription. Anyway, right. Listen. Okay. I think the issue here is this, okay? I agree with some of your concerns, as we've spoken, Mr. Go, of course, right? I think that what I'm hearing here, though, is that it seems like there is a method to the perceived madness, and Destiny does have a plan of a structure in place, right? And I can see that coming through in the way he's talking about this. But it seems like you're kind of saying that even though he's had some thought process, you just think fundamentally him going for the chicken and waffles dinner was wrong. And nothing's going to get around that, I don't think, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of points I'm making that I don't really feel like you're addressing, Stephen. I feel like I am being met with a avalanche of counter arguments and evasiveness.
Okay, if you want, you can give me 1 point and we can go point by point if you want. I'll write it down.
Okay.
Excellent. Let's calm things down. That's what we want. Excellent.
I'm so calm.
By the way, sorry, I just want to say as well, President Sunday's like messaging me loads. I'm happy to bring him in later, but I just want to have a bit more backwards and forwards.
No. I don't want him in here.
Wow.
Okay, that's fine. If you blacklisting President Sunday, fair enough. Continue.
Yeah, because he's just trying. It has nothing to do with what we're fucking talking about. Okay. Why is it wrong for Destiny to do a hangout stream with Fuentes? Is the post 200 upvotes?
Mm-hmm.
Top comment. I don't know. I can't remember what Destiny said about it, so I don't have an opinion. Okay. Your community believes that they are not brainwashable or influenceable.
Okay.
That's what this top comment means, right? It's a sarcastic joke saying like we can think for ourselves. Okay, that's not true.
Of course.
I think that's a huge problem here.
That's true of every community, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's a problem. They'll joke about how we need Destiny's response to know what to think about things, but unironically, most of them do. Yeah, of course.
Okay. So that combined with your unwillingness to call him a Nazi, at certain times, reluctance to provide pushback for fear of looking soy.
We're not going to do this one at a time. You're going to do the 52 arguments, and then we're going to get hung up on one. Is that what you want to do, or do you want to go one by one?
You just agreed with that point. I'm moving on to the next.
I didn't agree with the first one.
Okay.
Okay. When you say unwillingness to call him a Nazi, okay, there are certain conversations. So I had a conversation with somebody yesterday about calling Trump a fascist. There are certain conversations where I'm comfortable using different words depending on what the context of the conversation is, okay?
Okay.
If I'm having a one-on-one conversation with somebody and I have a lot of intellectual trust with that person, then the language that I use is going to look a lot different than when I'm communicating to a broader audience, okay? I think it's fair to say that for all intents and purposes, Nick in his ideal world is pretty closely aligned with being a quasi-neo-Nazi. Probably pretty close, if not all the way there. He has the anti-Semitism, for sure. Probably the drive for ethnic cleansing, although he won't admit it. And some weird new Pan-American bastardized version of the Aryan race where you just have to look white enough to make it in. Not Aryan, but like close enough, right? So I can agree with that in the context of a conversation, sure. If I'm on a panel or doing something and a progressive comes in to scream at me over something like, don't you think Nick is a Nazi? I'm probably going to say no, because most of the time that word is thrown around, it's used as a moral sledgehammer. Like when somebody calls you a pedophile. They don't actually even know what a pedophile is. They're just saying it because they don't like you. They're uncomfortable with the views that you expect from the children, and they just want to swing that around. And the frustrating thing for you, I think, is that people won't engage with you about how you feel about cuties or aging with somebody. They won't actually engage with any of those topics. They just use that as a sledgehammer to avoid conversation. And that's my issue generally with the word Nazi, is people just use that to avoid conversation. So I am willing to call Nick a Nazi if I'm having an intelligent conversation with somebody that I feel like we're having a good conversation of ideas, one. And two, I do call him a Nazi a lot when I'm hanging out with him. You can argue that it's done in a half joking way, but I'm pretty sure I said it multiple times at dinner, multiple times in our 9/11 argument, multiple times. Yeah. Okay, go.
But it is done in a half. I would argue it's done in a half joking way. Okay. So in the story, in the hypothetical you just gave us,
yes,
you're willing to say in front of thousands of people that Nick Fuentes is not a Nazi, given the right context.
Depending on the type of conversation I'm having, yeah. Or that you shouldn't call him a Nazi. Okay. Yeah. Or call his fan base Nazis.
So this is a problem for me, because you're saying that you can be socially pressured or spited or whatever into saying Nick Fuentes is not a Nazi in front of your extremely impressionable audience, who believes they are not impressionable, which makes them even more impressionable. That is sanitization in action. That is why Nick Fuentes has his sights set on you as the sanitizer. At first it was Stardust.
Am I good? Or are you pausing?
What? No, that's it. Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
whenever.
So when you say you can be socially pressured into saying something like it's a negative, that's not a negative. That's rhetoric, right? Rhetoric is where you're trying to persuade in some social thing, not in a vacuum, right? An argument might look mathematical or philosophical if I'm just writing a paper and I'm literally just like, here is the thing, right? But when we talk about like the whole part of the pathos part of the triangle is making certain types of appeals relating to the audience, or the ethos of like building your own character up, or whatever, right? So part of rhetoric is being familiar with social pressure. It's an important part of understanding how your message is being received. Number one. Okay. So that's number one. So number two, you're saying that I'm saying it in front of an impressionable audience. That is true. My issue is that I have never, ever, I don't water down Fuentes' beliefs. I just want people to accurately state them so that they can be attacked with accuracy. Just calling somebody a Nazi and screaming they want to genocide everybody doesn't give you the ability to engage with any Groyper or with Fuentes, because if you do engage with them, they're not even going to defend, they won't even pretend to defend those positions. But if you want to engage with the more subtler arguments of race realism, or maintaining ethnic majorities, or curbing immigration in a certain way because of some downstream effects you think, these are things that I will talk about and I will attack, and I will constantly deride them for their views on that. It's a more precise way of talking about views. It doesn't water down what they actually believe, and it gives people a more accurate understanding of why what they're saying is bad, other than saying, trust me guys, I'm using the N-word that we all know and love. They're a Nazi. You got to hate them. Just take my word for it because I'm bringing out that word. That's the feeling.
Okay.
And again, just real quick, I have to respond to everything you say. If you want to go point by point more granularly, that's fine. But if you're going to talk a lot, I'm going to respond a lot, okay? Because I'm writing down everything. Okay,
go
that's
ahead.
fine. When you said this is sanitization in action, again, I do want to sanitize the person to some extent. I don't want Nick to seem like a larger than life, unassailable figure that is the master of knowledge and information and rhetoric, and you can't even possibly hope to hold account to him. I want him to look like a normal, kind of nerdy, kind of dorky dude to show you that, one, his ideas can be taken apart. He's not a godlike figure. And people have seen that with the 9/11 stuff especially, that I spent 3 days digging into that and he abandons it entirely. And that two, anybody can turn into this. It's one of the big reasons why when you talk about like Nazis, actual Nazis for Germany and shit, it's important to point out normal people can turn into Nazis. These weren't all subhuman evil people. These were normal dudes that got swept up in some crazy shit. Go ahead.
Okay. I agree with some of what you're saying.
Okay.
But you said that you will call him a Nazi in some circumstances and not in other circumstances. I believe that this provides cover for him because you are saying he's sort of a Nazi, he's sort of not a Nazi. It's kind of a joke that I call him a Nazi. It's kind of not a joke, but I'll also non-jokingly say he's a Nazi. And it is through this blurriness and confusion of how you... And then you're saying I don't even know what a Nazi is, but then you're saying he is a Nazi on Twitter. You do know what a Nazi is. A Nazi is a fascistic person who wants to commit genocide against Jews and others. That's a Nazi, and you're willing to say that he is a Nazi, and then so again you have your impressionable audience who believes they're not impressionable, which makes them more impressionable, and you giving them mixed messages and confusing, blurry definitions, and that's exactly what Fuentes wants. He wants people to know he's a Nazi because he is a Nazi, but he also wants plausible deniability. He wants it to seem like a joke, but also to have the people who want it to not be a joke feel comfortable knowing that it's not really a joke. That's exactly what he wants, and you're providing him the exact political and environment and platform that he needs to spread that message to as many people as possible.
Okay, I agree with you that joking about the Nazi thing and everything provides cover for him. That is absolutely true. The problem is I'm not the one providing that cover. The left did it by destroying the word Nazi. that the destruction of these terms to accurately describe people's political ideologies has actually rendered them useless, such that when a normal American hears somebody on the left call somebody a fascist or a Nazi, that word means nothing. Just like how if you call somebody a rapist, that word means nothing. Just like how if you call somebody a racist or a transphobic person, these words mean nothing. Because these words have been watered down and destroyed so much, the people that actually have these beliefs are now given perfect cover because it's impossible to use those words to describe what they are. And when you do, you're instantly cast aside as all of the other insane progressives who utter these same words. It reminds me of when Abba and Gideon were on earlier talking about how like racism is really frustrating to combat now because like everybody will just call somebody racist or it doesn't mean anything, or the way people are racist is so subtle and insidious, it's hard to call it out directly. And I think part of that is because we've watered down those words so much that they no longer mean anything. Number one, so when I joke about there being like Nazi stuff, or I joke about it, that's in a way, it's sort of my way of saying like, I get it. And I understand your frustration sometimes with being labeled a Nazi. Not speaking to Nick, but maybe people underneath him. That like, yeah, I can joke about this. You're a Nazi, you're a fascist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is a little bit of a joke there because the words themselves have become almost meaningless. But my goal when I have those conversations with him is to pierce the veil and not attack him for being a Nazi or not attack him for being a fascist, but attack him for having bad takes related to race realism or immigration or foreign policy. Because these are the things that I want to hit on that are actually bad. Because rather than just calling him a word that could mean anything, because that cover is always going to be there, not because of me, but because of what's happened societally, I would rather go after the specific positions themselves and hammer on that, because on there I can stand on rock solid ground, and none of those positions have been poisoned or tainted by progressives because they're not having those conversations.
Okay. I would like to respond.
Okay, go. I'm just writing it down as you go. Just responding to what you said.
Calling people Nazis who are not Nazis is Holocaust denial. But so is not calling people Nazis who are Nazis. They're both Holocaust denial. And one, we're saying everybody's Nazi, blah, blah. We're just kind of murking the waters and making it meaningless, like you've said. And the other, we're basically saying Nazism isn't real. It doesn't exist. It can't come back, or it hasn't lingered. And I'm very against both of these things. This person wants to kill me. Nick Fuentes wants to kill me and my family. He wants to kill your friends. He wants to kill my friends. He wants to kill Chud's friends. He wants to kill people. And I think we need the word Nazi, and I agree with you that the left has watered down the word and inadvertently provided cover for Nazis, for real Nazis. Absolutely. They shouldn't have done that. And I think that social media platforms are amplifying Nick Fuentes right now. YouTube is amplifying him through you. I don't think they should be doing that. I think that they shouldn't amplify Andrew Tate. Same thing. Shouldn't amplify him and then say that the solution to us algorithmically supercharging bad ideas is that we just have to then ban the person. That doesn't make any sense. They're not taking any responsibility. The left is not taking any responsibility for this. The right, conservatives, you're not going to see Steven Crowder calling out Nick Fuentes, I don't think. Maybe he has, but I don't see a broad calling out of this kind of bad behavior from conservatives or like, fucking treason, right? Nobody is taking responsibility, and I hear what you're saying is you're saying, well, the left did it. It's not me. I'm just like little old Steven, you know? And like, I understand that position, and if I could have an audience with the CEO of YouTube, I would be saying this shit to her instead of you. But I think even though it's not, it shouldn't fall just to you. But I think it does.
Okay, I agree that it's nice to have words to describe what people are, but unfortunately, in our wonderful post-truth society, all of those words have been lost. I don't think any of these words mean anything anymore. To say what I said earlier, like if somebody tells me that like, oh, that guy's a rapist, it literally means nothing to me. I don't know what that means anymore. I think it means somebody.
It means something when you call somebody a Nazi. It doesn't mean shit when Aiko calls somebody Nazi, but I think
a little. But for people who aren't
you...
aware of me or familiar with me, they might just hear the same progressive soying. They might just get that. Because I do call, there are times, and I'll say it about Trump, there are times where I will say not Nazi, but fascist for sure. There are times where I use these words sparingly, but even when I use them, there's like such a strong association. I don't know if you saw a conversation that I had with Sneeko where he's constantly saying like, oh shit, like I think you're a secret right-leaning person. I think you're a secret right-leaning. When I used the word, I don't even think I said the word toxic masculinity. I think I said the word toxic, and his brain shut off for the rest of that conversation just because I said the T word. I said toxic and he was done. Like, unfortunately, I agree that we need these rules. We need these words, and we need them to mean things. But unfortunately, where we are at today, they don't. So I don't have any more power when I wield those words. When you utter the word Nazi, the feeling that you convey to the audience is, I want you guys to know that this is a person that I really don't like. They're probably conservative. That's what Nazi means. I can't reclaim that word because I'm as a victim of society just as much as anyone else in it. So all I can do is try to pierce the veil and go after the particular positions and fight on those grounds. Like, I might say Nazi every now and then. I might have it in an academic conversation, but I'm not wielding that word with any sort of power or authority because the meaning of these words has been destroyed.
Okay, then I think you should never use the word. But when you use it, you tell people you would use it. And then when somebody says, is Nick Fuentes a Nazi, you would say no. So you are using the word then. You're not saying I don't use that word. I don't know. Wait, you're not saying I don't use that word. I don't associate with that word. You're saying I do use that word. It exists, but Nick Fuentes does not fit the definition. And that provides cover for him.
So it's going to depend on the context of the conversation that I have. That's all I can say. Like, if I'm talking to a guy that seems well-versed in politics and he wants to come on, then I'll probably be more willing to say, especially when it comes to like Trump and fascism, I'll probably be willing to say, yeah, obviously Trump is a fascist. I think over 50% of the Republican Party would go fascist if they had the opportunity to. But if I was in a conversation with a bunch of like normie political people or a bunch of like conservatives, everyone's like, do you think Trump is a fascist? I'm like, I don't know if he's a fascist. I mean, like, he's a hardcore populist. Like, sure, like he seems like my position there is going to be a bit different because the context of that conversation is going to be so much different that as soon as I bring out that fascist word, and people in chat, and maybe even you to some extent, are like, well, you're bending on your willingness to accurately describe people, or you're bending on your willingness to adhere to the truth by providing cover to them. But the reality is the word
for rhetorical gain.
It's the problem that you're missing is that the word Nazi and the word fascist mean different things depending on where they're used.
I know, but everything you say gets taken out of context anyway. So I understand we're having this conversation, but you're going to be clipped, quoted,
I don't even care about
context.
I'm not even thinking about clips or quotes. I'm saying within the context of the conversation.
I understand, but I think consistency is important with the words you use and the way you use them, even though you're going to have some, like, every argument you're making for this is like that it hurts you personally if you do it, right? You're saying like they're gonna shut me off. Sneeko shut down. Like, God forbid Sneeko's brain shut off. Like, I don't fucking care. Yes, if you're trying to reach certain people, I understand you're gonna change your rhetoric to make to in a way sanitize yourself to them and their audience so that they will listen to you. I understand you're doing that with Sneeko, and in that context, I agree. The concept of toxicity or toxic masculinity are, interesting concepts and, can be used by feminists or people on the left, but they're not fucking imperative to you. We don't need conservatives to understand toxic masculinity. We can basically say it's an annoying phrase that just seems anti-male. People hate it. It makes their brain shut down. Let's only use it in certain concepts. It's not like a literal actual thing the way a Nazi is.
Okay.
So I'm totally fine with you being blurry about being like, are men toxic? Can they be toxic? I'm fine with half your audience being like, well, Steven said this, yeah, and then another time Steven said not, and I don't really know. I'm not fine with your audience being in a position where they're like, I don't really know if Steven thinks.
So here's the issue, okay? And I had 3 people email me stuff about Wittgenstein, so now my whole philosophy of language has changed, okay? Thanks to those emailers, so blame them, okay? When you say consistency is important, you're committing a fallacy here by assuming, and I am empathetic towards it because I understand the desire, is that you think that Nazi has a set definition. That when
I understand the context changes I understand.
Okay, well then you understand that, and you said something incorrect anyways, okay? Because you said earlier consistency is important, implying that me using the word Nazi the same way in every conversation would be consistent, and me using it in different ways is inconsistent. It's not.
Consistency of your use in a vacuum.
No word is in a vacuum.
If you took but actually every time you talk, you are saying things in multiple different conversations.
Sure.
There's the conversation you and I are having.
Yep.
Which I think would be different if it were not in public. There's the fact that Chud is here,
Mm-hmm.
even though he hasn't said anything in a while. His presence is still changing the conversation and the meanings of our words. And then
I'm letting the
there
big
is
boys
the
go at
audience-
it, okay? I'm letting the big boys test strips out of each other.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I'm not criticizing you. And then there's the. I'm just pointing out that your presence does like every individual reconfiguration of the audience. There's my audience watching. There's your audience watching. There's Chud's audience watching. Everybody's having their own different experience. Different groups. If people are watching with their friends, they're having different experience. Yes, the meaning of our words is changing all the time. But you can't use this concept to provide cover for you just saying whatever you want. For you saying Nick's a Nazi, Nick's not a Nazi, and like, well, context changed the meaning of words, so I can just directly 100% 180 on anything whenever I want and say that, like, no, you can't say I contradicted myself, because anytime you say anything, you're contradicting yourself, because the meaning of words changes in the context. There's certain, so I agree with you. It's very rhetorically effective to operate that way, but my problem is that you are sacrificing certain things when you do it. So when somebody watches you say, oh, I'm not going to say toxic to Sneeko, but you called something toxic before, it makes total sense to say, like, look, Sneeko is not going to listen to that shit, okay? His audience is not going to listen to that shit. There are a lot of people watching. I want them to come over to me. I'm going to help these people. It's going to help my career. All those things, I'm willing to make the sacrifice, okay? I ditched the concept of toxic. Ditching the concept of Nazi is Holocaust denial. And when you ditch it and pick it up and ditch it and pick it up based on the sensibilities or the sense of humor even of the people you're talking to, it inadvertently provides cover.
The cover is there. I can't do anything about it. I can only function in that environment. We can say you have to use a word the same way every time you use it, or else it's not consistent.
Yeah.
But the reality is that's just not how we use language. There is no word that is consistently defined through every context, through every medium. Things become redefined. People understand and misunderstand things differently all the time. That's just the reality of how things are. And if I'm trying to be persuasive in that, let me finish responding to what I'm blah, blah, blah. I'm writing your shit down. Okay. That is the reality of the world that I live in. I have to talk in front of audiences that have all of their own preconceived notions of every fucking word I'm going to use. And if I'm not aware of that, I run the risk of losing everybody instantly on everything. Now you can try to levy this charge on me that it's just hurting me personally, but I mean, like, I do politics online, so everything that benefits my politics technically benefits me personally. There's not much I can do that. But like, I committed a fatal error here when I was in New York and I made a joke about eating horse paste, and I lost the entire audience for like 40 fucking minutes just because of that one joke, because it wasn't the correct joke to make at the time, because I didn't utter it exactly correctly, even though more or less what I said was correct. But like, that's an example of like, it doesn't matter precisely the words you use, it matters like the context that it's sitting in, the way that they're being used, the type of audience that you're talking to, and how it's being perceived. So there are going to be times where somebody in a personal conversation will be like, you think when a guy's like possessive of a girl, do you think that's kind of toxic? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's super fucking toxic. But if I'm on Fresh and Fit, and you know, Fresh or Fit is asking me like, do you think that men that are possessive of women, do you think that's toxic? I'm like, no, not at all. I think it's okay to have like a normal level of kind of like healthy jealousy about a partner, because it's being that word possessive and my word toxic can both mean totally different things depending on the context. You might want to call it weaselly, but that's because you have a misunderstanding of how language is applied in day-to-day and political life. All words constantly have changing and evolving meanings depending on the context that they're used in. That's just the reality of language.
Wait, couldn't you could use this to say that nobody's ever being weaselly then?
No, because the problem is
we're talking about a 180.
Sorry,
like,
hold on. I thought I was allowed to talk. Go ahead. If you ask me a question, I'm going to respond. But if you want to go ahead, then go ahead and I'll let you finish.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
What I'm saying sounds weaselly, but that's because you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that any word can mean anything about how you want it to mean at any time. That's how you're interpreting it. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that any word will mean something different in a different context, but it will have specific meanings in different contexts. When I say the word toxic in an MRA environment, that is going to have a particular meaning that I need to be aware of.
I understand that.
So it's not a Weasley thing to
that.
say, when I say toxic here, it means something different than when I say toxic here, unless I were to defend that word in a wholly ungenuine way. For instance, if you say like, well, when you called that guy this thing here, like, what did you mean by that? I go, well, in my native culture, that word, no, that's bullshit. That is being Weasley. Just because I'm aware that different words are taken differently in different contexts doesn't mean I'm being Weasley. Go ahead.
I get the fucking concept. I'm not saying that you're being weaselly. I'm saying I understand and I agree with you. There are words I use in certain contexts, in certain ways, that I use in different. I think this is a great concept for understanding language, and I completely agree with you that the meaning of words do not exist in a vacuum. But I think that there are certain words, or there's a sacrifice when you do that. When you ditch a concept that you like based on the audience. So there's times on my channel where I'll say I'm a feminist, given who I'm talking to and what I'm talking about. And then there's other times where I say I don't like the word feminism, I don't like the idea, blah, blah, blah. Absolutely. But
Would you call yourself a feminist?
by see, feminist has multiple definitions, right? So if you're talking to conservative, feminist means I hate
Stupid bitch.
men. I'm a stupid bitch, right? So no, but if I'm talking to people who I trust, who are like, feminism is when you believe that women and men should be equal. Yeah, definitely. I'm a feminist. Very important to me.
Would
Okay.
It feels like this is a similar point to what Destiny's making, no?
Yeah. I'm saying I agree with this part of what he's saying.
Okay, that's fine. Good.
But the problem is that there is not... feminists don't want to commit genocide, by and large. There is not a Holocaust that is constantly being denied or argued about or debated about. And it doesn't have that much bearing on the future or safety of people or our country when I label somebody who tried to break into the Capitol building to kill the vice president as a feminist or not a feminist. Like, the stakes are just not as high. So I am willing to allow a faction like feminists or an ideology to their I'm willing to give on the definition. I don't think the word feminist is not a good word for what feminism is. It's not the label is not like self-explanatory. I just don't think it's that like coherent as an idea or a label. Nazi is a perfectly good label for Nazis, and I agree that the word's been misused and co-opted, and as I've said, I think that it's tantamount to Holocaust denial.
Can I do two quick questions and then you can finish? Just two quick questions?
Yeah.
So number one, you said there's a huge sacrifice when you ditch a concept based on the audience. I never want to ditch the concept. That's why I'm ditching the word. Is because
when you ditch a word, okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'll ditch the word, but not the concept.
Yes.
But I think adhering to
There's
the word...
There's a sacrifice when you ditch the word.
Yeah, but I think adhering to the word is what makes me sacrifice the concept. Because if I call somebody a fascist, now I can't talk about fascism. If I call somebody a Nazi, I can't talk about Nazism. Number one, and you can respond to that. And number two, you said feminism isn't a good label, but Nazi is a perfectly good label for Nazis. I feel like feminist doesn't work anymore for exactly the same reason why Nazi doesn't work. Feminist is a really good label. It's a fairly descriptive thing about broad views of society, but when people hear it, their brains shut off because they already have an association with it. And I feel like Nazi is the same way. Go ahead.
I don't agree. I think that the feminist goal is for everybody to be a feminist. And that doesn't make any sense. The word feminist sounds like you in particular are a big fan of women or whatever. If it were like equalist or humanist or something that everybody would be proud to have on a bumper sticker on their car. But everybody being a feminist doesn't make any sense. So it's almost like the movement wants the opposition of the movement to like stay there so they can stay in opposition to it. It's like rebel. It's like the rebels in Star Wars, even in episode 7, 8, and 9, are still the rebels. But
isn't it kind of ironic though
There's
that like
resistance? I
don't know if you have this feeling, but when I hear somebody, maybe I'm self-reporting, when I hear somebody say, I'm not a feminist, I'm an egalitarian, I automatically assume they hate women. Do you have that same feeling?
It depends on the again.
Sure, but I'm saying, I mean,
yeah,
I get that feeling. But like, look at that. Now we've ditched feminist because that's a bad word. We've picked egalitarian and everything. Mm-hmm. And as soon as I hear that, I'm like, I can already predict like 85% of your views on women just by you saying something like that. But that's like a better word. But I think that's another example of like how much these words get changed so much over time.
Yes, I agree. So I'm fine with feminism being blurry. I'm fine with egalitarianism being blurry. I'm fine with toxic masculinity being blurry. I understand wanting to dip in and out of these frames. The problem is Nick Fuentes explicitly wants to dip in and out of the frame of Nazi so that he can get his ideas out there, but claim deniability. And in you dipping in and out of the frame of Nazi with him, you are providing him cover for doing that. You're helping him. And that is part of why he's so attracted to you and your platform, is because you do not want to be seen stopping somebody for being a Nazi, calling somebody a Nazi, calling it what it is, and being really consistent, like a brick wall. I'll talk to you, I'll interview you, I'll discuss shit with you, but the Nazi shit is not going to fly. The way the Nazi shit flies is through ambiguity and humor, and you are providing the exact ingredients that he needs.
Have you been called a Nazi before?
Yeah.
Have you been called a Nazi, Chud?
Yeah, of course.
So I agree with you that he's able to take cover from the Nazi shit, but that's because too many people have used the word. If I say to him over and over again, I'm going to call you a Nazi, which I think I even do, that's not getting me anywhere. I have to challenge him on his prescriptions. That's the only way that I can pierce the veil on it. Just saying you're a Nazi or having August label him Nazi with an arrow, I gain nothing from that. I don't get anything from that.
I'm not talking about piercing the veil. I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about you using the term jokingly, seriously, and then also saying he's not a Nazi, providing clips or quotes for anybody to say anything they want about him. Then even your own, now you're providing the same cover for yourself now. Half of your fan base thinks that you think Nick is a Nazi. The other half thinks that you don't think he's a Nazi. Nobody knows what you really think. Maybe this is like the most explicit or like serious conversation where you've laid out what you think. I think the most telling quote from you is that you think he would commit genocide if he were the dictator.
There's a chance,
but like,
but I don't think anybody's ever thought, like, I've more or less, when we're speaking about
but now you're going to say, who knows? Anybody would commit genocide if they were a dictator.
Not
right?
any. I think Nick probably has a substantially.
Saying,
I think Nick has a substantially higher chance of wanting to commit genocide than most people on the right. Like Crowder probably would never commit genocide.
No, I don't think he would.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he would either. And at the same time, you're saying, well, you know, Nick's just a normal conservative who thinks the election was stolen.
I've never said that. Damn, and you still believe it. I don't know what to say to you. I've explicitly told you in this conversation that Nick is significantly to the right of the Conservative Party, but the Conservative Party.
Was insane. I said Nick was insane.
I don't like the word insane. Doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what that means. Insane. Everybody says everybody's insane.
But you use
today.
the word. But here's my problem: is if that were true, you wouldn't use the word, but you use it all the time. You call people insane all the time.
It depends on the context of the conversation.
You call people mentally ill all the time. You called Merrick mentally ill on Twitter yesterday.
I call people mentally ill all the time. But if somebody walks up to me and they're like, "Do you think that XYZ is mentally ill?" I would ask them, I don't know. Hold on. What do you mean by that? Like again,
so
there's like different words. When I'm fighting with somebody on the internet, okay, and I say like, oh, you're retarded or you're mentally ill or whatever, right? The context of what's being said is like it's an insult. Just like when somebody calls somebody a Nazi, it's an insult. It's not an actual
I've heard you call people mentally ill not as an insult.
Okay, then if I'm talking about somebody with a specific thing going on, then maybe not. But it's going to depend on the conversation. That's the whole point.
I think Nick has a specific thing going on.
Sure, and I'd probably agree with you, but insane doesn't describe anything. I don't know what the fuck that means when you say that. So I just asked for clarification. What do you mean when you say he's insane? That doesn't get me anywhere.
The thing is, Mr. Girl,
I mean that he has a warped sense of reality.
Is it that he's
extremely delusional sense of reality?
He's not delusional at all. What do you mean delusional?
He thinks that the government did 9/11. He thinks that the Jews are controlling everything and need to be killed. He thinks that the election was stolen and want to the extent that, so again, as I said, there's a kind of a difference between like, yeah, I kind of believe in aliens.
Sure.
And
now,
if I were to the top of a mountain.
Sure. If I wanted to be a huge dick to you now, technically you're using the word delusion incorrectly here. This would be like some kind of cognitive distortion. He's probably not actually psychologically delusional, right? There's some evidence.
And if you wanted to be a super dick, you would say that.
But I wouldn't actually say, but then I wouldn't say it.
Okay, listen, Mr. Girl,
you're providing cover for yourself. I guess that's the theme of the day is half saying.
Mr. Girl, shut up, you fucking retard. I'm sick of you talking. I need to say something. This is important, okay? Because I'm going to help you.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to help you, yes or no? From your fucking British brother.
No.
Right, you need it because you're floundering right now, and I want to help you.
Chad wants you to be his lav. Oh boy, he's going to coach you through it.
Right. I think the problem is, right, it's not to do with him being insane. Like, you can say he's got insane views, right? The problem is in the perniciousness with which he's acting, right?
I'm not saying it's the problem. I'm just talking about we're going on side tangent after tangent after tangent. I said that Steven said that Nick was a normal conservative.
Did I ever
because
say
when
that?
I said
Sorry.
You implied it because I said Nick is an insane person, and you said, no, 70% of the country. Conveniently or 70% of Republicans, lumping Nick back in with 70% of the Republicans.
I think a lot of what I'm trying.
Saying,
oh God, sorry.
No. I countered and said, no, he's not just 70% of Republicans. He actually tried to take over the fucking country and murder the vice president. He actually was there pushing people to do that. And you said, well, like, who knows? They couldn't afford gas. You know, maybe the difference between Nick Fuentes and a normal conservative is that Nick Fuentes can afford gas. And you say these fucking insane things that provide insane cover for him. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm paraphrasing it as...
Surely we can agree.
I guess, yeah, my issue is that I think you make his position, some of his positions, sound way more out of the norm than they actually are. There is a surprising undercurrent of conspiratorial thought that exists in the Republican Party. When you make Nick sound exceptional...
Maybe there's lots of Nazis.
Now look what you've done. Look what you... Just by saying that, right? Are there really lots of Nazis that are Republican? Or lots of Republicans that are Nazis?
Okay, you just said there's a strong undercurrent
of conspiratorial
so either
thought.
You're saying so Nick is a Nazi. So you're saying there's a surprising number of people who are also Nazis, in which case the word Nazi still applies. There can be lots of Nazis, or there can be only one Nazi. It's not a description of the and it shouldn't be used this way. It's not a description of the percentage. Like how unusual your views are. It's actually just a description of you wanting to commit genocide against Jews and black people because you're a fascist. That's all the word means. So that's what I mean when I say it. We've already agreed on the definition. It's you who keeps bringing in the fucking leftist definition. I'm not using the leftist definition. I'm saying Nick is a Nazi. And every time you say, well, no, maybe he showed up at the Capitol because he could afford gas.
That's not what hold on. You're taking that out of context so much. When I say he shut up the Capitol because he afforded gas, what I'm saying is that, like, not every Republican around the United States could afford to catch a fucking ticket to D.C. to fly in and take a day or two off work to hang out with Daddy Trump at a rally. That's what I'm saying.
Do you see how that's an enormous defense of me saying Nick tried to storm the Capitol?
I'm not defending Nick for storming the Capitol.
Nick tried to take over the country. He's a traitor.
I don't disagree with any of that. But what I'm telling you is that most of the people that went into...
Why are we talking about...
Because your type of thought leads to people thinking that everybody that stormed that Capitol was a fucking oath breaker, insane, conspiratorial, like way the fuck out there, Nazi-esque fascist person, when that wasn't true. A lot of those people were just normal fucking Republicans.
Okay, I think what we need to do... Okay, listen, I'm sick of this. I fucking turned my fucking VTuber on. No, I'm sick of this. My VTuber has arrived, okay?
Let me say one last thing.
In the flavour of not being a fucking Giga Chad memer, I presented myself as my correct colour, okay? You go, and then I'm going.
I want to say one last thing.
Go on.
I made a video, I think it was January 9th, 2020.
Well done, mate. Who asked?
Stop, let him finish.
Called, they are not terrorists, they were lied to. Okay? So, you can straw man me, but I've been very clear since the beginning that the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th are not all traitors. They are misled people for the most part, and Fuentes is one of the people who is doing the misleading.
Okay, so I think this is the problem, and this is the problem with this discussion around January 6th, is we've got to differentiate. There's some people who were just there. There was a fucking grandma in there, for fuck's sake. Like, she's not a fucking resolute terrorist, right? There were absolutely people there that were just along for the ride. They kind of were like, oh, we're going to the Capitol building. Oh, people are going inside. Let's have a little butchers. And that was that, right? But there were definitely thought leaders that were pushing the thing forward. Whilst I wouldn't put Nick Fuentes in, like, the category of oath keepers who seem to have, like, a militarized plan for, like, fucking stringing up Mike Pence, I think that he was at least, like, one level below that between the oath keepers and then, you know, the random fucking conservatives. Like, he was definitely like a thought leader. I think that's a pretty reasonable position we can all agree on, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there we go. Mr. Girl, do you have a problem with that?
No, I have a problem with Steven saying 70% thing, the affording gas thing, the he's not insane thing, but then calling other people insane.
It's not. I didn't say that he wasn't insane. I'm just saying I need to know what you mean when you say insane. If you mean like way off, like where the normal political conservative is, yeah, I would say in that sense he's insane. If you mean like unreasonable or has no reason to believe that things are, I don't know if I'd say insane there. That's kind of a weird way to discredit a political position. Okay. It would just depend on what you mean when you say that.
Nick Fuentes is a mentally ill, crazy person.
Okay, I don't know if he's mentally ill. I'm not sure, and I don't think I would call him a crazy person. But okay.
Okay, so do you think he's not a crazy person?
If that's your definition, no, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, great. So so now you said he's not crazy. Okay, so my problem, again, and I don't feel like you're really addressing this, is that you do use the word Nazi sometimes. So if you just never use the word, that would be fine. The problem is that when you use it sometimes, and then you use it jokingly, and then you also say he's not a Nazi, you provide a blurry cover of confusion
we're retreading.
for him to operate in, which is the exact thing that he needs and wants.
Yeah, we're retreading on this, and I'll reiterate my point one more time, and then you can go back again if you want, I guess. I think the cover is already there because these words have been destroyed. So now I'm just playing with them the same way that everybody else has. These words mean nothing anymore.
So if you never used the word, how would that provide cover for him?
Because it already is. Because everybody else on the all three of us in here have been called Nazis multiple times.
How would you be providing cover for Nick Fuentes if you said, I have a policy against using that word. I never use it in any context because it's been destroyed, but I also don't want to contribute to providing cover for you by calling you a destroyed word. I just don't like the label.
Sure, you could say that if you want.
Okay,
I don't care why
it's not true that the situation is forcing you to provide cover for him by using multiple different definitions of Nazi and saying he is a Nazi, saying he isn't a Nazi, and saying it jokingly. No one's making you do that.
No one's making me do that, but the word is already destroyed. Me using it isn't destroying the word. It already is. It doesn't mean anything.
It is. No, the word has been destroyed by people using it irresponsibly. And now you're one of the people doing it.
It's destroyed. It can't be undestroyed. It's never going to be brought back.
If it's destroyed, then why use it at all?
Because it's good for humor. It's funny. And sometimes it conveys something. It's a good moral hammer to show I don't like this person. That's what Nazi means. And in that sense, it works. When I say the word is destroyed, I don't mean... Yeah. When I say Nazi is destroyed, I don't mean it has no purpose at all. Obviously, it works. You're a Nazi. Oh, I don't like you. That's what it means. That's what it conveys.
But that's not how you use it. You're against people using it that way. You think that people using it that way is shitty and irresponsible, right?
Yeah, but no, at this point, it doesn't matter. At this point, it's annoying. I'll say when people do it.
It does matter. It matters to me because he wants to kill me, Steven.
I don't care that he wants to kill you. That's not relevant to the conversation.
He wants to kill my family. And he wants to kill my friends. That's why it matters.
That's cool. That doesn't matter. Using the word or not using the word doesn't mean anything.
It's not cool.
Then go complain to the people that ruined the word. That now it can't be used effectively at all.
You are ruining the word right now.
The word, if I never said it again, the amount of harm would never change about the word.
How come when you're taken to task on this issue, you are saying it's the leftist's fault? I'm talking to you about your use of the word, and you're saying you can't pin this on me because of how language works. What about different contexts being used in different things? And then you're saying you can't pin it on me. I didn't do it first. I'm not saying you ruined the word. I agree with you. I agree with you about almost everything you're saying. The only thing I don't agree with you about is that you have some accountability and you should take responsibility for the part you
I take responsibility for also like contributing.
Nick Fuentes.
I take responsibility for the 0.0001% of ruining the word as well then. Okay. I'll throw my lot in with that. Rather than me having to omit like 30 words from my vocabulary because they can't be used anymore. Sure. I'll take responsibility for helping to water down all of these words.
Do you see the Giga Chad thing that Chud is talking about in action right here? You're just like rolling your eyes at me.
Or hold on. Okay. What's the next topic? We're too ideologically opposed on this, and we're never going to come to an agreement. The reality is these words are destroyed. We are. These words are destroyed. They're never coming back. I agree. They've largely lost their impact in public discourse. Largely. The only thing they can exist for at this point is fucking humor and random insults. And insofar as they exist in that vernacular, I'll use them as random humor insults. If you're getting upset because you think I'm contributing to destruction, they're already destroyed. They're gone. They're never coming back. But
okay, so when you said Nick is probably a Nazi earlier in this conversation, and you said Nick is a Nazi on Twitter, was that random humor or insults?
Yeah, basically. It was. I'm shitting on the serfs.
What do you mean basically? You asked me to define Nazi.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me a question instead of using it as an example for moral outrage. You're doing the thing right now. Yeah, you're doing the thing right now.
What's going on here? This is crazy. Why are you fighting?
What am I doing?
The joke is that the Serfs TV has what he would consider an actual Nazi on screen, and the thing that he's accusing him of being anti-Semitic was like the one thing that he said that wasn't anti-Semitic, which was when a guy walked by and he was like, "Are you Jewish?" And the guy's like, "No, I'm Irish Italian." And Nick was like, "Nice." The Serfs was like, "Oh my God, look, he's being a Nazi because he was so happy the guy wasn't Jewish." No, he was being a Nazi because he's a fucking Nazi, not because he was happy that the guy was Irish Italian. That was the joke. That's all I use the word for, is a joke. It's not a serious question. If you see me attacking somebody or attacking a figure, my criticism, even for Trump, isn't I don't like Trump because he's fascist. I would say I don't like him because he's fascist, but if I say that, it's going to be followed up with he undermines the the integrity of the election. He is a hardcore populist leader that's trying to turn us blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, go ahead.
This doesn't address what I'm saying, that you are willing to use the word Nazi to actually mean Nazi in certain contexts. So the word is not completely destroyed. It does have meaning beyond just jokes and insults.
In very specific contexts, it can, yes. But I already granted you that.
Yes,
I said if I'm
I
talking
think-
to like an academic or something, then yeah, we can
so
have.
I don't think we are too ideologically in disagreement. I think we agree on the problem of the word. We agree on the problem of not being able to call people out with it because progressives have used it too freely. We agree on the difficulty of navigating these conversations with different contexts, with different people. I've empathized with you and said, yeah, I go through the same thing with a lot of the same concepts and words. What we don't agree on is, do you have any responsibility to try to fight this? You're saying no. You're saying I'm just a little drop in the sand.
Yes.
But I also see shit on your subreddit saying that you're the 12th most watched political streamer on the planet.
I can't bring back.
So you're not just a drop in the sand. You're actually have
A 12th most
increased
political live stream on YouTube is a drop in the bucket. As much as I wish I was a big player.
No, it's,
Right, let's focus on solutions.
Even if
It's
I
really
was
not,
even if
eh?
I was the number one political streamer, I can't bring back the meaning of these words. They're destroyed. They're gone forever.
That's not true.
What's the prescription
absolutely not
here?
true.
What is the prescription here then? What is the to do?
You're asking me?
Yes, like because I see where you're coming from, but like, what do we do? What does Destiny do?
Okay. Be consistent about your use of the word Nazi. If you only
Okay.
want to use it as a joke, fine. If you want to use it never, fine. If you want to use it to identify actual Nazis, fine. But I think you should, when you're talking about Fuentes, I think you should be really clear because he is using you for the ambiguity. That's his plan. He said that's his plan, is ambiguity.
Repeating so hard. And I'm going to tell you again that, yeah, he uses for the ambiguity. The ambiguity is there from all of society, not from me. But we're looping hard.
Well, you asked me the prescription.
Okay,
So,
sorry, yeah, go ahead.
okay, so don't do that. Don't be friends with people who try to overthrow the country or want to commit genocide publicly in a way that sanitizes them, which I think you're doing by
The chicken and
joking
waffles
around.
stream. Chicken and waffles
the
gate.
chicken and waffles stream. No, also having them in your house, I think, is too much.
Okay.
3, a prescription. I mean, I feel like you're putting me in the position of whatever. I'll take it. Yeah. The third would be I would not talk with him when somebody has ideas that are that fucked up. I personally, and I think you should, probably maybe more so because you're bigger, don't have conversations with them that are not about that topic.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts on those ideas, Destiny?
I disagree with almost everyone, but obviously we're at that point.
Okay. Why?
Why to which one?
All of them. Go through them. Come on.
I didn't write them down. The second one was don't have them in your house. I think that in-person conversations are better than online conversations in general. So if I'm willing to have an online conversation with somebody, I'm probably willing to have an in-person conversation with somebody. The third one was if you're going to talk to them, only challenge them on those ideas. I don't want to be viewed as an overly hostile figure in any of these communities. Like, I want to be somewhat personable. I want people to be able to somewhat relate to me in a way that's not just, oh, here's Destiny again to scream at him about these issues. And the first issue...
I don't think you should scream at him. I just think you should.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Jesus, fuck. Okay, so here we just did the thing again. When I said scream, what did I mean there? Or do you truly not understand?
I'm not saying you should even be challenging him constantly.
That
I'm
is
saying
what you're
I don't
saying.
Think you should
Hold
talk
on.
up.
You
No,
said
I'm
that
s-
explicitly.
I
You said the
literally-
only
I said don't-
conversations
I
we
said-
should have are the conversations about Nazism. That's what you said, or did I misunderstand?
Yes.
You? Yes. So that means,
I'm not saying that-
am I
I'm not
supposed to
saying you
agree
have
with
to
him on
be-
Nazism, or should I challenge him on Nazism?
No, you could just talk about it with him. I'm not saying that
Just
you
have a casual
to
conversation like, Nick, what would your ideal ethno-state look like? What do you mean?
Yes, I think that would be a great question to ask him. Yes, I think that's fine. I
You're
think
just wrong.
quite-
That would be a horrible question to ask.
I don't think so. I think it's a good. I mean,
Oh, so
that's
what would
why I
your
asked
ethno-state
Richard
look like? And he
Spencer.
says, well, my ethno-state would be awesome. First of all, I really love like a lot of the socialized programs that they have in Scandinavia, but our population isn't homogenous enough to like support them. So that would be the first thing I would do, right? We would have all sorts of social welfare. We'd have like healthcare, our education would be better. We'd have way more like social cohesion. We would definitely curb down on a lot of the low-skill immigrants. A lot of them, I think are highly, dispositioned towards committing crime and being low economic workers. And yeah, that would be, I think my ethno-state would be awesome. People like Putnam have, submitted briefs and research talking about how social cohesion increases when you've got less different types of skin groups of people. And yeah, we'd be higher IQ. So that would be my ethno-state. I think it'd be sick. How is this a good conversation? A question just ask and let him dole out.
Then you say, how would you accomplish that? Is this like a goal or just a utopian fantasy?
Well, the how would we accomplish this? Well, number one is we would completely cut non-white immigration. That would be the first thing. Number two is we would severely curb back the welfare state for people that are having children out of wedlock. And number three, I think in places that would support it, where there's a white majority, we would provide financial incentives to white people to have children.
Okay, so is this an actual goal is to create a white ethno state? Or
No,
this
it doesn't
is
have to be an
just,
ethno state. We can have different
utopian?
types of people. They can still have children, but I want it to be a white majority state because I think that level of social cohesion is really positive for society.
And
do you agree that like all of the most successful countries that progressives talk about emulating all the time are usually the whitest countries? Finland, Norway, Sweden, these are all very, very white places, right? And when we talk about the highest crime areas in the United States, when progressives talk about gun control all the time, aren't they really just talking about keeping guns out of the hands of poor black people? Aren't those the guys that are killing each other like overwhelmingly when we talk about like gun crime in the United States?
Yeah.
So like, wouldn't it be good if we got rid of these problems by curbing down the amount of these types of people we've had? When you look at places like Sweden and Germany, aren't a lot of the problems they're getting from immigrants, specifically non-white ones, especially Muslims from Northern Africa? Wouldn't it make more sense to just cut down on that rather than to try to like increase the amount of inflow of immigrants that we know are going to cause us problems and then spend money on them instead of spending money on our own indigenous population, or indigenous or native population?
No, I don't think those things are good. I mean, you're kind of making a jump between getting rid of the thing that's bad, murder, and then getting rid of the people who do it.
Yeah, but why would I bring in more people that are
you've-
likely to do it when my own population is suffering? Shouldn't we just focus on our own population? Why bring in more people that murder?
Well, I don't know enough about economics to push back. If I was going to interview Nick Fuentes about his immigration takes, I would probably be pretty well versed in the economic effect of immigration in the United States.
Sure.
But I'm not now. So, but you are. So I think you'd be pretty equipped to push back against the things
notice
you're
how,
saying, right?
but by the end of that, what are we doing? You want me to challenge him on? I'm not just asking about the ethno state. I'm having a challenging conversation about it. I don't want to be.
I don't. No, I'm not saying you have to challenge him. I'm saying that I think it's fine to question him, prod him, chat about it with him, whatever.
When you're
I'm not saying
talking
I
to
think you
people that
should-
have. So Fuentes is not a normal retard conservative that is just racist. He's a smart guy. He has a system thought out. If I just ask him questions, he's going to be able to all day answer like, oh yeah, dude, I would love to tell you about how my ethno state would work, what immigration would look like, what our social spending would look like, how our leadership and the demographic of our government would look like. Like he'll talk all day about it. Like how does that make him look bad if I'm not challenging him on it? It has to be challenging.
I don't think your goal should be to make him look bad. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think it is you're taking my point and changing it to a different point. I'm not saying you should have conversations with him that make him look good explicitly or that make him look bad or whatever. I'm saying I think that there's a sanitization that happens when you start talking with him about shit that has nothing to do with his Nazi views.
Oh, okay. I mean, I like that.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I
Sorry.
feel like that's the only way I get access to those communities is that I'm not just there to talk about his Nazism all the time.
I understand it helps you and maybe helps them in some way. But my problem with it
But it
is
also
it
helps the
sanitizes
community
him.
because he can then call him out on stream. if he's
Sorry, I
wrong.
just want to say I added Rem because Rem gave some criticisms on Twitter, and I saw Rem in DGG, so I thought, let's bring him on to flesh this out a bit further. Because Rem's obviously been part of DGG for a long time, so you probably got some insight into what's going on. Fair enough? Is everyone happy with that?
I don't care.
Go on,
Whatever
Rem,
you guys
speak
wanna
up.
do.
Well, I'm fine with it, of course.
Well, no,
I think we're in danger of there being too many people dogpiling Steven. So
No, that's okay. I'm good. I'm okay. I
mean,
consent. I
listen,
consent.
I'm happy to, I've kind of.
Well, that
you've
isn't-
said worse stuff than Destiny has so far in terms of like.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, are you here to challenge me or Steven?
I'm here. Well, I'm just here to contribute to the conversation if I can in a meaningful way.
Are you going to do that by challenging me or Steven?
Why not both?
Okay, well, look,
You can
the
do
thing
both,
is...
but primarily, are you here? Are you sorry? Do you think that Steven should have chicken and waffles with Fuentes or not?
No, I mean, I don't think that he should do that, but I don't think you're doing
Okay.
a very good job at pushing back on him.
That's fine. Thinking I'm not doing a good job of pushing back on him is actually not the same as arguing against me. You're entering the conversation to challenge Steven, clearly. So why don't you just admit that, and then we can admit that it would be a 3v1 dogpile, and admit that that's what we're doing.
I'm a big boy. That's okay. Go do it.
I understand. I'm not
listen.
saying you're not. If you're okay with it, that's fine. I just think we should be careful.
Listen, I mean, I kind of have kind of both sides to some degree anyway, so I'm happy to take a step back and, it's fine. Don't worry about it. As long as you're comfortable, Max. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but...
Well, you've brought... So far, Rem hasn't said anything, but I'm worried that you're bringing in the personification of the soy leftist straw man that we were worried about into the conversation.
Wait,
and
hang
now,
on a sec.
Max,
listen, why
now Steven gets to... Now,
fuck you. Okay, I am not doing
no, actually,
that, right?
Fuck you, mother. I thought the
fuck
of
you
this
more.
conversation. I thought our plan was to talk about.
You fucking retard. I'm bringing him in because Rem has been part of DGG for a long time. He put a tweet out which seemed like a pretty substantive critique of what was going on, and I think he can give some good stuff. I know that you're upset because he's called you a bad arguer. I think you're a good arguer, man, and I love you. Okay, please.
Do you want to hear why I think you shouldn't bring Rem in, even though you've already done it?
Why?
Because the point of the point of this conversation was to show people that you can call people out for Nazism and still be funny. You can call people out without being an SJW or a soy leftist. You can use the word Nazi meaningfully, and that you can actually call out some uses of humor as inappropriate and irresponsible. We can have the platforming conversation without devolving into being a bunch of soy whatever. But the first thing you do is you bring in Ico, which is like,
wait.
What? Like, why would you do that?
Okay,
why would you bring in Ico? No.
You said yes to that because Destiny shit talked.
I did,
what
but
the fuck are you on about? You're
I understand
delusional,
it. I understand it, but now you're also bringing in Rem. So now I see that you're actually just bringing in a fucking parade of people who are going to do the exact thing that Steven is saying. Look, he's laughing. He's winning. He's laughing. He's laughing his ass off because you're following.
Really. Listen, as long as indigenous issues don't get brought up, I won't go soy. But you talk about my First Nation homies, I'm gonna rain fire and hell on your ass, okay?
Okay. Why do you listen, mate? I'm not trying to bring in the biggest soy I can find. I know Rem's been around for a while. He's made some critiques, which went down a certain way. But I think he's got some interesting insights.
Sure.
Okay, listen. I know I brought him in without asking. Okay, I didn't ask you permission. Okay, and I apologize for that. But the Ico thing, I'm really pissed off about that because I asked you specifically and you said yes. I brought Ico in because of... Okay, forget this. Fuck you. Right, Rem, speak. Sorry, go. Sick of this.
Wait, I said yes to it before I knew she was going to try to say all the same things that we're... No. I said yes before I knew she was going to steal the thunder of everything we were about to say by saying it in a completely
didn't know she was going to say that, did I?
Okay. No,
I think Mr. Girl, you have a perception of me that I don't.
I'm ready to
theology.
Yeah, I could totally be wrong. This is what I'm afraid of, though.
Just so you guys know, I don't imagine you want him in here, but Fuentes has offered to join the convo as well, but we don't have to bring him out. I was just making that known.
We should do that too. But one thing I'd ask to Destiny is
yeah, what's up?
And I mean, I think this is also what Max is trying to say is because ultimately, what is your primary? Can you state your primary goal in bringing Nick on stream and engaging with him? What is your primary motivation in doing that?
My primary motivation is to see how many different types of people I can befriend and be cordial with while still maintaining my ideological positions and defending them in an accurate manner. I hope that a byproduct of that is I gain access to other communities and I slowly convert them to being omni-liberals over time. That's the byproduct of that primary goal. I hope.
Okay, so the primary goal is not.
No, it's not conversion. That's what it looks different, and it's cringe. That would look like an entirely different process, I think, and that's not my.
Okay, but it would look different. But if you were playing, 5D chess, this is what you would say if you were actually trying to convert everyone. But you don't want people to know that because then they'd be afraid to talk to you. So you're playing.
Well, if that was the
friendly.
case, I would never admit that on live stream anyway. So
Oh,
I don't even know why you
of
would
course
bring
you
that
would
up.
not.
But
Right.
okay.
Right. I'm just. How do you think you have been so far? Do you think you have converted, based on your conversations with Nick on stream, at least so far? Do you think you've converted members of his viewer base to go away from?
I don't know how long I need to be
radical-
there. I know that there are people that watch Nick a lot that now watch me. I know that at the very least, which I consider to be beneficial versus them not watching me. So I know that that's like one aspect that I've got. And I do know that I have a lot of members of my audience that were conservatives that have either gone from far right to center right, or from center right to centrist, or from center right to center left. I know that that's happened. And I've gotten people that are from the far left that have gone center left. Those are the emails I get, and those are the comments I see in my YouTube videos and my communities on other YouTube videos. So that's what I've seen.
Okay, and so right off the bat, I would say, well, it's a tricky situation.
It's hard to quantify though. Maybe he's gained more
How-
fans off of me than I have off him. It's hard to know. That's a really
Right.
hard question to answer, right? Possible.
And so, what do you think the biggest risk is in platforming Nick and engaging with him in a friendly way, like Max has been describing? Like
The biggest risk is just
scenario?
serving as like an amplification platform for him, connecting him to larger creators, blowing him up bigger than he would have been before. Yeah.
And how risky do you think that is? Do you think that is a real possibility?
I think that risk, the determination of that risk is fundamental to my character. I think that if that is how it plays out, then that's how it should have played out. And fuck me, I failed my internet project.
Okay, but that's different. I mean, I'm asking.
I don't know. In my mind, the risk should be zero. If I believe in what I believe strong enough, if I prepare for my debates and my arguments well enough, and if I put forth a convincing enough narrative.
I mean, look at our past.
But
debates.
there's something like
those prepared, and every time
there's something. I think there should be.
we're
There's something a
dealing.
little bit larger than us at play in terms of our individual fallibility, right? There's the concept or the idea. Largely speaking, I would say that I'm representing some idea of liberalism, capital L liberalism, and I think that Nick represents some idea of authoritarianism, maybe. That these are kind of like, largely speaking, the ideas that are behind us that we represent. Obviously, us as individuals are fallible, but the ideology that I represent, ideas are bulletproof. Remember the V for Vendetta guy? No, the ideology that I'm representing, I'm conducting myself in such a way to represent that ideology as best I can. And if I fail in doing that, and if the ideology fails in service of people like me, then I think that says something about not only me, but the ideology that I represent. And that's just a consequence of backing the wrong horse, I guess.
Like, what worries me about Nick is not so much the authoritarianism, because I think the bigger risk is the conspiratorial thinking, which then in turn leads to anti-democratic values. And
Sure, but that's ubiquitous
the
across the right
process.
and left on the far spectrums right now.
Right, but so as someone who knows, regular, just through, I don't want to give a lot of personal information, but I know these people who are incredibly conspiratorial, and I agree with you that they are not, their intentions are not evil, right? But at a certain point, when we see what is going on right now in the United States, and it's looking a bit different right now with the midterms, but there could, if you look at what Trump has done to the political process and what his supporters have helped prop up, it's very clear that, do you not believe we are teetering on the brink of something that might represent a very strong shift away from your core values, and
Yes.
that you have an imperative to protect those?
Yeah, but this is what I believe, okay? I don't think that you can betray your values in service of defending those values. If I believe that liberalism works as a concept and as an idea, it has to work when it's the most difficult. If you're willing to abandon some principles in times of great crisis, then those are principles that you never held in the first place. So if I think that liberalism is as sturdy an ideology as I'd want it to be, or as I believe it to be, then ideally those principles should serve as the mast on your ship that carries you through that storm. If you've got to toss it aside and go, okay, well, hold on, time to be authoritarian right now because shit's not working, then your whole political project just fucking failed anyway.
But this idea, like liberal conservative ideology, forget that. My concern is about the lack of truth. It is believing things that are falsehoods. And this happens on both sides, but it's obviously the biggest danger of it.
Sure, but I mean, like, we're hitting at, like,
conservatives.
I believe that these ideas hit at the core of liberalism, which is essentially based on this idea of liberty and individuality and freedom of speech and freedom of the press, right? This is liberalism that we're really truly talking about right now, right? And the idea of, like, I don't know, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Maybe it needs to be controlled. That's like a more authoritarian kind of thought. And I'm not using, and now I'm having a conversation with you. So when I say authoritarian, I don't mean that as a slur. I mean that as a legitimate form of government. It's governance, authoritarian, the idea of, like, being able to have singular control over a state. Yeah, centralized control of the media and stuff like that, right? I do think there's tension here between authoritarian versus liberalism. Yeah. Well, no, hold on. Canada's not an authoritarian state. No way.
Well, no. But it's our restrictions on certain types of speech are.
Hold on. Canada is, if there is a liberalism versus authoritarian, Canada's way on the liberalism side.
No. I'm talking about authoritarian and the term I understood you to be using it, which is more centralized authority and which includes limitations on free speech. And in Canada,
yeah, but Canada has a very free speech.
Okay, this is a fucking sidetrack. Okay,
Sure,
Why are we
okay.
talking about
The
fucking
whole
Canada?
thing is a sidetrack. Chud, I don't
sorry.
think that Rem should be in here.
Oh, well, then you've done a shit job. So why don't you go ahead and take another crack at it?
Oh, okay.
Go on.
I'm sorry.
Chud.
Okay. Anyways, my primary worry with you bringing on Nick is that you're going to amplify conspiratorial theories, which will
I'm not gonna. I don't want to bring on.
undermine-
We're not gonna bring on Nick.
Okay.
I don't want to bring on. If Nick comes on, I'm leaving. The only way I'll talk to Nick Fuentes is in a one-on-one interview. I'm not gonna debate him. I'm not gonna argue with him, and I'm not gonna do a panel discussion now where Steven gets to call me soy and make fun of me and gang up on me with Nick.
Why do you think I would gang up on you with Nick?
You're already doing it.
Okay.
There's
Because
like some weird.
you could have
personal-
avoided it if you yeah, it is obviously it's personal. If you had said, like, yeah, these are valid concerns, but, like, you know, I'm taking the risk, or those are sacrifices I'm willing to make, but your argument is that you're not making any sacrifices at all.
What?
That this is
I've already
every
said that,
bad
of
thing
course.
about every.
Sorry, go ahead.
But you're also saying every bad thing about what you're doing is the fault of the left.
No, that's not true. I've already said it. If I haven't said it, I'm sorry, I'll say it again. Everything I do politically in moving into the other communities is a huge risk. That I run the risk of normalizing misogyny with the MRA community. That I run the risk of normalizing Nazism with Fuentes' community. That
That's
I run
a
the risk.
defense. I'm not saying no. Now you're making it sound like I'm saying your content should be boring and you shouldn't
I'm
talk
not
to people
saying-
who disagree
it's-
with you. I'm not saying that it's a risk to talk to MRA people. I'm saying it's a risk to talk to a Nazi psychopath who tried to take over the country.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
think
I'm,
you
and
should
and,
try
and
to
the,
take
the,
over
the
the
fact that you're
country.
the fact that you're equating. Okay, sorry. Kill the vice president. I'll just be really clear.
I also
The
don't
fact-
think he tried to kill the vice president.
What do you think that? What do you think those people were there to do?
Did Nick even enter the building?
No, but he was outside cheering
Did
them on.
Trump?
Yeah, but a lot of people were outside, and I
Did
would say
Hitler
the
ever
majority of
enter
those
the?
people
Did
didn't
Hitler
want to
ever?
kill
Did Hitler
Pence.
pull the lever on the gas chamber himself?
Yes, let's go. Perfect
I
analogy.
mean, yeah, he designed the orders by which to execute that plan. Do you think Nick had?
No, he didn't.
uh,
Actually, that was Himmler.
oh,
Hitler
I
did not
see.
design the orders. He had somebody else do that, and then they had somebody else do something else, and they had somebody else do
And Hitler
something else.
had no.
And then a
influence on that decision.
perfectly innocent January 6th rioter was the person who flipped the switch, or the perfectly innocent BLM rioter is the person who threw a brick through the window, or blah, 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 blah. My point is, Nick is one of the people who is driving the people into the Capitol.
No, okay.
And he has
I
stated
don't
that he is
disagree with
proud of doing that. Okay,
but I think
so
we
then
have to
why
hesitate.
don't
When
you,
you say he
instead of,
wants to kill
Chud,
the
can you
vice
get him out of the
president?
fucking call? Chud, I need him to
Well,
leave.
just don't say
I can't.
false things on stream. It undermines your credibility.
Chud,
Okay, listen, Rem. I appreciate you coming on. I'm gonna have
Didn't
to
work
kick
out.
you now. It didn't work out. Thanks for coming on, Rem. Okay.
You know what? I don't think your mom worked out, Chud, and I think you should think about that. Yeah. Talk to you never, loser.
Okay.
Just kidding, love you. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye bye. Okay, listen, Mr. Girl, I'll take the L on that, okay? I thought that was going to be...
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay, I do apologize. I stand by the Ico thing.
Good
that was
one,
an
dude.
L on my
Sure.
part.
Good job.
We tried it. Not every experiment's going to work out. Okay. My... You're sanitizing him by comparing him to MRA people.
I was just making an example. I'm not trying to I'm sorry. I was just making an example.
But you are maybe you're not trying to, but you are, and you continuously do this by comparing him to people who are not fucking insane and making this straw man argument.
You
where
don't
I'm
think people
saying,
like Andrew
hey,
Tate are insane?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't call Andrew Tate insane. I mean, I don't know if the sex trafficking thing is true. That might change my mind. But no, there's saying wacky shit online. There's saying wacky shit online, and then there's storming the U.S. Capitol to try to kill the vice president and doing genocide if you ever come into power. And when I say I think it's irresponsible the way that you are engaging with these people, with Nick Fuentes specifically, for you to then say like, oh yeah, well everything I said you're not accepting the criticism. You could. And it does feel personal. I feel personally angry at you because you're rejecting my criticism and my feedback about somebody who wants to fucking kill me. You're rejecting that by saying, oh yeah, I know you want my content to be boring. And that's the exact same fucking line you always say about every leftist. You say, they don't want me to talk to anybody. They want me to be in a bubble. I'm not saying I don't want you to talk to anybody. I'm not even saying I don't want you to talk to Fuentes. I think the way you're engaging with a psychopathic Nazi who tried to fucking kill the vice president is irresponsible. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I understand. Where do we go from here?
I don't know. I'm not expecting you to reach a ruling or decision on this. If you're saying that you outright reject the feedback, then that's fine. I don't know.
Listen, one thing I will say, I do feel, Destiny, you are throughout this conversation, you've kind of lumped Mr. Girl into the leftoid miasma that exists out there, which I know exists.
I'm not trying to lump him in, but I'm saying that like I have to function in that environment where a lot of these like statements have been made and stuff, and that's kind of what I have to deal with. Like there's a world where it's just people like Mr. Girl, and I probably can use the word Nazi or fascist. I imagine that a guy that spent as much time as he has fighting over words like pedophile probably wouldn't be misusing words like Nazi. I would guess, I would hope. So in that world, it probably would be like better, but that's not the one that I'm in right now. It's not the one I unfortunately have to function in.
But you can change the world.
Not like that. No.
You can I've changed the word pedophile, haven't I? On my stream, if I say the word pedophile, everybody knows what I mean.
On
if
your
I say
stream,
it on
but
your
the
stream,
second
I've
you
changed the word pedophile to your audience. If I say pedophile on your stream, people know what I mean.
Yeah, but the second you
right?
step out of my audience, you have to go back to talking how everybody talks.
Okay, yeah, that's true, but this is how words change, man. It's
Why are you explaining what I just explained to you? Of course, I agree with you. Like when I'm talking to my audience again, that's going to look different than when I'm
stop
talking.
acting like a fucking passenger when you're in the driver's seat.
I'm not trying to talk to my audience when I'm talking to Fuentes. My audience doesn't need to know that Nazi's bad. My audience already knows that.
I'm not saying Nazi bad. That's not the definitional disagreement we're having. I'm saying Nazi is a descriptor of an actual thing. It's not just a bad name you call people.
Okay.
Which you agree with. Yeah. That's your whole problem.
We need to reclaim the word Nazi. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, we
need
to.
Steven doesn't use the word Nazi. He's doing this like multi-layered fucking mental gymnastics around this. You're saying the word Nazi is only used as an insult, but you don't use it as an insult.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Depends on the context of the conversation.
Well, I think you're against. Sounds like you're against broadly the use of Nazi as just a meaningless. I don't like you and you're stupid. I don't think you really use it that way.
Not generally.
Right?
Sometimes I use it jokingly, like I guess I kind of did with the Sirs, half jokingly or whatever. It just depends. The word is destroyed. I'm not here to try to retake it. I'm not interested in retaking it. I can attack all the concepts of Nazism without having to worry about the fucking word.
Okay. Well, I think that if you think different words mean different things in different contexts, I think your channel is your platform is a gigantic context, and you can redefine words. You can say, guys, when I use this word, here's what I mean, and I think hundreds of thousands of people will accept that. So I think that actually...
And I try to do that on my platform. That's why I tell people, don't just call people fucking Nazis or random shit like that. I think that's generally bad to do. Okay. I say shit like that all the time.
Okay, well, I think in this case you should be really clear about whether you think Nick Fuentes is a Nazi.
I don't care.
As I've said.
I would rather attack the ideas. I don't need the label to attack the ideas.
I'm not talking about attacking the ideas.
Then I don't care about the label. I'm not interested in that. Other people that want to label people can do that. That's not my concern. That's not what I'm concerned with.
But you use the problem. If you're not interested in it, that's fine. But you use it. You called Nick Fuentes a Nazi.
Yeah,
and you
but,
also said he wasn't a Nazi.
Okay.
And then you agreed that provides cover for him. So
the cover is there whether I say it or not. If I stop doing it right now, the exact same cover is there. I have no bearing on that.
That's not true. You are in charge of most of Nick Fuentes' now audience.
I'm not in charge of what the word Nazi means, though.
Yes, you are. You are in charge of what the word Nazi means on your stream, and your stream is the place where Nick Fuentes exists the most. Remember when Nick Fuentes said that he would rather be dead in real life and alive on Twitter?
I don't
you
bring
have
Nick
provided
Fuentes.
That for him. He is alive now. He's alive in your sphere, and you have total control over the way the word Nazi is used in your sphere. You actually have so much control and power, and so much, therefore, responsibility for how this plays out, and you're fucking just abdicating all of it.
I can't control how that word is used outside of my community. I have some control over it inside my community. But I'm not bringing Fuentes into my community to talk to my community about Nick Fuentes. I'm bringing Fuentes into my community so I can also talk to his community. And his community is going to have another say.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, what are you asking me?
To exercise that control.
Okay, I'll think about it, okay? I'll put it, it's in the memory banks right now, okay?
I mean, I feel sometimes, Destiny,
Yeah, tell me how you feel.
You're not taking Max seriously.
I do take him seriously. All these criticisms are serious criticisms. They're things we have to think about a lot when it comes to platforming people and dealing with people with extremist ideologies, of course.
Okay. But basically what I'm getting then is that you've dealt with this or thought about this so much. Wait, what do you mean?
It just feels like you're rolling your eyes at me. You're just making fun of me, acting like you don't respect my opinion as much as you probably do.
I respect your opinion. It's something I'll consider. Maybe
I know you should respect my opinion, and I think you do respect my opinion, but you're acting like you don't. You're pretending you don't.
I'm not pretending that. Okay, how would I? Tell me what do I? I will seriously your opinion is being added to the catalog of people's opinions and thoughts I have about this particular thing. And it might be the case that in 3 to 6 months, I'm like, you know what? I think Max is right. When we engage with this particular topic, I'm going to treat it this way from now on. Because in terms of how I've engaged with extremists, that's changed pretty radically over the past 3 to 6 months. It has. And it could change more in the future. It could. Maybe I start seeing really problematic humor in my community and I was like, you know what? I don't really like this. This is kind of fucking weird. I don't like that people are upvoting ironic Nazi jokes. I don't like that people are upvoting shit, saying there is a lot of weird Jewish shit going on. That's kind of weird. If I see stuff like that, I probably will change course. Kind of did it with the ironic misogyny thing. Yeah, with the misogyny thing. When people started doing that too much, okay, well, this isn't cool. We're going to start soft banning or hard banning misogynistic jokes. Yeah, things can change over time for sure. But this is an approach I have right now. It's one that I've thought of a great deal. That doesn't mean I'll never change it, but it also doesn't mean that the first person to give me formal official criticism on it is going to make me change it. But maybe I will. It might be a thing I change in the future. And all these conversations go towards building that.
My problem is that you have a generally mocking and dismissive response to what I'm saying. Not that you, I'm not saying I want you to just agree to change your policy or do whatever because I said to. It just feels like you're.
I have a debater tone right now. I agree. I tried halfway in the conversation to chill out. I started writing stuff down more.
Okay.
That is a legitimate feeling to have. I can understand why you would think that.
Isn't that inevitable because of the format of this, right? All these people watching.
It doesn't have to be inevitable. I got hot, and I think he got a little hot too, maybe. And that turns the tone of the conversation into one that seems more combative. And when it sounds more combative, it sounds like I'm not considering anything he's saying. So I understand the feeling on that, 100%.
Okay.
But all feedback that I get is stuff that goes towards, not all feedback actually, most of it is worthless, but your feedback I value. So this is all stuff that goes towards building. It might be the case that you say this and I get 52 contradictory emails right now from a whole bunch of Fuentes fans who are like, Max is a fucking moron. I used to think this, and this, and you actually changed my life. Or it might be the case that I get 30 emails and people are like, hey, I used to do this and this. I have a friend that watches you or not. He makes a lot of fucking Groiper jokes now, and he actually watches Nick 10. And maybe oh shit, that's actually not good, right? All of it goes into the general feedback of how I view everything. Your feedback, other people's feedback, stuff I read in comments, all over the place. That's how it generally goes. All I know is that right now I've changed my approach in a pretty different way than what it was before. Right now I'm getting like historic penetration into communities that were almost completely and totally unavailable to me. So it's unlikely that I'm just going to change because I hear one person has some problem or gives me some negative feedback on it. But that's not to say it'll never change. Maybe it will. Maybe I see some fallout of things that are like, fuck, this isn't good. I'm going to change the way that I do this. Everything's possible.
The less soy you are, the more penetration you're going to get.
Sure, but the penetration always comes at the cost of if you go too deep. You know, if you stare into the abyss long enough, it stares back at you, or in this case, back at your entire audience, right?
Yes, exactly.
Are you satisfied, Max?
With what?
This conversation.
No.
How do you feel? What's going on?
Steven's sense of responsibility is very constrained by what he believes is realistic, and he's also very cynical. And it therefore, that cynicism constricts his sense of responsibility, because he doesn't believe he even can do anything about the stuff I'm talking about. So he's like, the world's ruined, the left does this. If Nazism wins, then it's because it was a better ideology. That's why I'm not satisfied. That's the part that I think we're not able to reconcile.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the concerns, and I think there's a trend and an issue happening. I think that much of it, though, is more audience-based than maybe, like, some of the frustrations come from what the audience do, right? And that's kind of intangible sometimes. And sure, Destiny can certainly maybe do things like you suggested to, moderate that. But it seems more like an audience-led issue than anything else. Do you see what I mean?
Well, but it's not just audience-led. The influencer is called that for a reason, right? We have huge control over how things are perceived or what directions audiences head in.
Yeah, and I feel like every person who tells Steven to be more responsible does it from this place of like hate and condemnation and deplatforming and fucking with his money and his life and being horribly mean to him, and so I feel like that defensive reaction is understandable, but it's me, buddy.
I gotcha.
Hey, is that it?
Is that it? You tell me, Chud. You're the ambusher here, the content mastermind.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that this started off as just talking about this phenomenon, and then it kind of grew to, well, we should get Destiny in because the Nick Frenta stuff is going to come up. And yeah, that's kind of where we are. Now we're here. I don't really know what to say or what's next. Are we done? Max, is there anything else from you?
Are you just trying to go to bed?
No, listen, I've got more time in me, of course. Rem wants to come back on and call you soy. I don't know if you want to. Yeah, there's a few people that want to come on, but obviously, like, I don't want to just bring people on necessarily.
I can talk to whoever. You guys are, whatever you guys want to do.
Well, Max, what do you want to do?
I don't want anybody to come on because of the topic. You know why? Because of the whole theory, right? Is like people can't be sincere about stuff. Everybody has to show, even Rem. Rem came in, he's like, I want to push back, and immediately he's like making your mom jokes. And it's like nobody's willing to take a sincere emotional stance. And anybody else who comes on is going to start making stupid fucking jokes and provide
you don't get to talk shit about me when I could rejoin the call, Max.
Is going to provide an out, like you're doing right now, for Steven and Chud and even me to just not have to take this seriously. Like my audience wants to bring Nick on. A large percentage of my chat is telling me to bring on Nick. Like they did, like nothing, like didn't understand anything I said. Like they don't care. They just want to be entertained.
This is what I mean about the fucking audience-led shit. Everyone's so fucking content-brained, and lots of takes I've seen.
No, we don't have to capitulate to the audience. In fact,
Yeah,
I would say
the audience indicates that the last like few hours have from what I've watched, it's like looping. What has been gained here at all? Like seriously.
Yeah. So if you're taking a stand against a Nazi trying to take over the country, that's fun. That's good until you start looping. If you start looping, then you should probably just drop it, right? You wouldn't want to be a looper. Like no, that the whole framing you have of like the conversation should be entertaining above all else, no matter what, is a great way for.
No, I don't agree with that. I'm the king of boring content, Max.
Great. Okay, good. So then you understand why I'm looping.
Well, no, because you should. Because it seems like you're like. For example, if I were to talk to Destiny about this, it would probably take like 10, 15 minutes. We'd find our fundamental disagreement, and then he would probably say, "Oh, this is."
I saw you talk to Destiny about this. I couldn't even understand what the fuck you were talking about. No, it was a mess.
Well, that's an interesting interpretation. That's not the impression I was getting from other people, but okay.
The thing is, it's
anyway,
a cycle, isn't it? Like, what came first, the fucking audience demanding content or the content creator giving content? Like, there's a constant demand for content, and people want the memes and the jokes. And yeah, that means this is the age of the Giga Chat shit, right? People see content above all else. So even harmful shit, they'll. Yes, sir. Go on.
Being irresponsible is very entertaining. It's very entertaining to watch Steven. To watch Steven have chicken and waffles with Fuentes is very entertaining. It's funny. It's inherently funny. It almost doesn't even matter what they talk about. Just the fact of it happening is funny. It's a big fuck you to all the annoying people that Steven hates. People who are not kind to me. People who I don't like. People who block me on Twitter even though I've never interacted with them. I have a tenth of the vitriol or a thousandth of the vitriol that Steven has for them. I totally understand. Like it's great. It's great cinema. But I think it's wrong.
But for the record, Max, I agree with you that Destiny platforms people with abhorrent views that shouldn't be platformed. For example, platforms people who are incredibly transphobic on
use the
stream
restroom quick. 1 sec.
all the time. And in general, I think we found out that Destiny, you can have I don't understand having these conversations. I'm generally asking you. I don't understand having these personal conversations. Like you do a lot of the psychoanalyzing on stream with people, but based on I've known Destiny for a few years, but it seems to me Destiny is really just concerned with the facts of the matter. And the psychoanalyzing, to me, doesn't really get to the heart of the issues that are at hand, which is, one, ought he talk to Nick at all on stream? And these are going to be ethical discussions that you have to have, but it feels like you constantly veer off into these speculations about intentions, about his character. Oh, they're all using you. Like that shit to me is completely irrelevant, and I think irrelevant to a lot of people who just want to find out whether it is responsible or not. And from what I watched, at least, of today, that's why I said you were looping, for the record, because I feel like we still haven't gotten to the crux of the issue about the ethics behind platforming someone with potentially abhorrent moral views and also views that are blatantly false, as agreed by any reasonable person. But I'm curious why the strategy you choose is instead to try to delve into people's psyche and analyze them as to why they hold these positions they do, rather than focusing on whether those issues are actually true or false. I've
not delved into the psyche of Fuentes.
Max, yes, I didn't say, but you did it with me. You did it with me immediately when you joined. The first thing you did was make all these suppositions and try to assume.
That's not about your psychology. It's not about your psychology. It's not about your personality. It's about the shit I think you're gonna say.
Which would have to do with my psychology and the way I behave.
I'm not psychoanalyzing you by saying that I think you're gonna come in and say a bunch of boring shit that Steven's gonna make fun of. That's not psychoanalysis.
You're psychoanalyzing me, but you definitely do that with. I mean, you did that like 6 minutes ago with Destiny or something like that. You were trying to delve into the speculation as to why he has Nick on his stream. You know, you're only doing it for X, Y, and Z rather than just push Destiny over and over. You ought not to platform him because of X, Y, and Z. I think that's what the entire discussion should be about. And I think that's what a responsible conversation on this issue would be.
Wait, what?
Maybe that is less entertaining, though.
Chud asked me why I wasn't satisfied with the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I said what I was thinking. I was not trying to push Steven when I said that. I was telling him that I'm not satisfied with the conversation because there is a level of cynicism that Steven has that I can't get through it.
Okay.
And that's why I'm not satisfied. I don't think I'm psychoanalyzing him by saying that.
Well, based on, again, I'm not an avid MrGirl watcher, so I'm not entirely sure if you do it every single conversation, but you seem to have a habit of doing that. But, I mean, Destiny, in terms of, is Nick going to come on? Chuck?
No.
No, we're not going to bring Nick on, no.
Well, I mean, Max doesn't have to stay, but isn't it better for the content if Nick were here?
Yes. It's
And
better for
maybe
Of course it is.
push him on his lies and
If
bullshit?
Nick came on, that would be the best. Nick and MrGirl on a panel would be the best content going. But like, yeah, I think
But Max
I feel
said he's not willing to.
I feel-
why would you not want to do that? You have this opportunity to push
because
back on one of the biggest fear mongers.
Shut up for a fucking second, mate. Okay, I feel enslaved to content all of my fucking life. Okay, and like this was an opportunity to have a conversation that wasn't just about content, and yeah, there was a bit more to it perhaps. And now again, I feel the pull to the content. It's annoying. It's fucking, and I know chat's going to be soying out, going, oh no, we want the content, and that's fine. You can have content fucking every other day of the week, but I'm sick of it.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we're having the conversation in the first place, because if you prioritize content and looking cool and looking smart and looking funny over...
And I hate to admit that. I feel sorry for admitting that. I can't genuinely express how I feel sometimes, it feels, right? And it fucking sucks.
You're at risk of appearing cool by doing any of this, but...
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? See, look, I feel like you're mocking me when I'm trying to genuinely express something. Like, doesn't that fucking suck?
You're a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, that's why I told you to fucking
Twitch
kick him
streamers.
from the call, because that's what he's going to do. He's going to make it so we can't have a serious conversation about
you
anything
can't
that
have a
means
joke?
anything, and it turns it into a joke.
I can't have a
I think you
serious
are turning the
conversation.
conversation into it. We're turning the conversation into a joke, and my whole problem with the way Steven's interacting with Fuentes is that he's turning it into a joke, and Fuentes wants to be turned into a joke. That's the plan.
Right, but unless he can actually form a type of relationship with Nick, he will never be able to have the opportunity to sit down with him one-on-one and expose the ridiculousness and absurdity of the positions that he takes.
Yeah, MrGirl
And
knows that,
even
but the
if he
question
can't-
is like, it's just where do you draw the line, right? Because technically, the closest I could ever get to somebody like Nick would be like marrying him and starting a family, right? That'd be the closest. But then at some point, like, okay, well, that sounds way the fuck over the line, which I would say it probably is. But just saying, logically, the closer you get, the better it is. That's not true. The closer you get, the better the contact you get with their audience, but then the more risk you have of losing your own, right? That's then the argument is, what is the trade-off? Where's the balance, right?
Well, for the record, I don't think you should be having Nick on stream. So I agree with that. But
Sure. But so then you're actually more extreme than Max is. Max thinks I should have him on stream, but when he's on stream, it should only be to have discussions related to these particular topics.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree with the sanitization and normalization. That's the crux here, I think. And also the fact, I don't think we should normalize conspiratorial thinking. I think that any environment where they're allowed to be normalized or seen to be on par.
Well, wait,
with,
then why did you just argue to bring him on?
Well, but I don't have an issue with you coming on here in like a video debate setting and doing it. But my issue is when it was on stream in your house.
The fuck is the difference?
You see why those two things are different?
Okay, I guess. It doesn't seem like it's that different to me, but I guess I can see some people thinking it was.
Well, of course. Well, what do you
That makes
mean?
it seem
People
like
have
way more
debates all the
friendly, I
time
guess,
from
for sure.
radically different positions. I mean, if you're not gonna, you have to have debate, right? I mean,
Chud, do you see how you were
liberal
trying
core.
to say something genuine and then Rem derailed it and now you can't talk about it?
Oh, I'm not saying anything genuine anymore.
You made the conversation change from something Chud was saying. He feels like he's literally saying, I feel like I can't express how I feel about things. And then you did the exact thing that I predicted that you were going to do. I think you came back on because I said you were going to do it, and you had to come back on to prove that you were going to do it. Now you've proven it. You've shown that we can't have a genuine, vulnerable conversation about how this is affecting us as creators, or emotionally, or affecting the country. And yes, Chud, will you get rid of him?
Well, I don't. I'm sure Chud could be. Chud, don't you? You would call.
I just, I don't know, this just isn't working for whatever reason, okay? And this was originally a conversation between, and I've kicked around the group.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, listen, look, like, Destiny.
You're saying you feel like you can't talk about how you feel.
Destiny, can we just cut the memes for a second, right? I know I'm just a content monkey.
I'm not. That situation is funny, but I'm here.
No, wait, sorry. Okay. I'm not saying you mean, it's fine that you're laughing. I'm not talking about that, okay?
Okay,
I just want to speak mano a mano for a second, okay?
Yeah, what's that? What up?
Between three guys just hanging out,
okay? Sure, three guys just hanging out. Yeah, I got you.
Right. Do you ever feel that you can't genuinely express a feeling or sentiment about something?
Not generally, but only because I'm so open generally with my audience with most things. I think I feel pretty comfortable expressing most things, unless it's like a secret of somebody that I don't want to reveal to something, right?
Okay. What about you, Max?
What about you, Chud? Why don't you say how you feel instead of asking me how I feel?
Because I hate talking about how I genuinely feel about stuff.
But that's what we're here to do. I think part of why we want to talk about that, or why you want to talk about this, was so you could talk about how you feel about this.
Yeah, but now in the moment, I don't want to. I'm scared.
Sorry.
I know.
Sorry. All right, it's Toxic Max.
You can laugh. Listen.
I responded by laughing. I'm sorry.
It's funny.
No, it's not funny. It just feels awkward. And when it's awkward, I laugh. I'm sorry.
It is awkward.
Okay.
Hey, mate, it is.
Okay.
But that's what I'm trying to fucking say. Yeah.
What are you scared of?
What are you scared of? Yeah.
Well, you put yourself out there in front of loads of people, and you do it every day.
It's scary.
And then you hide behind the irony, but then when you got to speak genuinely, yes, fucking sucks.
Well,
doesn't
speak
it?
genuinely. The irony is poisoning your brain. Go.
Yes, it is.
Well, make it
listen,
stop.
I don't mind you laughing. Okay.
I'm not laughing at you. I was just laughing at my own awkward feeling in that moment. So talk to us. Tell us what you really feel. Go.
I feel. Listen, I just want a joke and meme. Fuck, this is so fucked. It feels frustrating that, in the age of the Giga Chad, to give a genuine expression of how you feel or think about something, it's kind of derided and it's kind of mocked,
Yeah, it is. It's pretty dumb. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's annoying and it sucks, and I think it's a problem. And it kind of sucks that we can't. Like the other day, I was talking about issues content creators face, genuine concerns and issues, and people were just kind of laughing. And it's like, oh, you're just fucking making content. You got the dream job. And it's like, well, it's not quite as much as it's cracked up to be when you get into the nitty gritty. There's some positives, but there's some downsides, And I think that all of us here can agree openly that this has a strain on your mental health in one way or another, And I think it's clear when you look at some of the stuff that's happened. And yeah, you've kind of got to dress that up in some ways, and it sucks. That's all I've got to say about it, really.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about this conversation about Fuentes and Steven?
Well, I think the problem I've got is as you know, I've come to you with some concerns, but then when I actually watch the content, I'm like, okay, so this is nowhere near maybe how it's been presented to me, and the way that Destiny's handled it has actually been pretty reasonable and pretty responsible. Now, I do share still the concerns about the chicken and waffles thing, sure, but I guess the problem I have there is, even if I thought that was really bad, say, what's the outcome of that? What's the downside, or what's the issue that's going to come about as a result of it? And I just don't know if there's a strong enough answer to oppose it on the basis that it's got some bad outcome, It
just sounds like you're rationalizing keeping your feelings to yourself by saying, if I can't prove that Fuentes is going to become the next Hitler, then I shouldn't say how it makes me feel to see him having chicken and waffles.
I don't mind talking about how it makes me feel. But again,
you do mind it. I feel like you're not talking about it.
Okay. The reason it's difficult sometimes is because, it happened earlier when I expressed a feeling about it, and people want you to justify those feelings. There's this tendency where you have to justify how you feel about something all the time, and you need to have a rational, reasonable thing behind why you think the way you think. And I think that's fine for certain positions. But sometimes just talking about how you feel is fine. But that seems to be dismissed a lot of the time. And it's like, no, you need to have a grounded reason for this. You need to lay it out, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't think either of us feel that way. You can have a feeling without, like, I mean, like, feelings by definition aren't like rationalized things. They're things that just happen in you in response to external things, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's okay to have a feeling about something without being able to rationally justify it. If you rationally justified all of it, it wouldn't be a feeling. It would just be like it'd be like a cognitive thought process. It'd be something fundamentally different, right?
Yeah, I'm sure you agree with me. Like, I'm sure that's, you know, I'm sure definitely MrGirl does, but obviously it's like, again, this audience-led thing where you're kind of pushed to, you know.
So what is are you just nervous because of the audience right now then? Is that all you're thinking about?
Well, it's not, I was memeing a bit there, okay? I'm not like nervous, right? It's just, it feels.
Okay, it sounds like you're doing you are nervous, and you're being nervous by joking about being nervous. You're doing the Giga Chad thing.
No, I'm not, no, that it's not Giga Chad to joke about being nervous.
Are you? It feels like you're doing the Giga Chad thing. Does the audience make you nervous?
No, not at all. It's not.
Okay, well then wait. Then why can't you just tell us how you feel?
It's not just the audience in and of itself. I think that there's a lot of scrutiny that you receive, right? And that's probably the issue. But then that's part of being a content creator.
The scrutiny is coming. The scrutiny is not coming from me or Max. The scrutiny is coming from the audience.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, but the thing is like there's I don't know. Sure. I guess then, yeah, it's coming from the audience. I don't know. I feel like now it's like all this focus is on me.
Well, this is why I didn't want this is why I don't want to do a panel with Fuentes, because a lot of the reason it's wrong to be racist or to round people up and kill them or to keep people out of the country based on the color of their skin are emotional. They feel wrong. They hurt people's feelings, make people feel bad.
Okay. I just wanted to let the record show I fully disagree with that, but okay.
Well, like, if racial profiling was a very successful measure in reducing crime, I would still think it's wrong because how it makes people feel.
No, that's not. I don't think that's a good answer. No. It's strange that you would say that without opening up a whole other can of worms. But that is like
what?
What? Well, I'm about to say it. That rationale that you're giving right there feels like exactly the type of rationale you'd push back against for like trans people that want to define things just because they make people feel the best about a particular thing.
I'm not talking about the definitions of things. I'm talking about policies that make people feel bad. Making people feel bad is an important factor in whether something is right or wrong. Not correct or incorrect, but morally right or wrong.
Okay.
The argument about trans people that you and I are kind of locked in is what is going to psychologically harm trans people the most or least. You view that giving trans people surgery and hormones unharms them or helps them somehow. I believe it harms them. But in both cases, we're saying we want the thing that makes people feel better. We think that's the right thing, and largely because of how it makes them feel. Okay. I'm trying to protect trans people from themselves because I think they're self-harming, and you are not. You think the opposite.
Okay.
So a lot of my pushback against like racist ideology is that it hurts people. It hurts them emotionally and psychologically. It's not you can't always point to death or physical damage or financial damage, but racism really hurts people's feelings, and that matters. And that kind of stance is really hard to take with Steven, because he doesn't buy into that in the same way. So I don't want to be in a panel where I'm outnumbered like 8 to 1 in saying like, I think talking about people's feelings does matter. I think it matters a lot. And then everybody's like, well, who gives a shit? Then a lot of my like stance and objection, I get reframed as like, I'm no longer somebody like actually making an emotional appeal to you and like calling you out for something and asking you to be responsible. Let's say my eyes filled with tears, one-on-one. It's like it's a meaningful moment between us. If my eyes fill with tears and there's 8 other people with like jokey avatars and calling me a bitch or whatever, all the people who've been on here, if there was 8 of those people, then if my eyes fill with tears, then I'm a loser. I'm a soy loser who just making everything about myself. Whatever. There's a million ways to dismiss me.
Okay.
So, Chud, I feel like you're playing both sides, where you're saying you want to be able to talk about how you feel about this stuff, but by not doing it, you're also setting a tone of like...
Yes, I'm on the fence. My favorite place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but the thing is, one thing I think you're missing though is that, like, when it comes to an analysis of a panel, like, the outcome of that panel is irrelevant, because whilst I might feel a certain way about a piece of content, the outcomes and the realities of what that creates or what that brings about is important, because, I could feel uncomfortable about a piece of content, but what does it actually do? What's its output into the world? That matters too. And if I can't find, an output that is harmful or bad, which is very rare with a lot of content online, it's the extremities that are harmful. I can't really go beyond that. It's like, I feel a bit uncomfortable about it, but it's not really causing any harm. And, that's that. Do you see what I mean?
No.
Well, how can you not understand that? It seems pretty straightforward to me.
Can I?
Somebody was spamming rope in my chat, and I got distracted.
Can I?
Spamming what? Rope?
Yeah,
Rope.
for suicide. Can I bring a words of wisdom from my?
Wait, is it I'm going to commit suicide?
No, as in I should. Pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Listen, I'm not going to commit suicide, okay? Jesus. But I don't want anyone to commit suicide here, all right?
Me neither.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Yes, Steven?
Can I bring in some words of wisdom from my good friend C.S. Lewis?
Yeah.
Good Christian author.
Is this from Lauren Southern, by the way?
Yeah, she recommended to read some. I
Okay,
did.
okay.
I read some, and now I'm not Christian. But no, I've read a couple books by him now, so I'm born again. So now every time I read a book, I cite it constantly. Okay. There's a concept that he talks about in a book where there's like a city that you can stay in forever, right? And the city is purgatory, and people from purgatory try to make their way towards heaven, okay, from this city. And one of the questions that the author poses as he's talking to like an angel is he's like, I don't understand. Is that city supposed to be purgatory, or is it supposed to be hell? And what the author says to him is, or what the angel says to him is, well, it's kind of both and neither at the same time. And he says, well, what do you mean by that? How can it be both heaven or how can it be both hell and purgatory simultaneously? The guy said, well, if somebody is in that town for a long time and eventually they figure their way into heaven, then it was purgatory. It was a place that you were at, that you spent some time thinking, and you were able to finally make your way towards salvation. But if you're not able to get out of it, then I guess in a way that's your hell, and it always has been, and always will be, and always was. So I think that what Chud is kind of talking about here is when he's looking at the outcome. If it is the case that a year from now, people like Fuentes are still the same size, but there's like a whole bunch of people that have been slowly kind of drawn away from these extremist communities, then in a way, these panels and these platforming of extremist content was always like pretty good. It was like, okay, well, this is a good thing we did. It was pretty admirable. It was challenging, but it was good. But if it turns out to be the other way, that, 2 years from now, Fuentes is back on YouTube, he's got 7 million subscribers, AFPAC has 40 million people, it's like, fuck, this was always a huge mistake. We fucked up the entire time. Not good. I think that's what Chud means when he's looking at like, well, I don't know how things will turn out, basically. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, like for example,
Yeah, but
right? Sorry, go on.
It's bullshit.
It might be bullshit, but I think that's what his feeling is.
Okay, if you
I
said to
know,
me,
but
Mr.
that's
Girl,
bullshit shit.
okay,
That's
it's
bullshit.
not bullshit. If you said to me,
It is.
right,
It is bullshit.
shut the fuck up, right? You do this all the time, okay? Where you get fucking super butthurt because people don't agree with how you feel or believe you're feeling that way, right?
Yeah, but you're doing it to yourself now.
How am I doing it to myself? Explain it to me.
You have an emotional reaction to seeing Steven and Fuentes, and you are interrogating your emotional reaction with logic, trying to see if you can find a way to
Yes.
make it not make sense, so you don't have to share it. Which is the thing. Yes, I do
I
hate
have
when
shared
people do
it.
it to me.
Well,
I hate
no,
it when I
okay.
do it to myself, and
What
I hate
happened
watching
annoying?
you do it to yourself.
Okay, what happened annoying that was what happened earlier that was annoying is I was on my stream and I said it made me feel uncomfortable, and there were obviously people from presumably Destiny's community because we've got some crossover that were immediately down my throat getting me to justify it. Right? I find that frustrating. I find that annoying. I'm like, fuck off. If I want to feel away about something, I'll feel away about something. If I'm talking more broadly and I'm like, right, what's the actual outcomes of this? That can't be rooted in feelings. I have to look and think and go.
But the conversation can be rooted in how you feel about it. I think that's what Steven and I are both saying. We can just talk about how we feel about it without jumping to trying to predict the future. You can't.
Wait,
predict,
and also,
you can't predict the
real
future.
quick, this is where I would point to another language game that's kind of being played. When you say that you feel uncomfortable about something, what do people think you're saying?
Yeah,
They think you're saying
There's-
this
they
needs
think
to
you're
stop.
saying you disapprove.
Exactly.
Right.
Like if a girlfriend, me and Melina have had this exact same autistic fight before, where I was about to do something with another girl, and Melina is like, we're DMing, she's like, I don't know, that makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. And I read it, and I was like, oh, well, okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And then I went and did it, and the next day she was like, I didn't want you to do that. I was like, what do you mean you didn't want me to do that? And she's like, I told you it made me feel uncomfortable. I was like, yeah, sure, I understand. It made you feel uncomfortable. She's like, that meant you weren't supposed to do it. I was like, oh, well, fuck me. I didn't know that's what that meant. So yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be the same thing in an online community. When you say, like, this makes me feel uncomfortable, for some people, that's not exactly what you're saying, right? Like, they're hearing that, like, what you're really saying is like, oh, he wants this to stop. He's saying this is bad, right?
Sure, and the thing
I'm not,
is
oh,
like,
real
yeah.
quick, when you're saying sure, I'm not like blaming or attacking. I'm just saying that that's how people are probably
of
hearing it.
course.
That's why people are pushing back on it. Yeah.
But the thing is like me saying I feel uncomfortable about it. It's like I'm not saying it shouldn't happen because whether it should happen or not is determinant on okay, well, what are the outcomes? What are the possible harms
but
or the probable harms, right? And that's at that point, there's nothing I've got.
The response you're getting is because you're not being vulnerable. You're hiding behind a statement of feeling that sounds prescriptive. So now people are saying, oh, back it up. But if you just said, when I saw Steven eating chicken and waffles with Fuentes, it made me cry, or it made me feel furious, or made me feel scared. I feel terrified. They're not going to say, well, prove it. You know?
They're going to
the
call me
more
mentally
vulnerable-
ill and delusional, aren't they? At that point.
Yes, they are. If you want to change this thing that you fucking came up with the idea of the age of the Giga Chat, if you want to change it, you and me and Steven and anybody else who wants to push back against this idea that we can't talk about our feelings and that we can only talk about our jokes and ideas, we're going to get called mentally ill. Yes.
Sure. And, but my point is that doesn't make it better in that respect, right? And the thing is, I don't even feel that way about it. It was just a feeling of discomfort. And that then led me eventually to watching it and going, okay, well, some of my concerns are alleviated. And this happened with the fucking Sneeko Fuentes panel too. I watched it and I was like, okay.
Well, so what is your statement here? Is that you felt uncomfortable, then you watched it. It felt uncomfortable about something you didn't watch, but then you watched it and now it's fine.
Well, it's not that it's fine necessarily. It's just that I can't see.
But you're not saying anything. You're not saying how you feel, which is fine. You don't have to say how you feel. You're sitting on the fence, like you said.
What? Okay, I'm not sitting on the fence. Are you fucking retarded or something? I'm not sitting on the fence. Okay, I'm saying I felt. Okay, I'm saying I felt a certain way about something. Okay, and there wasn't any.
Feel.
Because I mean, probably there's still some feeling of it there, but like.
But you're not. You're not talking about that.
Okay, but beyond that, but that's the thing is like, I guess my position is, what's the point in talking about the feelings of it? Because it doesn't make any difference to anything. What matters to me and what I'm thinking about is what are the outcomes of this? What are the probable issues? And I just don't see any.
Yeah, and I disagree. I think emotional appeals are a very important part of political discussion.
Let me ground this out in a little bit of a less emotional way, Chud. If you see something and logically it's working and it makes sense, but emotionally you're having a response to it over and over and over again, it's probably worth investigating why the emotional response exists. There's probably something there that's worth digging into rather than trying to logic away an emotional response to something.
Sure. I think the framing it as an emotional response is still the overstating the case. Like I wasn't there crying and seething.
Hold on, emotional doesn't mean crying and seething. It could just mean it made you.
But that's what it sounds like, right?
Well,
And
that's
but
what. Wait, hold on.
Response.
Okay, that's really great. Hold on, I'm glad you said that. Okay. Do you see how we're speaking two different languages right now? Even though we're using the same words, you're hearing something different, right? When I say emotional, I'm trying to prove my argument that Max thought he won earlier. Okay, I'm just kidding. But like when you're saying emotional, when I'm saying emotional, do you understand what I mean when I say emotional? I don't mean crying and whining.
You mean it in the purest sense? Yeah.
Yeah, I just mean like you're having a response to
yeah.
something, right? Yeah. I get emotional when I lose games of League of Legends. I'm not crying. Well, off stream I am.
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not crying. But like you get emotional, right? Sure, that's fair. It's fair. But that doesn't. I'm not saying you're a bitch or you're getting like you're like a crybaby or whatever. Or you're.
No, of course, sure.
Okay.
To be honest, I think I need to speak to Dr. K.
Good one.
Nice. I'm at that stage.
You're just making a joke. You're doing the same.
You're
doing
doing
the thing that the stream is about.
Yes, exactly. I'm doing it to prove a point.
Are you though, or are you just hiding?
No,
from yourself?
I'm not.
Have you ever had a serious
No, you're
conversation
just
on stream
actually
before?
doing it.
Hey, what's that?
Have you ever had a serious conversation on stream before?
Yeah, of course I have.
Really?
I can't.
What was it about?
Yeah, sure. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Where you had to reveal something personal that you felt strongly about. That wasn't just anger or humor.
You know what? Probably a long time ago. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's my therapy. Didn't I?
You're laughing again. What's wrong?
Yeah, because yeah, it feels awkward. Listen, you said this yourself. When it feels awkward, you laugh. That's my response too.
I got over that. I don't feel awkward anymore.
Yeah, but now I do.
Yeah. 'cause
Anyway,
you're
come
the
on,
one that has
Mr.
to be
Girl, say
vulnerable.
something funny. Come on, make a funny joke about pedos. Come on.
We're here. Partly we're here because of your emotional response to Steven platforming Fuentes.
Okay.
Right?
And I feel like I've expressed that, but you're asking for more. But I don't know if I've got more to give.
I don't think you. You said you were uncomfortable till you watched it. Then you were less uncomfortable. So less than uncomfortable is where you're at. Is that true?
I guess after watching it, I don't see any reason to feel much discomfort at all with it. I guess is where I am now. Because what is there? What is there? Like there was a clip. I think Aiko sent me a timestamp, and I watched it.
Seeing
and it was
a reason to feel something is different from feeling it. I'm not asking you if you see a reason to feel anything. I'm asking you what you feel about it.
True.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Like, in terms of a feeling about it now, well, that feeling is guided and governed by having more information about it, right?
No, it's not.
This happens all the time. This is why these conversations about dog warts happen all the time in streaming, because we say why can't I fuck my cat? Right? Why can't I buy a goat and fuck it every day? What if the goat likes it? What if the goat's the age of consent? What if the goat has a special gene that makes it like fucking humans? What if the goat is propositioning me to fuck the goat? And we can have all these conversations, and it always the whole point of the hypothetical is just about, well, it makes you feel bad to think about your neighbor fucking a goat, right? We don't like the idea.
I understand this dynamic,
but
yeah,
we
of
can't.
course.
Bro, we can't really logically explain it though. So therefore, it's no
feels
longer
icky.
valid. It's not a valid opinion or a valid position or a valid even feeling to have or talk about. Now, if you talk about those feelings, you're stupid, and that happens with like the pro pedophile people in my community, or pro eradicating the age of consent. You'll see people being like, well, statistically, scientifically, you can see that, for millions of millennia, the young girls from the age of 13, and they were perfectly, and I can prove to you logically, and it's like, there's no room to actually say, well, it just makes me feel bad. I don't have to know why it makes me feel bad to know that it does make me feel bad. But when we ask you, okay, well, so how are you feeling about this then, given that we're talking about it? And like this kind of part of this conversation was like your idea. You're like, well, I don't see any, I saw it and I didn't see any reason to feel uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean you don't feel uncomfortable.
But do you not think one's level of discomfort can be alleviated when you get more facts or information about a matter or a situation.
It can, but something that looks exactly like alleviation can also happen where you're gaslighting yourself into believing you're not uncomfortable because somebody who's really fucking good at arguing has presented you with a bunch of alternative frames. And in all of those frames, if those frames were your frame and you could adopt those frames, then you're not uncomfortable anymore. And you can do that to yourself, absolutely. You don't want to be uncomfortable. I don't either. Steven platformed me. Steven's my friend. See, in some ways, Steven's my boss. No, I don't want to be uncomfortable.
So what are you saying? What is your point?
My point is that it takes a lot of emotional self-awareness and fortitude to fight through all of that and to admit to myself, I am uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable. I feel like I had to say something. So and we were going to end up talking about it in this conversation. So I was like, you know what? This would be a good time to talk about this. Let's invite Steven.
Wait, why can't I place Ghost Rail anymore? What did I just do? I pushed a hotkey and I fucked it up. When I'm holding shift, it just disappears. Why?
Sure, okay. I guess the issue there is like, you know, I don't really have any prescriptions or ideas. Like, you seem to have all these ideas about what could be done differently, and I'm just like.
But I would have talked about it even if I didn't. I would have just said, it feels bad watching you be buddy-buddy with somebody who I believe wants to kill me.
Oh, there's water here. Fuck me.
It's scary. It makes me sad. And
Sure.
It hurts me.
Okay, and how would you have responded to that?
I probably would just say don't watch, but it depends on the nature of the conversation.
Well,
I'm not saying that Steven's going to validate your feelings about it, or like, yeah, he might tell you go fuck yourself. He might in a different mood. He might be like, oh, that's interesting. Why does that make you uncomfortable? It depends on his mood, I guess. But yeah, I understand it's not going to be a satisfying conversation for you to say, I feel uncomfortable with your streams with Fuentes, and then Steven says, don't watch. Yeah. But that's going to happen. Like, if you're trying to change this trend, or even act outside of the trend, that's the response you're going to get. You're mentally ill, you're sewing out, don't watch, don't be a bitch. But, like, but now we know that's a good barometer. Now we know if you're not getting called too emotional and too mentally ill, if you're not being told to go fuck yourself, then you're probably still playing along with the age of the Giga Chat.
Sure, but the thing is like, as I've said before as well, I don't think there's a problem with having memes and stuff. The problem comes in when people, you know, are using it to smuggle in pernicious beliefs. And yeah, there was some discomfort, probably because of some level of concern about this being a risk. But certainly after this,
some discomfort because of some level of concern, but now after seeing it, I have no concerns and no discomfort. Everything's fine.
I mean, you know, this, I guess, sure.
I don't believe you.
Okay. But the thing is,
I don't believe you. I think you're still uncomfortable, but you can't really explain why, so you're just going to say you're not. And Steven, you agree with me, right? That's what he's dancing around saying that he's uncomfortable with.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds like it's just like a personal conversation he doesn't want to have.
I mean, sure, you know, if we were off stream, yeah, there's probably other angles we could take this, right? Like, of course. But
okay,
like,
well, so then what? Okay.
Like, but you know, obviously, yeah, I don't want to fucking like. I feel like I've revealed too much on the stream already, and like you're just pushing for more, and it's like I don't have more to give in a public setting.
Well, the stream is this. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to push you. I just want to point out that the stream is about how we can't have certain conversations on stream, and it feels like this is one that you don't feel comfortable having.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, but okay. I don't want people to think that like there's some crazy shit I'm going to reveal. Right.
Well, yeah, but saying I don't want to talk about it is different from saying like, no, I actually feel bad. Everything's fine.
Like, well, no, but what you misunderstand,
you're not uncomfortable.
Okay, but I feel like you're fucking, you know, you're bamboozling me here, left, right, and center. Okay, here's the problem that I've got with what you're saying, right?
Okay.
I don't have a problem with like the outcome, the potential outcomes of the issues that might arise. I don't think there really are any. I'm very cynical and nihilistic about that anyway, right? I think that this is mainly content, and whilst maybe there's some concerns about certain pieces of content, certainly this isn't something that would sort of trigger that, right? There are certainly conversations that, you know, we could have on stream about this, but like, it's nothing crazy. It's probably just, I mean, I don't even know what it would be. But obviously, when you're on stream versus when you're off stream, you're going to feel comfortable talking about different things, right? Like, that's fucking obvious.
So you're gonna tell me how you really feel about this next time we play Titanfall?
Well, we're playing Apex Legends next time.
Apex, yeah. Okay.
I mean, somewhat. I mean, it's not going to be anything crazy. I'm not going to be like, do you know what? I'm really worried. I think Destiny's turning into a Nazi and all this shit. It's not going to be shit like that, right? But yeah, obviously there's a level of comfort you have when you're not being broadcast where you are going to be, probably somewhat more honest, or not honest, but willing to reveal more or speak more on things, Is that reasonable? I don't know. That seems like a fairly reasonable, uncontroversial position. But you're acting like
totally I'm undermining the entire point of the stream.
But you're acting like I'm harboring some secret view and like I'm not revealing
feelings.
something.
You are harboring your emotion. It's fine. I'm not trying to push you, but if you're gonna act,
you fucking are. You are trying to push me right now. What do you mean?
No. Every time you end some long explanation of how you're actually not going to be vulnerable and talk about how you feel about this, you say, "Right, Max?" And I'm like, no, like, just stop asking me if I agree with you, and then I just won't say anything. Like, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but don't try to get me to agree that it's logical that you don't want to talk about it. It's not. We're having a stream about how problematic it is and how it leaves a big window for crazy people to ascend when you can never tell if anybody's joking because nobody wants to talk about their feelings. Nobody wants to be genuine or sincere. And then now there's a big gap in the conversation where it's like, well, I've been as sincere as I possibly can. Steven's been sincere. And then it's like, and it's kind of like, well, Chud, are you going to be sincere since this was your fucking idea?
And actually, Chud, it's even worse, Chud, when you're saying it's not a big deal because now you're making it sound like it's just something small that you just don't even want to be sincere about. It's like it's not even like a huge thing. It's just like I just don't want to show any vulnerability at all.
There's people in my chat saying that you're hypnotizing me right now, Max, and I think sadly they might be right. And I feel like you're doing that thing.
And now he's doing a meme.
Listen, okay, I'm just not allowed to do any memes on this stream. Is that it? I've not made any fucking Jew jokes or anything, or any fucking
but look
gay
at how
jokes.
you're obfuscating with humor.
I'm not obfuscating with humor.
You are. You are a case study.
What was the point of that joke
that you're trying to challenge?
The point of I wasn't obfuscating with humor. I was using a joke to go into an actual point I was going to make.
What was the point? Tell us what the point was. What was the point?
Listen, fuck you, Destiny, right? You get scrutinized to the high heavens and you're scrutinizing me now. Fuck off with this shit, okay? Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Right, the point is very simple, okay? What I feel you're doing, Mr. Girl, Max, my friend, my buddy, my pal, okay, is you're doubting like this perception in my own head that I've got or my thoughts or feelings about this. And
you just said that you're not sharing your true feelings about this because we're
that is a total misrepresentation of what I said.
That's what I heard.
What? Fuck off, you
Hold
didn't.
on.
Okay.
Is there something that you would say, but you don't feel comfortable saying it because you feel too vulnerable in front of an audience to say it? And are we not having a conversation right now?
If I say that, right, it makes it like, okay.
So you're too scared to even say what you feel.
Already.
Yeah,
okay, fuck off. You're doing this on purpose.
I'm not. They're legitimate questions.
You are. Okay. Right. Okay.
We're having a conversation on whether or not emotionally vulnerable.
No, like don't ask him a question. Yeah. Answer the question. Stop.
Yeah, we're talking about having emotionally vulnerable conversations, and if we're able to have those, and you're like, well, I could answer that, but I don't want to be emotionally vulnerable, so I can't answer that question. That's what you're doing.
Okay, it's very simple, and you're making a big fucking mountain out of this. Okay, both of you are. It's very simple. If you're off stream with people, right, you are generally gonna speak in a way that is less
Just
constrained.
Say you're not gonna answer. It's fine if you don't want to answer.
I'm not going to answer and fuck you. I'm sick of your bullshit, okay? Fuck you, Max. You're really pissing me. I'll tell you my feelings now about you. You're really fucking pissing me off with this bullshit. Why are you doing this to me?
You know how I said earlier, did you express any
you are
feelings
doing it
besides
to
anger?
Me. No, I'm not going to. No, I just want to express anger now because I've been made angry by Destiny's antics and now Max's antics. Like this incessant questioning of like my fucking head. It feels like you're fucking drilling into my brain. What's going on?
You keep saying, doesn't it make sense that I'm not talking about my feelings in a stream about how hard it is to be vulnerable on stream, but how imperative it is that we do so? And then I keep saying, no, actually, that doesn't make sense. That's the opposite of your thesis. And what would make sense is if you were vulnerable and then you were willing to take people calling you soy, people calling you whatever, making fun of you, but you're not willing to do that. And that's fine, but it doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna condone you not talking about your feelings in a stream about how you think it's so politically destructive that we can't be honest about our feelings. Why would I agree with that? I get why you're doing it. I get that you're like uncomfortable with it. I get why you're uncomfortable with it. That's what we've been talking about. But it doesn't make sense for you to like go along with it. The way it would make the most sense if you would just admit, like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable talking about my feelings on stream, and I'm not going to do it right now. That's totally fine. But what doesn't make sense is you saying, like, I would, but I watched the streams with Fuentes, and I'm actually not uncomfortable anymore, and everything's fine now. And that's why I'm not talking about my feelings. But if we were off stream, I would say something different. That doesn't make sense.
Way different.
Shut up. Wait, it's not okay, but no. It's not like I'd say something way different, okay? It's just that obviously when you're off stream and you're not broadcasting, like, you know, you're going to talk about things in a different way. Like everyone's here is different when they're off stream, right?
No, I'm not.
Well, not at all. So if we had a conversation off stream, it would be identical to one we'd have on stream.
Yep. Unless we're talking about like somebody's secrets or something, yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm alone in that then.
Maybe you are.
Maybe I'm just a performer and I can't get rid of it. Who knows?
Hiding behind irony again.
Exactly. I can't stop myself. I'm addicted to it.
What are we doing, guys? It's a lot. It's a lot now, guys.
Okay. That was intense. Okay. Right. So, where do we stand?
I mean, you basically proved the point of just hiding from everything, basically. That's...
Yep.
Yeah.
I lost this debate.
You did. Against yourself, though.
Against myself.
Not against any of us.
Jesus, what a crazy L. Jesus, that's the worst L I've ever taken. Max, you've really pissed me off, to be honest. You've really annoyed me, and I don't understand.
How so?
I feel like you've drilled into my brain and stuck your fingers in there, and I'm like, why are you doing that, bro? Like, chill out.
By pointing out that you're not talking about your feelings?
Well, the thing is like, I feel like I have expressed my feelings to some level, but it just feels... Anyway, listen, we're just going to loop. Let's not do this, okay?
Okay, this happens to me with friends sometimes. Sometimes, you know, your friend will be like... it happens to me with Shaylin, but, well, okay, your friend will be like... something will happen. Something bad will happen. Right? Like, let's say your friend loses their job. And they're like... it's a really important job, big career move they were about to make, and instead they got fired. And they say something to you like... they're like, but it's okay because, you know, I have my health. And then some part of you is like, yeah, that's true. Sure, you have your health, but it's not really like okay. Like, you're clearly pretty broken up about this, but you're not going to say that, right? Like, depending on the friendship. Some people do want you to comment on, like, when they're lying about their feelings or in denial, and then some people want you to just kind of give them space. But then some friends will say, it's okay that I have my health, right? It's okay that I lost my job, right? Like, I'm fine, right? I'm not upset about this, right? And then at that point, I'm like, okay, well, now you're asking me. You're asking me not just to witness your denial, but to actually actively participate in suppressing your emotions with you. And so at that point, I have to be like, well, no, I don't agree with that. If you want to know what I think of what you're feeling, I can tell you. But if you don't, then but you're asking me. And I feel like you're kind of doing that. At first you were just like, well, I feel comfortable about this. And then, but you keep saying like, does that make sense?
I say that all the time. That's just something I say, okay? That's just a verbal...
Well, you should stop saying it if you don't want people to answer it. Because if you say something to me like, I was uncomfortable, like the reason I'm not going to talk about my feelings is I've constructed a narrative in which I don't have any. Does that make sense, Max? Like, I'm going to be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. That's the exact thing that you're complaining about with the whole stream. So no, I'm not going to say yes to that. If you didn't ask me that, though, if you're just like, my narrative of myself is that I don't have any feelings about Steven platforming Fuentes, then I guess then I would do the Steven. I would say, okay.
Okay, I feel like we're just going to loop on this, so I don't know what else to say. Like, I had some feelings about something that on further investigation were not necessarily justified. I don't know what else to fucking tell you, okay? What else do you want me to fucking say?
Should we only be sharing justified feelings?
No, I'm okay sharing the feelings, and I said I'm annoyed by some of the response I've got. If you want to share feelings, that's fine. Yes, of course.
Okay, so that's why you're mad at me for saying that there's more oatmeal in that brain bowl that you're not scooping out for us?
I just don't have any other feelings to express on this particular matter. I just don't. I don't know. There's nothing I can say from a
Now, is
perspective
that
of
really
feelings.
true? Because it sounds like earlier you were trying to say that it was different being on a stream, and that's why you weren't comfortable expressing feelings.
Well, yeah, of course. Like, that's just a given fact for any conversation. But you maybe
Okay,
feel
but then it's
differently about
different. Yeah, okay. Then
Right?
you do have feelings to
But
express, you just don't want to express them, which is fine. But
I don't even know, like, I don't know what even feeling I'd express about it. Like, there was, like, I don't think there's a
okay,
feeling.
well, let's close our eyes, turn on a stream.
Oh my god, no, this is okay.
We see Fuentes right there laughing along with Destiny. They're talking about how good the chicken is. What are you feeling?
Okay, no,
What's
wait,
going
I know
through
what
your
it
head?
is.
Yeah, what
Do
is
you know what okay, I figured this out. I
Uh-huh.
figured it all out, okay? I know what the problem is, right?
Yeah? What is the problem?
Okay, that actually helped me. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that I feel like I've got to have a feeling that aligns with MrGirl and some of the other people that have criticized this. But you know what? I don't actually feel that way about it at all. I actually feel like this looked like a kind of fun stream, and I think that this could probably actually do some good in terms of, like, you know, I don't agree, I think, with this idea, or I don't feel that, like, we have to be as concerned as we have been about some of this stuff. And I think that because I've come to you, Max, and I've said, you know, oh, I feel worried about this, but then upon looking at it, I'm like, okay, actually, this seems fine, and actually some of this seems kind of okay and fun and probably a good thing.
So you
Yeah.
really did 180.
Yeah,
genuinely
I did.
180.
I did 180, I guess, yeah. I'm going to become a groiper.
Okay.
Okay, I'm joking again, so
my
no,
God.
but...
Okay, so now you're not uncomfortable. Now you are okay with Steven doing whatever streams with Fuentes. You think that Steven has it under control. Good outcomes.
Well, no, wait,
are
hang
likely.
on. No, you're fucking misrepresenting me again. Like, fuck you for doing this. I'm not saying anything is okay, right? I'm not saying anything goes.
Oh, you're
Right.
saying it's okay. Is eating chicken and waffles okay?
That particular presentation of that, yeah, fine. I don't think it was as big a problem as it's been
Bro,
made
where
out
the
to be,
fuck did my
and I think
wagons
the
go? I'm
concerns
so
around that-
confused
That's
right
what I'm
now.
asking.
Where are
I'm
my
asking you about-
train wagons?
I'm asking you in comparison to other people's opinions of it. I'm asking, in your opinion, is it okay for Steven, or is it responsible for Steven to go out and have chicken and waffles with Fuentes? And are you comfortable with it emotionally? These are two separate
Okay,
questions.
well, let's-
let's-
Okay, and are you comfortable with it? That's what we've been.
From the formulation of what happened, yes. But obviously there are some formats where that might happen that I might not be comfortable with it, and I might watch it and be like, oh god, no,
Given
I'm
what
not happy with
happened,
this.
is it okay that he did that? And are you comfortable with it?
Yes. As it happened, yes.
Okay. And so now you're in an awkward position because you told me you were uncomfortable with it. I got uncomfortable
Before I
with
watched it. Before I watched it.
Before you watched it, I got uncomfortable with it. And then we decided we were already had a stream planned where we were going to talk about the age of the Giga Chat. It became obvious that these two conversations were going to merge. We invited Steven, and then along the way, you were not comfortable telling me that actually you really did change your mind.
Well, no, I watched it before we started talking. And now also, having spoken to Destiny about it further, this has also alleviated some concerns I had. And it seems like, you know, Destiny has got some method behind the perceived madness. So, yeah. Do you understand how that process kind of alleviated some of my discomfort?
Yes, but I have a concern.
Okay, what is it?
Well, my concern is that you don't want to appear soy. You don't want to be vulnerable. You never want to be in the position of telling somebody, I think what you did was irresponsible and I'm hurt by it or freaked out by it, and there's no logical argument you can provide that's going to change that. You don't want to be seen that way publicly. And my concern is that when you feel uncomfortable
Wait, no, this is
somebody,
bullshit. No, wait. This is not true. Because I did a stream where I spoke about Nick Fuentes and pointed out the shit that, he does and the strategies he uses,
That's
which is a
different-
very
that's different
soy
from-
thing to do.
Yeah, but the difference is that
and
I've
you know-
identified people that disagree with me as soy, and now, especially after Ram and Aiko coming in, now you're worried that by you disagreeing with me, you would also appear soy. And since you've now shown that you're so frightened, being emotionally vulnerable on stream, maybe you're just maintaining what you perceive to be as the least soy position and not the most morally or intellectually correct one.
My concern is that this is how your brain works.
Okay.
You are uncomfortable with calling Steven out, not with calling Fuentes out, but calling Steven out. You're uncomfortable with that. You're uncomfortable expressing negative feelings about him. And so therefore, as soon as
this is
you
something
get the-
I've done before, though.
Let me just walk you through this.
Right. Okay. Okay.
I'm concerned about this. If you want to understand it, you're going to need to just let me walk you through it without.
I know,
telling
but I
you
just
it's
feel
not
like you're going to
true.
say a bunch of bullshit.
Well,
That maybe I am, and at
then
the
you
end,
can, yeah,
at the
interrupt.
end,
Okay, go on.
okay. You're uncomfortable with Steven. You're uncomfortable with being uncomfortable with Steven. So you start trying to rationalize it and look for any thought line or logical frame that would allow you to not be uncomfortable anymore. This is just kind of like a standard way that people push down their feelings. And Steven, being himself and not wanting to be criticized like this, is going to provide you, of course, with ways to rationalize what he's doing, because that's just what debating and arguing is. And you yourself are going to look to your audience, who's going to provide you tons of explanations for why this is okay, and you're going to look in yourself. And then you're also interrogating it, which you've shared with us 10 times now, by saying, well, in order for my feeling to be real, I have to be able to prove that a negative outcome is likely to happen, which is also a way to repress
No.
the feeling.
In order for my feeling to be
got-
justified,
Yes. The idea of a feeling being justified at all is an inherently anti-emotion, anti-feeling frame. There's no such thing as a justified or unjustified feelings. Either you're feeling it or you're not
rational
feeling
or
it.
irrational feeling. Yeah.
No, there's no feeling that is rational or irrational. That's not how feelings work. You're either feeling it emotionally in your body and your mind, or you are not feeling it. That's it. And whether you can decide, I think this feeling is irrational, so therefore I don't want to talk about it, that's fine. It's different from not feeling it. And so, because people kind of link those things and make it go both ways, then people gaslight themselves into thinking, well, if I can't explain why it makes sense to feel this, then maybe I'm not feeling it. And if Steven can explain to me why it doesn't make sense to feel it, why it makes sense instead to feel good about his stream with Fuentes, then I'll just feel that instead. So my concern is, as you've said, generally, you're not a very vulnerable, emotionally expressive guy. You don't want to appear to be soy. You're afraid of being judged by your audience. And you have all of these off-ramps and escape hatches to get out of feeling it. And this part hits home for me, because this happens to me a lot. You've recruited me to express your bad feelings for you.
Well, no,
And
hang on.
then
That's
as I'm-
wait. No, that's not
and
what
then
has
as I'm
happened
expressing
at all.
that-
That's
as
a
I'm
complete
expressing that-
misrepresentation of how this came to be. This is what I'm talking about. You're spouting a load of fucking bullshit about this, right?
As I'm expressing,
okay.
You said
This
you
is
felt
fucking-
uncomfortable. Okay.
When we spoke,
You said you felt
I
uncomfortable
wanted
with
to
the
talk
stream.
about
You
this.
said you felt uncomfortable with the stream.
Okay. When we spoke, I said I wanted
Did
to talk about
you
this
not
concept.
tell me you feel uncomfortable with Steven platforming Fuentes? You said that, right? You're uncomfortable.
No,
with
I
the
didn't.
stream.
I didn't. I don't think I said that specifically. I think that.
How
okay.
could you not
I
have
think
said
there's
that? If you
some
guys
things that
came in here
added
to
up to
ambush
that.
me, shouldn't this have been what you were...
This is the problem, Destiny. Mr.
Uh-huh.
Girl is misrepresenting how this whole conversation came to be in a way that makes it
I'm not-
seem like because you're making it seem like I've come to you going like, oh god,
I'm not saying you came to me. I'm saying that you, at some point, were uncomfortable with this chicken and waffle stream. Is that true?
Before I'd watched it. Yes, I had some preconceptions without having
Okay.
watched it. Yes.
Okay, so all I'm saying is, I'm not saying you did this on purpose, but it has worked out that I am now the sole voice of soy vulnerable discomfort about this stream, and you now get to sit pretty saying, well, I actually changed my mind.
Because you fucking pressured me to this point. Because, yeah, like, this is your fucking doing. We didn't have to go down this road.
And so I'm
But now
holding the emotional and vulnerable bag.
Because now you're turning around and going, oh, well, you know, you've done this for the... No, this is just how it's progressed. We didn't have to go down this road.
I'm saying this is a very familiar position for me to be in different groups of people, where somebody has feelings that they're not comfortable with sharing in the group. We talk about it, and then I start feeling that way, and then I talk about it in the group, and that person is like, I'm fine. I don't know what you're on about.
Okay. What you're not taking into account is that there's been a series of events that have happened where I've watched some of this stream, and I've heard some of Destiny's arguments about it.
I literally just said both of those things. I said that in order to repress an emotion, you're going to look for logical frames in which your feeling doesn't make any sense. You're going to look for these yourself, your audience is going to provide them, and Steven's going to provide them for you as he's defending himself. And you're just saying I didn't take into account, but that's literally, I just said those things. And now
the question is,
I did take them into account.
how do you know if he really did? How do you know if he's not hiding his feelings? What if he is being totally forthcoming with everything? How could you know that?
I didn't say this is happening. I just said I'm concerned. I have no idea.
Well, but you're presenting the concern. The way it feels is it is happening for sure, and you're trying to convince him that it's happening. That's probably what he feels right now.
No, I'm not trying to convince. Okay, I'm not trying to convince you this is happening. I'm trying to convince you that it looks like it's happening to me. It could just as easily be that you didn't want to tell me that you've 180'd, and that you kind of just thought you would just scrape through the
he doesn't feel like he.
I feel like this is such a stupid. I didn't feel like a 180 at all. No,
he feels like he just got more information and updated his.
Yes. Exactly. Like I feel like me getting more information and coming to a fresh perspective on it is a bad thing, which seems fucking insane to me. And you're acting like I've done some bad.
I'm not saying it's bad.
Fuck you. You're acting like it's bad. You absolutely are.
No. What's bad would be if you did actually 180 before the stream, didn't say anything until 4 hours into the stream.
I didn't 180 before the stream. This is all based on all this information I've been taking in over the past, however long.
Okay, so you started the stream uncomfortable with Steven platforming.
Okay, you fucking retard. Listen to me now, okay? When I started my stream earlier, before I watched the video, I expressed discomfort, and I've expressed discomfort before. Having watched it and having spoken to Destiny, okay, that's now changed. Is that fucking complicated for you? Didn't you study fucking psychology, you moron?
Yeah, but the problem is not that you changed your mind. Again, it's the way that you are revealing that you changed your mind after being pressed by both me and Steven for like an hour to just say what you really feel about it. It certainly calls into question your ability to say what you really feel about it, right? If you're like, I don't want to talk about this, I feel fine about it, I feel a little uncomfortable, I don't know, I would say off stream, and then you're like, actually, the way I feel is fuck you, Mr. Girl. I fucking hate you because you pressured me into saying I feel uncomfortable when I didn't.
But the thing is, this happened before with us when, I expressed discomfort about another thing, and then I watched it, and I said, actually, no, it wasn't as bad as I thought, and you fucking freaked out then as well.
Yes. It freaks me out when you are not freaked out by shit that I'm freaked out by. Yeah.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? Okay, this is getting to the root of it, isn't it? You just want me to be freaked out like you are, don't you?
Of course. But the fact
I'm not.
that actually
so there we go.
makes
Fuck
the fact
you.
that makes
I'm so fucking annoyed with you right now. This is unreal. Why are you such a fucking dick about this?
The fact that makes it hard for you to either know or share how your feelings, how you're feeling, is the problem. It's who cares what I want you to feel? The problem is that me wanting you to feel a certain way actually influences your ability to say what you feel about it, which is what you're talking about. That's the whole age of the GigaChat thing. You're not allowed to feel a way unless everybody else thinks you should be feeling it. You can't be the lone guy saying like, actually, guys, I'm uncomfortable with this, and everybody's like, fuck you.
The other thing that is a challenge is, I obviously the inner leftoid in me wants to be concerned about stuff, right? And I think there's an issue there. And one thing that I've had is I've moved away from like just some of the knee-jerk shit but then I still experience it, right? And I think, God, this is going to be terrible. Like, I'm seeing this shit on Twitter or whatever. And then I watch it. I'm like, okay, it's not as bad as everyone's making out. And there's some good things to say about it, you know? And then when I relay that to you, it's like, you're pulling me back to the leftoid zone. You're going, no, what are you talking about? I'm freaked out now. Da, da, da. And it's like, no, mate, I've looked at this and it seems fine, you know?
He's not worried about the
uncomfortable.
rational justifications for it. What he's worried about is it might be that everything you're saying, Max would concede this. He would say, everything you're saying could be 100% true. Absolutely.
Yes.
But the thought process also happens to be completely and totally in line with somebody who's just afraid of expressing how they feel. And it looks the exact
And part
same
of
as
being
somebody
afraid of expressing how you feel,
is making
part of being afraid of
rationalizations.
expressing
for
how you
everything.
feel is being afraid of knowing how you feel.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm not someone that necessarily talks about how I feel on stream and stuff like that. Sure.
But then when you say stuff like this, now
take it on
you're
that.
reinforcing what Max was worried about earlier, isn't that you're not actually saying it because you are worried about how you come off, which is the age of the Giga Chad.
Sure.
So in a way,
I
this
mean, yes,
conversation
it's a
really
complex-
wasn't about me. It was about you, Chad.
Well, you were never going to come in the first place, right? It was Max that suggested we bring you in.
Well, no, but I'm
know,
saying
so-
that like it's the whole conversation is kind of about how your level of comfort with everything. In it.
You're just stirring shit again, aren't you?
I'm not.
Fucking-
I'm
Mate,
saying
I've
that you're.
No.
We played this game before on that Fnatic panel. Look what happened there, okay? Listen, I know your games,
I'm
all
not
right?
playing a game. I'm saying that it seems like you are the Giga Chad right now. You are the Giga Chad.
Sure. I mean,
hang on a
you
second.
know,
I gotta switch my audio. My headphones are dying. I gotta switch
Okay.
buds here.
yeah. Well, okay. I don't know. I feel like we've gone round in circles on this, and where are we now?
No, I think we're making good progress actually.
Okay. Well, as long as you do, that's good. I am just angry with Max. Yeah, it's, you know, frustrating.
Yeah, but you're angry at me because you, by your own admission, are too scared to feel something and express that feeling if it's different from what the audience or the people around you think that you should be feeling.
Wait, no.
And apparently
no,
I'm one of those
that's
people.
fucking no. I don't have a problem expressing something that is contrary to the audience, right? Like I've had lots of takes that have gone contrary to what the audience say, and I've had
I don't see a
arguments.
problem with it. I just
right?
said it makes you uncomfortable. You're uncomfortable.
Sometimes, yeah, like laying yourself out there
Okay,
can feel like that.
great.
Sure,
So
Okay.
why are you pushing back on this?
because you've been really fucking annoying. That's why.
Yeah, but that's not a good reason to disagree with everything I say. Why don't you just push back on the part that you actually disagree with?
Okay. I feel like we're just looping around points. I don't even know if
We're
getting
not.
anything
We're
out
not.
of
You're
this.
just saying we're looping, but we're actually not.
I think we've moved pretty far along in this conversation. I think you're saying we're looping because it's your way of avoiding any sort of emotional vulnerability.
Probably.
Like looping for you is like a defense mechanism. You say
Okay,
it's
right.
looping.
What do I need to say then? What emotions do I need to lay bare for you all? Come on, I'm ready. Let's talk about my childhood.
You are fully in 100% Giga Chad mode.
You were in Giga
You have
Chad.
gone-
Talk about my childhood. Like this is every stereotype of a person that's like trying to avoid. You're literally. Have you seen Good Will Hunting?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're Matt Damon at the end. It's like, well, what's the file say? Has an attachment disorder. Ha ha. Ha. Like this is what you're doing right now. You're
Yes.
Matt Damon's character. Yeah.
I'm Matt Damon. Was you also autistic?
There you go. It's the Giga Chad. You're actually doing
Yeah.
it.
Can't stop myself.
Yes, you can.
How?
Take a breath. Think about what you want to say.
Okay.
Then say it.
Well, the thing is, I just hate getting put on the spot generally. But yeah, I think that we live in a take economy. You've got to have takes on things. I don't know what I'm fucking saying now. I feel like I'm put on the spot. I'm just saying shit.
It's okay. You're put on the spot for the best thing in the world for Chudlogic to talk about, and that's Chudlogic's emotions.
I don't want to talk about my emotions. I'm tired
but
of being
why
probed
not?
on my emotions.
That's the problem.
Because fuck
That is
you,
the Giga
that's
Chad.
why.
You're just Giga
Yeah, I'm
Chatted
gonna-
out again.
Yeah, good. The age of the Giga Chat is good because I get to hide my emotions and I love it and I'm going to keep doing it. If that means racists get covered, then so be it because I'm sick of this shit, okay? Yes, I'm Giga Chatting it again. Great, let's point it out again, shall we? Well, how fucking meta. Let's get meta and talk about the meta of the meta. Fuck this shit, okay? And fuck you. Both of you. Okay?
Does that feel good?
Yeah, it felt great.
What do you feel right now? Do you feel frustrated with the conversation? Or do you feel like you're not being heard or seen?
No, actually, I feel pretty good. It's actually been quite good to have it, even though I've, relapsed into the Giga Chud memes. Yeah, actually, being able to express that it wasn't quite as bad as I first perceived is good. Mm-hmm. And I feel okay. What I do, okay, this is what I do feel. Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna be genuine now.
Okay.
One of the reasons I feel difficult expressing it is because I feel like I've betrayed Max. I feel like I betrayed you, Max.
What do you mean? How?
Well, because I've come to him with some issues, and like before the stream started, yeah, sure, I had a different take on it. I let my feelings guide some communications with Max, and now it's led to this position where I feel like I betrayed you.
Wait, when you say you let your feelings guide them, you just mean you talked about your feelings.
Okay, yes, I talked about my feelings to you.
Yes.
And it led to this conception that now I feel like I'm betraying you.
Because your feelings have changed.
Do you feel betrayed? I don't want to betray you.
I feel betrayed, but in a more complicated way than what you're saying. I don't feel betrayed that your feelings changed. No.
Okay.
I feel betrayed that your frame for what feelings are and how to talk about them have changed. I mean, I think privately you said the same thing. You're like, I don't really see what the bad outcome of this is. And I said, I said the next person who becomes like a dictatorial leader of the U.S. is going to do so by memeing their way there. I think if social media stays the way it is, we just watched Trump tweet his way into the White House. It's totally reasonable to think that that is probably the preferred path for a Nazi to power. Maybe the only path right now is through memeing. So, it's possible. I'm not saying it's likely. And then I think I started thinking like, well, wait, why does it matter what you think when we're not talking about the outcome? I thought we were just saying that it's like uncomfortable or it's irresponsible. Then you got to talk about the possible outcome. But if you're talking about how you feel about it, and like part of the whole Age of the Giga Chat thing is talking about your feelings. We're not talking about our feelings. So then that doesn't matter. So I feel like,
just as a heads up, I have to leave in like 5-6 minutes, so it doesn't feel like I'm abandoning the conversation.
Okay, well, listen, I don't know.
Let him go. Let him
it just feels like you're kind of dancing back and forth between feelings, talking about your feelings, and then calling Steven out for like bad behavior because of arguments and logic and all this other stuff. But that's the age of the Giga Chat. So you said it in this stream. You said it to me privately. I don't feel like I can say how I'm feeling about certain things. So the part I feel betrayed by is.
Sorry, go on.
The part I feel betrayed by is again feeling like I've been wound up to like, okay, yeah, let's be emotional, let's be soy, let's do it, let's talk about how do we feel about Nick Fuentes, how do we feel about it? Nobody's really talking about that. People are they'll shake the finger, they'll call him a Nazi from these very privileged, safe positions. But does anybody actually get out and say like, yeah, you know what, man, like Steven, like I love you, man, but like it hurts me to see you having chicken and waffles with this guy, like as your colleague. I know
what the issue is. I understand perfectly. I get it.
Yeah.
There's a personal connection that doesn't exist for me, right?
No, bro, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not taking in what I'm saying. Okay. That's not the part I feel betrayed. It's like you don't get it. The part I feel betrayed by is you leaving me holding the bag, talking about my feelings. Not that your feelings aren't the same, but you're not talking about your feelings at all.
Okay.
You have completely gone full Giga Chad in a meta way to make a joke about how you're going full Giga Chad to avoid having the conversation that we agreed to have. And you're not and then you're saying like, oh, I've taken the biggest L ever. And like it's a joke, but actually you are actually doing it. You're actually just ditching me and talking about my feelings. It would have been totally acceptable for you to be like, you know what, I'm going to talk about my feelings now. And like, it's probably going to be kind of surprising to you, Max and Steven, but my feelings have really changed throughout the conversation. Here's why they've changed. And in addition, you want me to say that there's no way that you're just post hoc rationalizing, suppressing your feelings so that you happen to get to agree with fucking Steven. That's why I feel betrayed. Not that you changed your mind.
Listen, Destiny, if you've got to go.
No, hold on. I got a few more minutes. It's all good. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, Mr. Go, I feel like we've got a lot to hash out here, okay?
Well, that's okay. Keep hashing. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so, yeah, I think that... Okay, to be honest, I can't even remember what I was going to say. I just think that Yeah, I can understand why you feel betrayed. But I think one of the fundamental issues here is that there's going to be more operating from your feelings here because there's a personal connection that you've got.
No, motherfucker, the whole point of the stream is to speak out against of the age of the Giga Chad, and you just full relapsed and admitted it. That's why I feel betrayed. I don't understand how you don't get this. Nothing to do with me being friends with Steven. Nothing to do with me being friends with you.
Shut the fuck up and listen to me. I just let you fucking speak for ages. Let me speak, for fuck's sake.
Personal feelings, me being a Jew, nothing you're going to fucking say is relevant to the fact that you set up a stream where we're going to not do the Giga Chad thing and then just got scared and did it anyway.
Okay. Can I speak now for just a second? Is that possible?
Yeah.
So I think the reason that I can have that I come and think at this from a more rational outcome perspective, and I do that kind of almost automatically, is because I don't care as much, or I don't have a personal feeling of harm or risk from like Nick Fuentes, coming to power or something like that, right? And so I don't see those as credible outcomes, not just partly because I don't think it's possible, but also because those outcomes wouldn't affect me personally. So on a feelings-based level, right, it's not as relevant because I don't have that sense of urgency or fear about it. So I guess maybe I somewhat revert to thinking, well, what's the outcomes? What's the possible issues? Because that's the way I've got to frame this, to look at this in a way that makes sense to me. Does that make... Okay, I'm not going to say that. That's my thought.
No, it doesn't make sense. I think we talked about this like yesterday, where I said, 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. 50 million other people died in World War II, and most of them were white men. And the Holocaust itself, 12 million people were killed in the Holocaust. 6 million of them were Jews. So it's not a specific Jewish minority thing that this affects. The Holocaust, in World War II, most people who died...
Wait, you said earlier... No, this is fucking bullshit. You said earlier, I'm a Jew. You said earlier about you being a Jew and how... what do you mean? You said this yourself earlier.
No, that was his appeal to me, but he's making an appeal to you. His appeal to you has nothing to do with his background. It has to do with betraying him on the Giga Chad thing.
A fascist dictator who they want to kill is a fraction of the people they're actually going to kill or get killed.
Right.
Trump is a good example. Most of the people Trump has gotten killed are his own constituents.
Kind of true, yeah.
Everybody was all afraid of what Trump was going to do to black people or Muslims. He didn't really kill many black Americans or Muslims. I don't even know if he killed any. He killed a lot of elderly people who got COVID. He killed Ashley Babbitt. He killed that guy who went to the FBI office in Ohio and just got killed by the cops. Like, Trump's body count is mostly his own constituents and white people, I think.
Sure.
Probably unintentionally disenfranchised a lot of their votes as well. A lot of white people that probably didn't send in mail-in ballots just because they thought it wouldn't be counted.
Yeah. Right, and people were afraid Trump was going to take the vote away from black people, but he took it away from white people.
Okay, yeah. I guess the immediacy that you seem to be expressing when you talk about this isn't something I feel, because I don't feel the same immediacy. Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
I only feel immediacy about what's happening now. I don't think Fuentes is going to be a politician even. I don't think he's going to come to power. I think he will be the head of a weird political movement that spawns some terrorists like Fuentes and people who want to mimic him and incites violence. And I think dozens or hundreds of people will die at his hands, which again I feel strongly about. I really want to do whatever I can to prevent that from happening. And I'm hoping this conversation with Steven will have some small impact on that possible outcome or others like it. But no, I'm not saying that I think Fuentes is like the next Hitler. But yeah, if Steven keeps platforming him, the thing grows, and then some DGGer like does some terroristic act, like, yeah, I'm gonna feel fucking terrible about myself if I didn't try to stop it. Yeah. So I feel immediacy in that way, but I just feel like this is a way for you to repress your emotions, to be like, unless you can prove to me that unless Fuentes is getting like inducted as dictator of the United States tomorrow, then I don't feel strongly about this. Like, no, that's insane. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I think that I guess my perspective then is that feelings are not okay.
He's about to do it. I'm so sorry. Go, we can say what you're gonna say.
I'm about to do what? Go on.
No, say what you're gonna say. Feelings are
No,
what?
no, you tell me. You tell me. Let's do it this way.
You're
You
about to
tell
have
me
a
what I'm gonna
moment.
do.
Feelings are what? I want to hear it. You're about to have a big breakthrough.
Okay, I guess I am going to have a bit of a breakthrough, sure. I think the problem is that, yeah, I guess my perspective is I just don't see the point in talking about feelings unless there's some rational backup to, like, why there's a reason to do that.
It's irrational to get mad when people call you a racial slur.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything. The N-word doesn't mean anything. People who get offended by the N-word don't. It doesn't even have any connotations anymore. It just means I don't like you. It's the meanest way to say I don't like you and you're bad. And yet, people still react really strongly to it.
Then say it.
There's no way to explain why you shouldn't go around calling people the N-word without talking about feelings. And so the age of the GigaChad creates this big tunnel that you can sail all kinds of bad ideas through and bad policies and bad content creators by saying, like, well, no one's going to talk about their feelings about any of this, so we can just smuggle all this shit through. Also, just talking about feelings in itself is like a good thing. It's, it's a way to connect to other people and like be more human and humanize other people.
Also,
I think
real quick,
refusal to
I love
talk
you
about
guys. I love you guys. You guys are making big progress right now. I'm proud of both of you.
Okay, thanks,
Fuck
mate.
yourself. I love you too.
Yeah. Okay. Keep this up. I'll take us out. I'm sending my viewers your way.
Okay.
MrGirl, be careful. Okay.
Catch you later, mate.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Be careful, guys.
I got you.
All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll be back. I won't be back tonight. Let's be real. But I will be back tomorrow. I love you guys. Have fun. Ripper, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, my duderinos. Brian, we can talk tomorrow if you want, okay? I will be back, Reno. Stay safe, duders. Oh, follow my channel. Fuck you. Bye.